I have now spent 1,500 days in my forever world, building up a lot of really cool stuff in this area. So to celebrate that occasion today, I have another 500-day movie spanning from day 1000 to right now, day 1500. And as always, if you're using this video to study, you're gonna crush your exam, whatever it's on. I believe in you. And if you're using this to fall asleep, I hope you sleep well. But anyway, sit back, relax, and enjoy the movie. So recently here, I got a brand new monitor, and I don't know exactly how to feel about it right now. It just feels different, right? So, like, forever, I've been playing on a 1080p monitor at 144 hertz, and that was great for a long time, but I figured it was time to upgrade. I now have a 240 hertz monitor at 1440p. I feel like it feels different, but I don't know. I don't know if it's just me like coping and hoping it feels different. Now that it's not raining anymore, does this look any nicer? Is the quality any better? That was kind of my hope. I was hoping that this would make my video quality just at least a little bit better. So, you know, IRS, if you're watching, this definitely classifies as a tax write-off. This is a business expense for the I'm Sure Me Too business. Anyway, though, that was a strange intro. Welcome back to some more of my survival world. Hope everyone's having a great day. Last time, I built up this observatory. Well, this is my barn. Hold on. Just behind it is my observatory. Look at it. I like it from this view right here. Yeah, look at that. I built up this last time. Also, I had my boy Etat join me on the world to design the interior. I'll run up there quickly to show that off. But I really like how this build turned out. Still a huge fan of it. It's been, I want to say, like a little over a week, maybe 2 weeks now since I built this. And I'm still a massive fan of the whole thing. I also did decide to throw a little bit of azalea leaves kind of sprinkled about. Simply Knight told me to do this, actually, because I showed him this build before it was released, just to kind of get his opinions on it. And he said he liked, like, the moss gradient and everything going from the moss to the birch to, like, the sandstone and whatnot, but he just suggested that I maybe throw some leaves. I was a little bit hesitant to throw some leaves because, like, it is snowing up here, and I feel like this doesn't make too much sense. Like, I feel like the azalea leaves are not really supposed to be here, but it's whatever, dude. It's Minecraft. Who actually cares that much? The interior, this is exactly everything that Etat helped me with. You know, huge shout out to him. I'm so glad he was able to come on the world, and we spent like 3 hours designing this room. I think it's pretty revolutionary, honestly. Like, I can't believe he came up with it. Okay, this is the actual room that he designed, and I think it looks really, really good. Huge fan of this whole interior here. This is so much better than what I could have done. And look, it's my parents over there. Look at me. Have them hung up. Yeah, so the interior, it looks fantastic. I love this. It's very colorful in here. Looks like it's been, you know, like lived in or at least explored a good amount. Like, it feels lively. Etat also gave me this fantastic idea for this book, Visitors of the World. So I'm going to have everybody sign that, whoever, you know, I get on the world next. I'm going to have to bring Simply Knight back to actually sign his section, but it's whatever. I'll get that done. But I think that's an awesome idea for that book. I didn't even point out the actual, like, use for this building. This is my map room. Can't believe I just kind of brushed by this, but here's the map of my area. Look at me. I'm right there. I can't stop looking at this, man. I mentioned this last time, but, like, I've never made a big map like this. This is the first time I've ever done this, and I just love what it looks like. The area looks fantastic. I can't wait to fill out, like, everywhere else around here. I think it's going to be awesome. Even, like, the retaining wall looks cool. Like, it frames out the whole village super, super well. Maybe, like, since the map ends up here, kind of perfectly, honestly, right after the forest, maybe I can add, like, another little border right here, so then it looks like this whole thing is just one contained village. I don't know. That'll be cool. That'll be cool to kind of experiment with. Today, though, I want to go ahead and get some iron to start. I am, like, completely out of iron. I have 17 iron nuggets to my name right now. So that's not good. The first thing I would like to do in this video is fly around in these big mountains around here. I'll probably head back towards, like, spawn that direction. Head into the mountains, mine up a whole bunch of iron for a little while, and just, you know, restock. And then the main thing that I want to get up to today is I want to start a new project in this world. I have spent the last 1,000 days in this world, or the first 1,000 days in this world, building up this village. And I'm really happy with my progress and everything, but I do think I want to finally start on a new area. I'm not going to go too far away. I think I'm just going to go a little bit past this forest, and I want to start constructing something in this flower forest biome. It is a bit horrible to look at right now, honestly. I've been gathering up a ton of trees in this area this whole time. And also, the terrain is, like, awful. So I do have a lot of work cut out for me in this area, but I think that's fine. I should be able to get the terraforming done today, and then I'm hoping just to add one building, just to kind of start the whole process here. The only real plan I have for this area is that I just want to make this the home of my flower farms. So we're probably going to make just, like, a flower village, flower city. It's going to be very colorful, I think, to kind of show off, like, what's going on here. You know, like, my main starter area, the roofs are pretty colorful, but the, you know, wall designs aren't as much. They're pretty basic. I kind of want to make these houses very, very colorful. I'll have to figure out the theme and the design and everything at some point here, but that's the base idea for right now. I'll move on to that then once I get a whole bunch of iron here to start out this video. But I am really excited to start a new project. It's always fun making new houses and coming up with new color palettes and designs and whatnot. It's always cool branching off from, you know, what you've been doing in your worlds for a while. It's time to introduce the new YouTube members. If you guys aren't aware, there's a link in the description of my videos to become a YouTube member. If you become a Shrammalam, you will be named a block in this world and put in this building right here. The new members for this episode are Ali Mac. We have Connie, or Caney, I don't know how to pronounce it exactly. We have 8 Me Fodena, and we also have Jace LH13. So welcome to the YouTube member hall. I really need to expand. That'll be something we do soon. Also, the buttons are so tiny on the item frames. You can barely even notice that's there. With the YouTube members named, though, let's take Ghost on a journey back towards spawn to go gather up some iron. I don't think I'm going to fly to do this. And while I'm gathering up this iron, I'm going to use this time to answer a couple more questions. It's been a few episodes since I've had a Q&A segment in one of these videos, so figured it was a good time to bring it back. And we're going to start here with Kathy Shaw. They ask, what's the worst aspect of being a creator? And this is a tough question for me to answer because, you know, being a content creator is awesome. I love that I'm able to do this and actually make some money just playing a game that I love playing anyway. It's honestly so cool. But if I had to pick something, it would be that if I don't work on videos when I have free time, I always feel so bad. I feel like I'm letting people down. I don't think this is just like a me experience. I think this is a pretty common thing when it comes to creators, because I've heard other creators talk about this. I'm not sure that if this is going to be like a relatable feeling if you don't make videos, but pretty much like whenever I'm spending my free time like not working on content, I just feel super guilty. And I've definitely been getting better at kind of mitigating this feeling. Something that's helped me a lot is just trying to set a more strict like recording schedule. Just so then, like, if I just sit down and make sure I'm doing some amount of work on my video, if later that day I don't end up getting to work on it again, I don't feel as bad because I at least did something. It can even be something just as light as working for like half an hour on something, just getting an intro recorded or getting a part of the build done. Just something small, just even small goals like that can add up in a pretty big way. And that's helped me kind of fix this feeling a little bit, but I still get it every so often. So I'd probably say that's probably the worst thing about being a creator here. Next question here is from Trixie Talks a Lot, and they actually have 2 questions. They ask, how do I film my videos? Do you only do segments you know you're going to put in the video, or do you film all of the gameplay and just squash it down a bunch? And 2, what's a tip you can give to a person wanting to start making videos on Minecraft? The first part of that question, I think I've answered this before, but it's fine. I'll re-answer it. I don't mind. I just record my entire session. So I'll usually play for like 2 to 3 hours at once, sometimes longer, sometimes much shorter. But that's probably about the average, like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I'll just record the whole thing, and then I just go in later and just cut it down to whatever I want. I know there are creators who do it differently, but this has always just worked for me. I feel like if I try to record only what I want to record, I'm going to forget a lot. And sorry, Ghost, I don't have a lead. Forgot to bring one, so you're just going to chill there. And as for the second part of that question, the biggest tip I can give to people who want to make content, this doesn't even just pertain to Minecraft. I think this can be more generalized. Just make videos that you enjoy watching. This has sort of like always been my answer to this question, because I've gotten this quite a few times over the years. But what I mean by that specifically is just like whatever Minecraft videos you're watching, if you want to relate it to Minecraft, try to make videos that are similar to those. Don't like completely copy the creators or anything like that, obviously. but just kind of give off the same vibe. Just because, like, if you enjoyed the videos you're making, you'll just naturally make better videos. You'll be way more passionate and way more motivated to work on this stuff because you like it. If you're making stuff only because you think it'll work well for the YouTube algorithm, or just because it's like a popular trend, but you don't necessarily vibe with it, you're just not going to make good stuff. It's going to be obvious that you're only doing it because that's what you think people want to watch. I feel like there's an audience for almost everything out there, especially in Minecraft. Like, there's so many different ways to play this game. There's an audience out there for essentially everything. So whatever you're super into, just kind of go with that. Like, for example, if you're really into my stuff, you could make like a chill survival series or something along those lines. I hope that's a piece of advice that you can actually take, and hopefully it helps you make your channel and grow. Galacticus395 asks me, do you freehand your builds or do you plan a block palette and the builds in creative first? I almost exclusively freehand my builds. In this world, specifically, I have freehanded everything. I don't have a creative world where I've had everything built first. For this world, I don't have anything like that. I do have a backup of this world, but I don't really use it. I mean, I use it for my thumbnails and stuff, and just in case anything goes horribly wrong with this one, I'll at least have you know, a world I can fall back on. But that's the only secondary world I have related to this one. I have built stuff in creative in the past, in previous worlds, but I just found that I just like building in survival. I do think I want to start getting more into creative building at some point, just to try to like make myself a better builder in general. So maybe it'll be something that I dabble with in the future. But yeah, for now, I kind of just freehand everything and just see how it goes. Sometimes that results in some really good builds, and sometimes that results in stuff that I wish I could change. And if I was in creative, I would have realized that earlier. I don't think there's anything wrong with building in creative as well, or using Lightmatica or any other kind of building mods. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Whatever process works best for you. DLMN2928 asks me, do you avoid any building styles because you find it hard, i.e. cyberpunk, etc.? Absolutely. I mainly build medieval style stuff because that's what I'm most experienced building, and that's what I think I'm best at. I have like no experience in any other build style, and I'm a little bit scared to branch out, I'm not gonna lie. That's something that I would probably want to practice in creative first. I don't think I would just full send like a futuristic or cyberpunk build style. I don't really know if I'd be able to do that super well, because like a little bit of a Shrammy lore here, I guess. When I was like getting better at building, I mainly focused on medieval by watching like Fwip and Mythical Sausage and whatnot. I mainly focused on this style, and then I practiced constantly in creative. This was like years back at this point, but I practiced all the time in creative worlds, just making houses, making like farms, making random stuff until I thought I was pretty good. And then at that point, I started making, you know, a YouTube series. Though my first Minecraft stuff really isn't like anything to write home about when it comes to the builds. I think my Season 2 Hardcore Worlds is my first like real solid builds in my opinion. But leading up to that, I practiced a ton in creative mode. So if I was gonna like change my build style, I'd probably start from the beginning again and find some creators who are really good in that style, and then, you know, go in creative, try to use some of their techniques and whatnot until I was comfortable. But this is something I definitely want to do at some point. I don't know when, but I do want to expand my my building horizons for sure. Jonathan Grider asks me, what are your thoughts on building organics, like dragons, birds, mountains, mythical creatures, etc.? This is kind of like similar to the last question. I don't do this too often. I mean, with like trees, I've been trying to build, you know, better custom trees in this world as I go. So that's something I've gotten a lot more comfortable with throughout the course of this series for sure. But when it comes to like building animals or anything like dragons or mythical creatures, I would be terrible at doing that. They would not look good at all. That's something I would have to practice a lot for sure. Next up, we got a question from Beefycraft. I am starting a channel myself, largely based on your chill vibes, but with a little more emphasis on auto farming. Do you ever get trolls in your comments, and how do you deal with them? Love your channel. Thanks for being you. Hey man, thanks for the comment. I appreciate it. Do I get trolly comments? Yeah, all the time. Pretty much every creator does. Definitely gotten less since I've switched over to Minecraft, like from Madden. Madden comments were tiring to read sometimes. I got a bunch of really good ones. I would say like 95% of my comments on Madden were super, super positive, but then there was like 5% that were just strange, or people would get really upset that I traded away their favorite player, or they would get upset that I was really bad at Madden. So that would happen a lot. But on these videos, my comments, I would say, are like 99.5% incredibly positive, which is a ridiculous rate, by the way. I appreciate you all so much. Like, the positivity on this channel is insane. But I do get the handful of trolly comments or mean comments. That's something that you're just gonna have to get used to. I mean, it sucks to say, but you're always gonna get those bad comments. I feel like it's actually a decent sign when you get like the random one-off like trolly mean comment, because I feel like that kind of means you've made it to an extent. That to me tells me that my videos are reaching like not my target audience, which is kind of what you go for when you're making YouTube videos. I will definitely say, you might have heard other creators mention this before, but it's absolutely true that, you know, I could get 150 of the most positive comments I've ever read in my life, but then I'll get one mean comment, and then I'll think about that one mean comment so much more than any of the positive ones. It's not something I'm actively trying to do. I just can't get it out of my head. That's something that absolutely happens. I still kind of remember every time that somebody's told me one of my builds looks awful. It's happened more than once, and I remember each of them. So it may be rough at first, but, you know, it's something you just gotta persevere through. Just try to think about all the positive comments you're getting, and you should be all right. The last question I'm gonna answer here is from Caleb Williams, 2587. They ask, if you can bring anyone on to do 5 episodes of this series with you in a multiplayer style, who would it be and what would y'all do? I'm gonna interpret this question as it's someone that I probably won't be able to get on this world. Like, I think it would be super fun to have like Simply Night or ETAP back on for like 5 episodes, but I feel like I could probably do that, you know? Like, I think if I reached out to them, we could probably coordinate something else. So I'm gonna interpret this question as like someone who I don't have contact with, and kind of like a dream person to get on the world. And no, why did I say dream? I didn't mean that. Not dream. I don't want him. And my initial reaction, probably an easy answer, is B-dubs. I would love to have B-dubs on this world. And as for what we would do, I would just want to build with him. Just straight up. I would just want to see his whole process at like a first-hand kind of glance, and have him talk through everything with me and critique my builds and all that stuff. I feel like that would be so useful for me. I think that would make me such a better builder if I can get someone of his caliber on this world. Throw out an honorable mention to Mr. Matt Ranger. I think the same exact thing would apply to him. If he came on and critiqued all my builds and told me what I could do differently next time, that would also be super, super beneficial. But again, he's someone who I've like contacted, you know, in the past. So I think that's why he wasn't my first answer, because that's a more realistic possibility for sure than B-dubs. But yeah, man, B-dubs, if you're watching, I know you are, definitely, because you watch my stuff. Come on this world. I have a good amount of iron now, though, after all those questions. We have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, nearly 9 stacks of iron, and also a little bit of emeralds. Not bad. Let's head back home. Back home now, I'm going to start smelting up all of this iron that I just gathered, and then I think I'm going to start the terraforming project for the episode, because this is probably going to take some time. I should probably get, you know, started on this before it's too late into the video. All right, so I went ahead and gathered up just an entire shulker box here of grass and some dirt. Hopefully this is enough. Honestly, it might not be, because it is a really big area. But I should get a decent amount of grass and dirt when I'm just cutting away too, and, you know, just as I'm terraforming. Let's take Ghost on a little bit more of a journey as well. It's kind of far away, just too far to run comfortably, I feel like. And I just don't want to, you know, keep using rockets, so Ghost it is through a little forest. Oh. Hold on. Let me put you back here, Ghost. You shouldn't have to see this. Alright, back to what I was doing. We're gonna have the pathway eventually come through this way. I don't know if I'm gonna change, like, the path block material as I go into this new build site. I don't really know, but the pathway's eventually gonna kind of wind through here. And then I kind of just have to figure out where I want the landscape to kind of start. So I'm gonna park Ghost over here for the time being. And now it's time just to place a whole bunch of dirt. I am kind of thinking that the landscape should probably come up to like here, like where the path is. That means I'm just gonna have to cover up this entire like little field here, but honestly that shouldn't be a huge problem. I just don't want to dip it down and then bring it back up again. I feel like that just won't really look right. So I'll probably just have the path come through this way at this same level. Maybe I'll change the elevation just slightly, just to add some variance. But then once I get over to here, I have to figure out figure out what to do. Man, this is such like a hilly area with a lot of little gaps. This is going to take some brain power, but it's fine. I think I'm just going to do this in like one big time lapse, mostly because I think terraforming time lapses just look really satisfying. So let me cut it away to that, and then I'll be back to kind of explain my thought process. I think this would be a really good time to show a little bit of like a before and after for this area. So this is what the area looked like before I did any terraforming to it today. And this is what it now looks like. I did a lot of work in this area. Dude, this took so much longer than I thought it was going to. But we're here, okay? I think this looks a ton better than it did before. It's going to be far easier to build on this terrain, you know, than the original one. And I think I can make this area actually look really, really sweet over the next couple of episodes. I can just imagine a few, like, huge flower fields in this area, kind of just going up the little hill that we built, and I think it's gonna look really nice. I think that'll help tie together everything. Today, though, I just want to start building some houses and just kind of get, like, the build style down and the color palette and everything like that. I just want to get that all kind of figured out in this video here. And then, you know, the next couple of episodes, we can do a lot more building in this area. I did also add a retaining wall over here. I don't know if I'm going to completely keep this, but I just kind of tidied this section up because before it looked terrible. There was just really bad terrain generation over here. Just decided to push everything back and then just throw a retaining wall on here that I can detail. I feel like having a couple houses up here would actually be a pretty decent idea as well, especially up on this layer up here. Obviously, I'll put like a staircase and everything, but like if I have houses up here, and you can kind of just walk out of the front door and see like a ton of flower fields in this area and like the rest of the village. I think that'd be a really cool like point to view the whole build from. So that's the main idea with this section. That's kind of why I decided to build this. I don't know. We'll work on this probably in a future episode. I think for today, the buildings that I'm going to throw down here, I think they're going to go up over here. There's a pretty big flat area at the top of this. And I think just starting back here will be perfect. I imagine having just a couple houses like kind of touching, like a nice little like row of these like really colorful houses that I have in mind. I don't think I've actually gone over like the specific like build style I'm going to be going for in this area so far. I know I mentioned that I'm going to be making like a bunch of colorful buildings, and that's still the case, but like I was looking up specifically like Italian villages, like really colorful Italian villages, and I found a few photos that I think look really cool. A lot of these buildings are like super close to each other. They're pretty much on top of each other. The elevation here is much more extreme than, you know, what I put down here. Like this is super flat in comparison, but it's fine. I still think we can accomplish the same idea. I should also mention that there's this creator named Gorillo, and I stumbled across his videos while I was like 80% of the way through recording this episode. So I didn't like initially take inspiration from him, to build up this Italian village. But after watching a couple of his shorts and, watching him build up his Italian city, I'm sure I took some of his techniques just without even completely realizing. So I just wanted to give him a shout out here. His Italian city looks fantastic, by the way. I really liked that little short series he had. I would certainly recommend watching all of his shorts on his Italian village. It looks so good. And I've never really built in a style like this before, so this is going to be a new experience for me, but I'm excited to try to tackle this. I think we can do something pretty cool today. Just ran home here for a second. I'm just going to grab a couple temporary blocks. I want to map out the few buildings we're going to make today. It's going to be like one like connected building, but it'll probably be like 3 or 4 individual houses. None of these houses are going to be too big, I don't think. And that's going to be a challenge for me as well. I normally build in a slightly large scale, I would say. Like I don't build in like a massive scale, but I imagine the houses will be like a similar size to this little cabin. And I think this cabin looks nice, so I feel like I could definitely do this. I'm just still a little worried. I'm so used to just building like in my like pretty big fantasy medieval style that anything else is just a bit anxiety inducing. And like I mentioned, the build for today is going to go in this area somewhere. I'm thinking just like against the back of this like little hill here. So let me just throw down a little bit of netherrack just to kind of map out a few of these houses, just to kind of show you what my idea is. So this is like the approximate size that I'm thinking about for these buildings. And they're all touching, as you can see. So like maybe each of these is a pretty small house, but I feel like it does make up a pretty decent sized structure when they're all put together. I'm hoping I can accomplish like my vision here, but what I'm thinking about in my head is going to look really, really cool. With all of these buildings being like a different color for the most part, probably a different roof color as well. I might reuse some roof colors and roof shapes and designs and whatnot like throughout this whole place, but I want to make each building feel pretty unique. They're just all going to be like in the same sort of build style, you know, like I'm probably going to have a lot of like vegetation in this area, a bunch of flowers kind of scattered around each of these builds, probably a bunch of like balconies and overhangs and whatnot, just to add, you know, some more uniqueness to these shapes, because for the most part, these shapes are pretty bland, like mostly just rectangles. This section over here, I guess, is a little bit unique, like it kind of juts out on the right, but you know, like for the most part, these are going to be pretty basic like shapes. I just need to come through like with the texturing and like with the other exterior decoration pieces to really make them pop. I'm thinking of using like a bunch of like different terracottas and whatnot and just other colorful blocks that I can think of. I don't have a great like block palette in my head right now, or else, you know, I would go over it. So what I think I'm going to do is just kind of like look around in my storage room for a little while, decide on a few blocks to go gather, and then I will be back when I have, you know, found a color palette that I am comfortable with. I got a lot of materials. All 6 of these shulker boxes, pretty much entirely filled with building materials. This one has a little bit of food in it, but like for the most part, these all have building blocks, even this chest a little bit. Also, I have like 4 different color palettes in my head that I want to use for these buildings. So one of these buildings I want to make like teal. So I got some of this stripped warp stem. I think that's going to look pretty cool. One of them I want to make yellow. I have a little bit of yellow concrete powder, but also like an entire shulker of concrete powder materials and a little bit of yellow dye right over here. One of these I want to make red, which I think I have. Yeah, I have some red concrete powder, or red terracotta, excuse me, and also some mangrove wood, which is somewhere. Here it is. Not too much of it, but I shouldn't need that much. I think that'll be fine. And then the last color I want to make out of like sandstone. So like these blocks here, smooth sandstone, pretty similar to that building over there, just barely in render distance. But I want to make it like a similar color palette to the walls on the observatory. The roof will be a different color, but we'll get to that. I also have a shulker box of mostly like stone blocks and just like other gray blocks as well. I think I want to have some of these. I don't know if it's going to be all of them, but at least some of them. I want to have like a stone first floor, maybe like a staircase on the outside of the house that goes up to like the colorful second floor. I think that could be kind of cool. Then I also have just like a bunch of roof blocks. Got some deep slate in here. I want to use some of these woods for the roofs on a couple of these, and then also some of these bricks and some granite and stuff like that. So have a whole bunch of stuff over here, and now I kind of have to start putting some blocks down. I think the first thing I'm going to do is just shape out how these buildings are going to look. So I think I'll probably just throw like the main color for each of these, just build up like a nice big box for each of these houses at the height that I want, just using like one block, and then we can kind of come back through and texture with everything else that I gathered. And this is going to take a good amount of like trial and error for me to get the shapes that I want, so let me just go ahead and try to figure that all out on my own, and then I'll be right back once we have just something down here, and then I can kind of talk about my thought process afterwards. Here's a look at stage 1 of these buildings, right? Completely undecorated. They're just boxes. But all I was trying to do here, right, was just accomplish the shape. I just wanted to get like the right heights for all these buildings, and I think they look okay. Also got to keep in mind that, you know, the roofs are going to make these get a little bit taller, but, you know, I just wanted to get the wall height down first. There's also a little bit of like height variation within a couple of these, like the sandstone one and this teal one over here. There's a small section off to the right of each of those where the roof is going to kind of swoop down a little bit more. I think it should add a little bit more character, you know, to this block of buildings. At this point, though, I just want to fully work on one of these, and I'm going to start from left to right, so we're going to start with this teal one. And the first thing that I'm going to do is just get the texturing down for these walls. So I'm just going to start with the front over here. I'm actually going to work in a little bit of moss up top. I think that'll help blend this in a little bit better as well. With this moss, then, of course, we can do like the normal texturing that I would typically do when it came to like stone blocks with moss, just everything touching the moss. I'm gonna have some mossy cobblestone, and then everything touching the mossy cobblestone. I think I'm probably just gonna use a regular cobblestone. Yeah, something like that. And of course, we're gonna have to do it on this side as well. And then we have a nice little moss section. I might even break in some walls into this too to make it look a little bit more, you know, run down, but that'll be like the final touches. Now to blend this into the teal blocks, I think I'm going to take this moss and then use some of this copper, the waxed weathered cut copper. From there, we're just going to go into some regular cut copper and then probably into the stripped warp stem just from there. Then I just kind of match this on this left side as well. Looks a little bit too symmetrical, I think, even though it isn't. I'll probably have to tweak this left side a little bit, but this is the main idea, right? I think that looks pretty cool. I'm taking an even further step back. I think like the further you go back, the better this is gonna look. Yeah, I think that looks solid, actually. Might be a lot going on because it is pretty small, but I feel like this works. Yeah, just added a little bit more texture variety as well, just a small patch of the stripped warp stem, and then just another little moss section over there on the top right. I think that's looking pretty cool. And then just a little bit more on this side wall just to wrap that around. And then, you know, that small section right there in the corner. And I feel like this wall is mostly good. I mean, I still have to get to the back probably, but let me just focus on like the front facing section. And then I'll, you know, move on to the back here. But I think this is a pretty cool start. I like the texturing now on, you know, the teal section. Let's continue working on the stone. So along with the moss, I also have just some other stone texturing blocks. Like we have some andesite. I want to work some of this in near the top just to have a little bit of a highlight in here. And then towards the bottom, I'm going to work in a tiny bit of tough. Not too much. Yeah, just something like that. Something pretty light there on that right corner just to darken up a little spot. Okay, cool. Cool. I think this is kind of where I want it to be in terms of the texturing. The next thing I'm going to do here is work on the roof. And I think I'm going to use jungle. This is a type of wood that I normally don't use. But let me see what I can do here. I've been struggling with this roof for longer than I would care to admit. Also, a wandering trader spawned. What's up, man? Pale hanging moss. I don't think I need any of that, do I? I'll buy some just in case. I'm pretty sure I grabbed some, but I might as well. I got 12, sure. This could even look cool, like draping down from the roof. Maybe I'll actually use this. I don't know. Anyway, okay, let me talk about this roof, dude. It's been a struggle. It's been a struggle. So I wanted to make this roof not peak up that much. I'm trying to keep it pretty flat, and that's been difficult for me. Like, I usually have my roofs peak up a lot, as I'm sure you guys are all aware of. So that was just giving me a bit of trouble just off rip. But I came up with this design, and I think I like it. Like, it doesn't peak up too high. It's very interesting. It's definitely very different from what I'm used to, but I feel like it doesn't look that bad. Like, from up here, it looks pretty decent, you know? Like, that angle looks solid, I think. So I think I'm going to stick with this. It just looks weird. There's like some upside down stairs here, but I don't know. It gives it a cool shape. I do kind of like it. This could definitely be something that I change as I continue going, but I like it enough for now, just to keep for the time being. Admittedly, I'm having kind of a hard time commentating this section of the video, but we roll. I just made so many jungle signs. I did not want to make 87 jungle signs. I guess let's start using them. I want to wrap this building, at least this level right here, in these signs to kind of break up the stone into the warped blocks. I just got to figure out if I want to do it on that layer or the above layer. I think it's going to go on the above layer. And then, of course, sections like this where I can't put like a sign here and here, I'm going to have to do something else. I'll probably just throw like some leaves or something just as some decoration there. But let me put this all the way around. And let me take a nap first, because I'm not trying to blow up. But now that that's kind of all wrapped, I think it definitely sections it off a lot better. And then to break it up even more, I'm going to put, I think, like a little balcony in the front here. And this is going to be an incredibly small balcony. But it'll be fine. It'll accomplish what I need it to. And all that is just like giving the front of the building a little bit more, just like shape to it. So just something like this on the front, where it'll have like obviously a way to get out here. But this is all it's going to be. Very, very small. And I'll make some kind of just very small covering. It might even just be like a couple slabs like this. And then I could even put, I don't have any on me, but I could put a fence on either side of that to make it look like it's a little bit supported. Yeah, just something like that. That looks pretty good, actually. I think that's more interesting than a window. I will throw an actual window down here at the bottom, and I think I'm going to use mainly fence windows in this entire area. I think that'll just look cooler than glass. Then I think we're going to use a little bit of warped trapdoor action, and then put 2 signs on the back of it to kind of look like some window shutters. That looks pretty cool. Of course, I'll come back through here with like a lot of foliage and stuff. That'll really bring this thing to life, but the shape of this is looking pretty good. Now I want to start working on the entrance, and I don't know if I want it to be like a staircase that goes up to this level and then the entrance is actually up there, or if I just want to enter on the stone level. I do kind of like the idea of having a staircase. So let me figure out how this is going to work, because I think this could actually look really cool. I think this actually looks okay. It's a little bit weird, but I like it. I think it, again, just makes the house look a bit more unique. I think this first house is actually coming along pretty well. It could definitely use, like, you know, some more external details, like some leaves and some flowers and whatnot, but we'll certainly get to that. Just for, like, the base level of decoration, I think it's pretty good. I like the shape of everything. I like that we have a balcony right here. I don't normally make many balconies, so I think this is actually going to be a cool addition, especially once we start building up the rest of this area. Being able to walk out the front of the house, like from that second floor, is going to be awesome. But yeah, now I have this little staircase going up to the top. This is going to be the entrance to the house. There's no floor or anything on the inside, but we'll work on that at some point. And we also have a little jungle wood, like, railing kind of going all the way around. I do have this section down here now. Like, I could even put another door down here, but I don't know. Could just end up being nothing, or just, you know, a way to get to the basement. I'm really comfortable with where this house is at the moment, and I think I'm comfortable enough with this build style to just kind of replicate this throughout these last 3. So let me get working on that, and then once I'm back, I can throw on the final details and, you know, of course, build the tree for the episode. Alright, let's take a quick look at what this looks like just as you turn the corner here. Oh yeah, dude, that looks great. That's exactly what I was going for. I love how it's like mostly hidden until you really walk around the corner and then it kind of just, you know, appears. Really, really happy with these couple of houses here. These houses are still not completely done yet. I mean, this one doesn't even have a door or a door up there, so that needs to be done. But in general, I just want to add some more just exterior decoration to these buildings. I want to add some like leaves and some other pieces of decoration, especially like underneath these overhangs. I'm kind of imagining these are just like little shop fronts or something like that. Figured I could probably put some like storage back here. That'll look pretty cool, I think. And then just on this one, just same kind of thing. Maybe have some like tables, a little bit of storage, just selling something out of their house. I don't know. Not sure what the lore is just yet, but you know, maybe we'll figure that out one day. And then also, obviously, I need to build the tree for the episode, and I would like to put in just some kind of pathway that kind of connects these all up. I think I'm just gonna focus on the pathway for this area only today. I don't think I'm going to connect it up to this pathway over there. In one of the next episodes, honestly, most likely next time, I'm going to go through and like map out this whole area with some temporary blocks and figure out where the pathways are going to go for sure. So I don't really want to mess with that one just yet. I do know there's going to be a pathway, obviously, that kind of like wraps around this way. To begin here, I'm just going to carve out a pathway, and unfortunately all of these dirt blocks are just going to fall down, but it's fine. It's going to make like a 3-wide pathway pretty much everywhere. I'll probably just end it like right here. Yeah, that's fine. That should be good enough for now. I'm going to come through with these bricks and granite for now, though. I think this is going to be like the main path block for the area. You probably also noticed in my inventory, I have a whole bunch of coarse dirt and, you know, some like mud bricks, some packed mud, some brown mushroom blocks. I want to work those in as well, but I think I'm going to incorporate those the closer we get to the buildings. Whereas the main pathway that people are going to normally walk on, it's going to be these blocks here. I could also even work in the occasional piece of undyed terracotta. That looks really good in this block palette too. Yeah, something like that, just every so often. So let me just work on filling this in, and then I'll be back to show you what I'll do with the coarse dirt and the mud bricks and packed mud. All right, so we have this now all completely filled in. Let me just kind of pop into free cam, see what that looks like. That looks pretty good. I think that's a decent shape. It's a good enough like width as well to kind of walk through this comfortably. I can always tweak this a little bit here and there if I need to, but that should be good for now. Now, next up, I just want to take away pretty much all of this grass next to it that leads all the way up to the houses. So again, I'm gonna have to go collect all this, but it's fine. All right, now that there's a pretty big gap here between the new pathway and the houses, let's start working in these mud blocks and also the brown mushrooms. So the idea is to go from this color palette all the way to the coarse dirt, which shouldn't take many blocks. These blocks are already pretty similar, the granite and the coarse dirt, but I just want to work in a little bit of this lighter brown to make the transition a little bit nicer on the eyes. This isn't going to be like a super strict gradient either. I'm probably going to mess around with like the block orientation because these blocks are all pretty similar. But the idea, you know, just going from the granite, we'll have a little bit of packed mud, then probably some of this mushroom block, and then the mud brick slabs. And then we're going to end off with the coarse dirt over here as, you know, as close to the house as we can get. And then it'll look something kind of like this going all the way around. I think it's going to look really cool. And especially underneath these little overhangs, I like the coarse dirt look underneath like trading stalls. So I think this is going to transition the pathway into the environment super, super nicely. So let me work on filling all of this in, and then I'll be right back. Now, popping into free cam here just for another second again. And now it looks like this. I think it looks really solid. I like the way these blocks work together. I think they transition well into one another, so, you know, I'm pretty happy with this right now. And walking down here at ground level, it doesn't look too jarring. There's a lot of blocks going on here, but honestly, I think it looks cool. I think this is going to be just, you know, the entire pathway that I make today, at least. At least we have like the design down, so I can pretty easily extend this anywhere that I need to whenever we make new buildings in this area. But now let's shift focus. I want to just start working on the extra details here for the exteriors. And I am absolutely horrible at commentating myself doing exteriors. So honestly, it's probably in everyone's best interest for me to just cut away until I'm at a point that I'm happy with, and I'll come back later and just kind of discuss what I did. I'm doing that quite a bit here in this episode, but honestly, I think it helps the flow of the video a little bit better if I just was trying to figure out what I wanted to do for the next like 20 minutes. It would probably drag on. So let me cut away real quick, and then I'll be back with probably a fully decorated exterior for all of these houses. I think the exterior of these buildings is now 100% done. Actually, okay, I should say 99.999% done. The reasoning for that is I need one stair to put above the door over here, and then we're done. I just don't want to go all the way back to my base to get one like bamboo stair or birch stair or whatever. So I'll do that in a little bit. But, you know, the exterior here, I think it looks really, really good. I'm very happy with where it's at. It's very green. I used a lot of foliage, a lot of different pieces of vegetation, a few different kinds of leaves. I even kind of worked in some of the pink leaves. Don't know if those work too well. They do stand out quite a bit, but I don't know. I'm going to keep it. I think it's pretty cool. Just a couple other flowers kind of peeking through. We have a couple pieces of grass now kind of on the pathway in front of the houses. And I think it's looking real nice. And of course, a few lanterns to kind of light up everything. So now, with this completely done, let's go ahead and work on the tree for the episode. But as I was looking up like different Italian, you know, style houses and whatnot, I keep seeing these trees. They're very tall, they're very slim, and they're everywhere. I see them all over the place. So I'm gonna try to work a couple of these into this area. I don't know if it's gonna look great in Minecraft, but I'm gonna try. They look really simple to build. Honestly, it's literally just, like, it looks like the trunk is just straight up, and then just leaves surrounding it. They get a little bit thinner on the top, and then a little bit thinner on the bottom, and then they fatten up in the middle. I'm going to put one of these trees over here. At least one. Maybe two. I don't know. But let's start with this one, and let's see what kind of design I can come up with to at least make this look decent. So I'm just going to start with a whole bunch of these mud brick walls. I don't want them to be, like, huge. They do kind of tower over the houses, though, huh? I have a reference image pulled up on my second monitor. So let's kind of go that high, and then just, like, 4 of those. Pop into free cam for a moment. It's a bit taller than the houses. This should work out pretty well. Also, a really cool feature of free cam, which I'm going to use for this tree here, is if you hit the free cam button, again, once you're already in free cam, so if you just hit F4, which is mine, and then a number, you can lock that camera to that number. So now if I hit F4 and 3 again, it'll take me right back here. And that'll stay there for a little while. Actually, don't know how long. Probably until I override it again, or until I, like, quit or something. Really wish I brought some scaffolding. I wish I would stop forgetting that. But all the way at the top of the tree here, I'm going to work in some moss. I might switch out some of these for regular leaf blocks, but I want the moss on the top because I think it'll look really cool with the tall grass being, like, the actual top of the tree. So I'm gonna work that in here. And then now we can kind of just start going down the tree, I guess. And I'm worried this is gonna look like too bulky in the game. But let me see what I can kind of do here, I guess. I do have these azalea leaves. I'm gonna use that for everything that the moss is touching. And then I'll eventually bleed it into just some oak leaves. And then as I'm going down, I'm trying to get just a little bit wider here, but I'm gonna have to kind of wrangle this back in the closer we get to the bottom to match the reference images that I'm looking at here. All right, does this look just completely awful? I guess it's not like the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's really not great. Kind of looks like a cactus. I don't know if I'm going to be able to accomplish these trees exactly how they look. I might have to modify this just to look better in the game. And I think that's going to start with, like, stopping the leaves at a certain point. Like, I think that already looks better. I'm not a good enough tree builder to, to make the trees I really want to go for, but I still think I'll be able to come up with something that at least resembles these. And I'm definitely going to start by, like, airing this out a little bit more. There's too many leaves near the bottom. Yeah, so I think this looks way better now. I think this is definitely just more Minecraft friendly. There probably is a way to get the design that I was looking at before. Like, I'm sure a more experienced tree builder could probably do it justice. I just can't. I still think this looks pretty solid, though. I'm happy with this. Still think it fits the area pretty decently. It's quite similar to the birch trees that I've been building, you know, back by my starter area, but just, you know, with a different color palette. Add a little bit more base to the tree, and I think this thing's done. Gonna go ahead and throw a sign all the way here at the bottom. Episode 17. And let's throw a lantern, because why not? Yeah, that looks pretty good. It's kind of rough with all the oak leaves in the background. Like, it's rough to kind of make this one out. But I like it. I've been flying around it for a little while now, and I think it looks good in this area. I think making a couple more of these will fit pretty nicely here. But that'll be a project for another time. I think I'm just gonna call it with that one tree for now. I did a lot of work in this episode. I'm really happy with all the progress, and you know, I'm very excited to continue building in this new area in the new build style. And let me throw in some shaders just to show off the new builds as I close out the video. Thank you all so much for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Rest in peace to my man Bleakman. He was a real one. Gonna put him in this barrel over here. If you guys aren't watching Etat's Joy of Building series, you probably don't get the reference, but he had an Enderman on that world named Bleakman, and it died very tragically, so wanted to pay my respects over here on my world. But anyway, welcome back into some more of my survival world. Hope everyone's having a great day. Last time, did a lot of work in this area. We started a brand new project. So we kind of moved away from the starter base for a little while into this flower forest. I terraformed a lot of this area. Like, this was all very, very mountainous, very hilly. And we also built up these 4 houses over here in this, like, Italian kind of village style. And I think it came along really, really nicely. Got a lot of really positive comments about this build, so I very much appreciate it. I mean, it's a completely different build style than what I'm used to. So I'm really happy that it was well received. You guys are also just the greatest. You guys super, super positive in the comments. I honestly always appreciate it. But yeah, really happy with how these builds turned out. I'm excited to continue building in this style. We're probably going to continue that here today. I want to do a lot of planning in this area today, and then of course we're going to get to some actual building. But I do want to really just plan out the pathway completely. I'm going to pop in a free cam here for a second, but you can see, like, I did extend the pathway up to here, and then I kind of just stopped it, and then I put another pathway up in this area. This is going to be like the main path block of this whole new area. It's going to be like the granite, the bricks, a little bit of undyed terracotta as well. So it's not going to be this color. I got to fix this, and also got to figure out exactly where this pathway is going to go. That's kind of like going to be the main goal for this episode, is to plan out this whole area. So I'll map out the pathway, I'll map out a whole bunch of buildings, and I also want some flower fields in this area as well to really bring it to life. So we can kind of map all that out today, and then actually go through and build a couple things too, of course. Before I get started on that though, I want to do a little bit of adventuring, but in the Nether. A really bad place to be, but I want to go to a Bastion. I haven't looted a Bastion in a really long time. I typically avoid Bastions. Like, before this world, I mainly played hardcore, so really wouldn't go in many. Very easy to die in a Bastion, even if you are all, like, kitted out. But, you know, this is a survival world. There's no threat of dying, really. I mean, it would still suck, but, like, not going to lose the world at least, so give me a little bit more carefree exploring in the Nether. So that's kind of what I want to just start this video doing. See what we can find. Hopefully we can find some pig step. That's my favorite music disc. And if we can find a little bit of netherite or like the netherite upgrade, that would be awesome as well. Maybe some armor trims too. And then after I explore the Nether, after I loot a couple bastions or whatever I'm going to do, then I'll get to the YouTube members. I don't want to start with them too soon because honestly, I just very recently finished recording the last episode and like I just posted the last episode. So kind of want to give the YouTube members a couple more days for more people to join. And then I will, I'll get to naming them. So let me gear up for a little Nether trip and I'll meet you guys on the other side of that portal. I think I'm all geared up. Should be good to hopefully survive a couple bastions here. I do have pretty good armor and whatnot. Like, I have full diamond, like, Prot 4 armor for the most part, so I think we'll be okay. I mean, those brutes still hit very, very hard. So, honestly, still a good chance that I die. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure you all realize this by now, but I'm not great at this game. But these elytra are gonna make traveling in the Nether way, way easier, so that's amazing. I don't think I've been in the Nether yet since I've gotten the pair. I'm also not wearing any gold, so I do have to be a little bit careful. But I don't want to, like, deplete my armor at all, so that's why I didn't want to wear any gold. I'm pretty sure this whole Nether opens up at some point into, like, a pretty big lava ocean, right? And this is exactly what I'm talking about. The Nether kind of completely opens over in this direction. So, let's see if we can find ourselves a little bastion to go loot. I should also point out that I have no idea how to loot a bastion efficiently. So I'm just going to be running around kind of like an idiot. But we'll get through it. Yeah, I totally meant to do that. Cool. We're going to start off here with the wither skeleton skull, okay? You ready? Okay, there's actually a lot of wither skeletons here. We got one! Let's go! I don't really want a beacon anytime soon, but it's always nice to get one of those. Hello, Bastion. Can you spawn? I found about 15 nether fortresses, but no bastions. Oh wait, that's really sad. Hold on. What? Let your child in the lava, man. Look how cold he is. Wow. That's messed up. Okay, that's a bastion right there. It's very tucked away, but we found one. I'm still gonna loot this pretty carefully. That's just who I am. I hate looting bastions. They terrify me, dude. It's so easy to die. Hey, I got one of the smithing templates. That's cool. Oh, I got the smithing template. Okay, that's huge. That's one thing that I definitely came here for. Let me put that in my ender chest before I forget, because just in case I die, it would be nice just to at least keep that. Put all the netherite scraps away. If we get one more netherite scrap or piece of ancient debris, I can actually make something into netherite. All right, so let's keep going. Let me see if I can find just any other piece of ancient debris or anything like that, and then also pig step. And then, honestly, I'd be super satisfied if I could just find both of those. Okay, so there's definitely more piglins in this side. But I think I got pretty much all of them out of here. And I also think I've gotten pretty much all of the chests out of here as well. Now, how do you loot this effectively? This is where I came in from, for sure. And I don't really just want to go down the stairs, man. That's always terrifying. Oh, I've accidentally found the gold that's in the wall. Oh, and a lot of piglins. Really wasn't trying to find this. I'm kind of just digging around in here. But that's cool. Oh, there's more over here, too. Oh, wow, there's a lot. Cool. Man, I feel like a speedrunner, even though I'm doing this in the worst way possible, but this is what they do. But the thing is, they just know it's all here. I had no idea. Okay, I think I've looted pretty much all of this first bastion here. And I still don't have pig steps, so I'm gonna keep going. Hopefully I don't really need to go too deep into another bastion. Like, if I can just kind of like peek through and just grab a couple chests and just get a little lucky, that would be huge. So let's keep flying around. See if I can just find one more here. That's another bastion. Okay, actually really close by. Sick. Let's start from the top, and hopefully I can kind of just waltz my way in, take a couple chests, and then get out of there. I see a chest down there. Gonna make a quick break for it. There's one right below me. Okay, what are the chances I can just pop into that chest, grab everything, and then dip? There's also one over there with a brute after it. Okay, looted the first chest. Nothing of note in there. I think there's a chest right there, and I think there's some up there, too. Let me see if I can start up top. I know there's a brute up here, though. That's the only thing. I just have to take him out. Ah, there you are. Another netherite scrap. That's big. That's part of what I wanted. I just need pig step now, though. Just give me pig step. That is the last thing that I really want right now. But 5 pieces of netherite is really, really good. I can make one of my pickaxes then into a netherite one, which is massive. Okay, there's still one more chest in here that I want to loot. But I kind of have to scout it out first. It's right there. Oh, there's 2 chests over there. Okay. See if I can pick any of these guys off for right now. Though these main piglins don't really do anything. Oh, I looked at that guy. Hello. Okay, I think I could comfortably land here. No, well, kind of broke my ankle a little bit, but I still comfortably landed. And now I just kind of have to make my way over to that chest. Which I think I can do pretty safely, actually. Another piece of ancient debris. Got my eyes on one more chest that I would like to loot. Another netherite upgrade and another piece of ancient debris. Still no pig step, though. Let me see if I can scout out another easy-to-hit chest. And if I can't find one, maybe we leave it. Okay, there's some gold over there. So this probably goes down to some more chests, right? I feel like this kind of has to. I did kill a handful of piglins and stuff, though. So I feel like there's a good chance I got most of them. Another brute, though. Let's get rid of this guy. If I can. I cannot. Oh, there's another chest down there. I see it. No, still no pig step, man. We'll get there. We'll get there one day. I actually don't think I've gotten that chest over there yet. And still nothing. Alright, well, I feel like I've looted pretty much all of these chests in here. So I feel like with that, I should probably call it for right now. I mean, this has been very successful. I got a bunch of ancient debris stuff. Actually, did I loot this chest? I did not. But not what I needed. So I'm just gonna head home. We still did not get pig step, but that's fine. I just flew right into that. That completely blended in with the background for me. Wow. Sorry, man. I gave myself a concussion out of nowhere. But yeah, I mean, that was still successful. Let me put everything I got into one shulker box so it's better to look at. This is everything I got right here. We got 2 netherite upgrades. We have 7 pieces of netherite scrap, which is certainly not bad after I smelt these down, of course. I just need 1 more, and then I can make 2 things into netherite. So, you know what? Not a bad haul, everything considered. But this will not be the end of the Bastions. I will be back for my pig step disc. I'll get it one day. I completely forgot that I already found 1 piece of ancient debris just randomly in the nether. So that's kind of perfect. So of course, let's go take this 8 netherite scrap, mix it with some gold, and we'll get our first netherite ingots on this world. There we go, man. 2 netherite ingots. Man. Look at them. Look at them go. Look how cool they are. I still have to get this netherite block at some point. That'll be in a future episode. My new netherite pickaxe that I'm about to get will definitely help me find those pieces of ancient debris, so that'll be in the future. Don't worry about it. Let me also duplicate this netherite upgrade a couple more times. I have 8 now. That should be enough for a little while. That does use so many diamonds, but it's alright. And now let's officially make 2 of my tools netherite. Netherite pickaxe. Netherite axe. Feels so good to have these, honestly. Slowly but surely here, man. We're working towards full set of netherite tools and armor and whatnot. At this point, though, it's been a few days since my last episode, so let's go name a couple new YouTube members. I got 3 new YouTube members to add to the membership hall. We got Sarah, we have Just31, and also Go Culp. I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. There's some accents over some of the letters too, so it's probably not pronounced like that, but you're here. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. But now with all the new members added, let me go grab some temporary blocks, and I can start planning out this entire area over here. I got 3 different blocks here. I have some undyed terracotta to signify the pathways. I have some stone blocks that are going to signify the buildings, and then this yellow terracotta to signify where the flower fields are going to go. Let me get placing these blocks down, and then I'll be right back to kind of explain my thought process and why I put stuff where I did. It looks like a mess down here. I know. But let me pop into free cam so I can explain this a little bit better. So this is what I mapped out for right now. This isn't completely final. This isn't going to be everything that we add to this area. I think that's how I phrased it before I started the prep, but kind of as I was going, I realized that I want to give myself you know, room in the future to add things, to take things away, all that fun stuff. So I kind of just wanted to map out a couple builds for right now, and then we can come back later and kind of finish this off at another time. I don't want any build in this world to be too mapped out or too prepared, so I think this is a pretty good, you know, point to stop for right now. But I did map out the pathway, as you can see, with all this undyed terracotta going all the way around. I think it sections off the land really nicely, and it's going to add a really nice, like, natural border to a couple flower fields. I only have 2 kind of planned out for right now. That might change as well, but I want to start with at least those 2 just to kind of see what they look like. And then these stone structures. These are going to be a couple more, like, groups of houses, just like this one over here. And there's definitely going to be more. This is not going to be the end of that. That's kind of what I was referencing earlier when I mentioned that, like, I want to leave room to add stuff in the future. I think most of the additions are going to be more buildings because I don't think this is going to be enough just off rip. This one here in the front is actually pretty unique, I think. I'm excited to build this one because the pathway goes through this, as you can see. So I kind of want to put, like, a nice, like, overhang, like, bridge type thing that you can kind of walk underneath. I think that would look really cool. I may end up needing to widen this gap a little bit here because it is only 3 blocks wide as of right now. Don't know if that's going to be big enough to kind of get what I'm going for, but we'll kind of see once I actually start throwing down some blocks here, which is exactly what I want to start preparing to do right now. So we have a nice layout of what I can get started with today. Unsure at the moment how much of this I'm actually going to build up, but regardless of how much I build, I still need materials. Oh, I forgot Ghost. How could I have done that? And I think as I'm gathering up the materials here, I'm going to go ahead and do another little Q&A segment in this video. So let me answer just a handful more questions that I got in my comments. First question, we got Brody. How do you stay motivated and not get burnt out when playing for long periods of time? The main thing that keeps me motivated to continue working on this world and just continue playing Minecraft in general is the fact that I upload videos for this series that people genuinely enjoy. Like, if I wasn't making videos on this world, I probably would not play it nearly as often. K Drizzy asks me what my favorite topping on ice cream is. And I'm going to be very basic. Probably just going to say, like, chocolate sprinkles. That's probably my go-to whenever I get any kind of ice cream. But, dude, like, coffee ice cream with chocolate sprinkles, my go-to. I'll get that every time if it's offered. Austin Williams 5820 asks me, would you ever consider uploading videos of you playing different games? Love the series, by the way. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. But would I ever play different games? Like, yeah, for sure. I just kind of only have time at the moment to upload Minecraft and to make this kind of content. I think if I ever ended up doing this full time, if that ever happened, then I would probably upload more videos to my other channel, the one that I made Madden on mainly. I think I'm going to keep this for the most part pretty much only Minecraft. I guess I can't say that like definitively because I don't know what can change in the future, but my plans for now are to keep this channel just only Minecraft, and then my other channel, just I'm Shrammy, I want to make that more variety games. I have no plans at the moment to actually start uploading to that channel again though. That's something that will come down the line if I end up making this my full-time job. So we'll see, maybe one day. Now time to head off and, oh, hold on. I was actually just about to fly off to the mangrove swamp, but I found one of these. Well, that's cool. I'm just going to jot this down in my book, and then maybe I can come back to it. I don't really want to loot this right now, but I'll be back. Cool. All right. Kind of glad I found that. I don't think I've actually found one of those in this world so far yet. Things are fairly rare, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, I'm going to fly off to the mangrove swamp, which is in this direction, a couple thousand blocks. Probably just go ahead and collect up like an entire shulker of mud, just so I don't have to come back so soon. But let's continue answering some questions. We got LKK Gaming. They ask, I would like to make videos, and I struggle to talk the entire time. Any tips? Just going to talk about making Minecraft content, just because that's what, you know, I have the most knowledge on, and I have the most experience doing. But you don't really need to be talking 24/7 in these videos. Like, it's good to kind of, like, relax, let the music play, have a little time-lapse going on, or just have, like, a little mining montage or building montage or something. Like, you don't really need to be talking the entire time. I think if you do talk too much, sometimes it can get a little bit annoying almost. But if you're just having trouble like starting to talk, I kind of just would recommend just kind of talking about just what you're doing, like what's happening in the game. I mean, there's a lot of times where, especially if I'm like mining or building or just doing something a little bit more monotonous in this game, I just won't talk at all. And then when I'm editing, I just have to cut out that whole section. But if you just kind of like comment about what you're doing and comment about the game, like what's going on, it should kind of start coming a little bit more naturally. I'm sure in the beginning, you'll probably be a little bit rough if you don't have any experience making videos before, but the more you make, the more natural you'll sound on your videos. This is really cool up here. Wow. This is like perfectly surrounded by these mountains. This looks really cool. This is exactly why I have this book. Cool mountain thing. I'll remember what that is for sure. One Elgin 8 Soldat 7 asks me, does your fiance play Minecraft? If so, do y'all have a series / world together? She kind of plays. Not really. Like, she hasn't probably played in a really long time, but she's played Minecraft before. She likes to like strip mine and go caving and stuff like that, so she definitely plays. I could probably have her on for a little while at some point, but we don't have any like collective world or any series or anything like that going on at the moment, but maybe she can be featured again in one of these next couple of episodes. There's a pale garden on the way to the mangrove swamp. I went out of my way to find the old one, and there's one just right here. I guess though, let me know in the comments if you'd like to see her make a return and maybe mine in one of my videos. I'm sure she'd love that. The last questions I'm going to answer are all by the same person. GamerPeck8517. They asked me 3 questions. The first one, are there any mods or mod packs that you enjoy playing? Honestly, no. I don't play any modded Minecraft. All the mods I use are pretty much client side and just like aesthetic mods. They don't really change the gameplay at all. I just like vanilla Minecraft. I don't really think it needs to have any different mods going on to actually change like the core gameplay. So no, I've never honestly played any mod packs or anything like that. Second question they want to know is, what's your favorite thing to do in Minecraft other than building? I would probably say, ooh, I do like mining. I think mining's really fun in caves, like especially since some of the more recent updates where they made the caves like massive. I think mining in those caves are super fun. And also I do quite like going end city raiding. Dealing with shulkers is really annoying, but I just like all the cool loot and stuff you can find in end cities. I think they're pretty fun to actually explore. And then their last question is, what's one thing you like to do to make the monotonous stuff less boring? By far my favorite thing to do while doing like the monotonous stuff in this game is just watch videos. Just have a video playing on my second monitor. Usually that's when I watch like B-Dubs' videos or a lot of ETAT's videos I'll throw on the side monitor whenever I'm playing. So just like to watch YouTube. I think it helps me honestly build a little bit better as well, especially if I'm watching these super talented creators. And if I'm doing something monotonous, like you said, it just makes the time go by a lot faster. And I end up doing a lot more work this way. Thank you guys so much though for all of the questions. I didn't actually end up really gathering any materials while answering these. That was kind of my plan, but I just spent the whole time just flying. Oh well. I'm going to continue gathering up some more materials though. And then I'll probably just meet you guys back home. And I'll kind of go over the different block palettes that I'm going to use. I actually can't believe that I remembered scaffolding the first time. Scaffolding's usually something that I grab like midway through my building process. I always forget to bring it right away, but look at me go, man. 2 stacks and 12 scaffolding. Things are changing around here. I have a lot of materials now, though. Most of these shulker boxes are completely full. Whole bunch of just like random stuff. I'm using my food shulker box again because I only have 6. But yeah, a lot of stuff in here. A lot of stuff. So I'm thinking we're going to change up the color of all of these buildings once again, very similarly to what we did over here. So one of the buildings, I think I'm going to make it green. I actually have to go grab some moss. I kind of forgot about that. But one of them I want to make green. One of them I want to make out of these white blocks, like the pale oak planks, maybe some white concrete powder, some calcite potentially. Also some of this white terracotta mushroom stem and some of the cherry planks I think could actually work pretty well together. Just in, you know, some small patches. We're going to have an orange building, as you can tell from this shulker box up here. And then the final one is going to be, where's my mud? It's going to be out of mud. A lot of packed muds, probably the packed mud bricks. We're going to get some brown mushrooms in there, probably some wood types as well. To kind of tie everything together and to add a couple more shadows and highlights and whatnot. So those are the 4, you know, building colors we're going to go with for this section right here. And I think it's going to look really, really cool. And as I'm just going back to get a little bit of moss, let me talk about this one comment that I received last episode. This comment is by IceMain101. It's a very long comment, so just to kind of summarize, they're talking about how they want to see my entire build process from like start to finish. Last episode, I was cutting away a little bit as I was going through my process, like putting on the extra details and whatnot. And I'll kind of just like pop in and out with like updates. So for one of these buildings here in this like little group of 4 that I'm going to be making, one of them, I'm just going to build it entirely on camera to the best of my ability. I'm not very good at talking as I build. I'm not great at talking through my thought process. I'm usually better at doing it after the fact. But I want to see what I can do here with one of these buildings. Let's see if I can just get it completely done on camera and hopefully you guys can take something away from my thought process here. Just some kind of tip to help with, you know, your builds. Now, once we get back to the build site, I'll pick one of the 4 buildings and we'll just start going. All right. Thank you very much, Ghost. I appreciate the transportation. But let's go ahead and just pick one of these 4. So I'm thinking we have one over here, right? One right there. The one that kind of goes above the pathway. I think this is going to be one connected building. And then maybe just one on the right. Maybe this one on the right can be a little bit bigger because I want it to be kind of balanced on either side, but I don't want it to be like perfectly symmetrical, you know? I'm going to start over here on this left side. So let's begin with this building over here. And I think I'm going to make this one green for the most part. But before I get into any of the green blocks here, I'm going to work on this like foundation. And I think I'm going to make it out of a lot of stone because I can bleed the stone into the green pretty easily with just different patches of moss and whatnot. And I think that's just going to look really, really nice just as the 2 sections of the building. I'm going to start here by just extending out the rectangle that we were working with. So before it came to right there, just wanted to bump it out a couple more blocks just to give myself a little bit more room to actually work here. Also, one of the biggest tips I can give is just try to work with odd numbers if you can. It just makes building a lot easier in my opinion. So because of that, I'm going to shorten this by a block. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks in the middle. For now then, I'm just going to throw on a couple layers of stone. This is going to get textured, but I like just having one like flat wall first. Texturing at that point is just so much easier than if you try to texture as you go. And I think going up about 5 blocks from the lowest point will look pretty good. So let's just do that all the way up to here. And then at this point, I want to change the block palette to the green blocks. So I'm just going to throw on a couple layers of moss. And again, this will be textured, but just to kind of keep my head clear, I'm just going to use all moss for now. Now, one thing that I abuse all the time while building, I'm not even going to lie, is free cam. Free cam is one of the best mods for building, for sure, especially survival building. Typically, if I want to kind of gauge the height of something, I'll just kind of peel back here with free cam and kind of see if I like it. If I want to add a block, take a block away. I think these are the same heights, the stone and the moss. So I'm going to put one more layer of moss just to make it a little bit more unique. Symmetry can look really nice in this game. And I have a lot of builds that are pretty symmetrical, but I think asymmetry could also look like equally as nice. So having things that are just slightly not symmetrical kind of works out in your favor, I think more often than not. So I like this a little bit more. I think that's a good size. Also have to remember that the roof is going to, you know, come up a little bit there. Probably going to use a very similar roof shape to what we have, you know, working over here. And now once I get like the shape of the build at least kind of figured out and the size of it and everything, this is when I'll actually come through and start texturing a little bit more. So I do want to work a little bit of this moss just kind of down the side of the building, kind of help with that blending a little bit more. The way I'm going to blend this in together is we're going to go from the moss into the mossy cobblestone. Going to bring that down a little bit more as well. Then from the mossy cobblestone, going to go with the mossy stone bricks. Then we're going to have regular stone bricks, and then we're going to end up then at the stone at the bottom, and it's gonna look something like that. We go ahead and do that all the way around the front face here of the building, just so you can kind of get the idea. And then it'll look like this. I think that looks pretty good. Blends those blocks together pretty well. Probably also throw some like leaves on this as some of the final touches to really add to the foliage too. But we'll get to that later. Next up though, I want to texture up the rest of this moss. I don't want to just leave it like that. So let's grab some of the green blocks back. And this is going to be a little bit of trial and error because I have a few different types of green blocks I want to try to use. So I'm just going to cut away the top corner of the build here. We're going to get a tad bit lighter with this concrete powder. And then I'm going to see if I can work in a little bit of this bamboo as like the final highlight there. And again, just going to kind of peel back for a second, see what that looks like. I think that looks pretty good, actually. I can probably work that in a few different spots. Let's just extend that out a little bit, get a more interesting shape. Yeah, I like that a little bit more. Cool. So I think the bamboo will actually work pretty well in this build. And then I do also have just a tad bit of this green concrete. So I just fell off my scaffolding. This is just going to get a little bit darker than the moss. It's not going to be much. Probably won't be a huge difference, but I think it'll look pretty nice when it's kind of all over the place. Yeah, I just like that little dark corner up there too. Okay, so I think we can use a combination of all of these blocks here for the mossy sections. But this is typically how I like to do like all of my builds. I kind of do the same process each time. Like I build up the shape and then I work on the texturing. And then after this, I'll move on to the roof. And then from there, it's just like the final details and stuff. So I kind of do that process for every building that I've ever made. So let me go ahead and replicate this all the way around, and then I'll be right back. All right, so the entire box now should be relatively textured. This probably won't be the absolute like final texturing that I do. I might come back through and like tweak some stuff, but the idea is at least there. Now I want to figure out what roof color I want to pick for this build, and I'm leaning towards jungle. I think the jungle and the green would look really nice together because jungle already kind of has like a green like hue kind of to it. You know, there's like a couple like green patches in here. I think that'll look really cool. And the color of the roof is going to be also like the color of the balconies and, you know, like the window shutters and stuff like that. So I think jungle is going to fit in really nicely with this color palette. So let's go ahead and grab a whole bunch of jungle stuff. And I'm not going to lie, I think I'm just going to use this exact same roof design. I really like how these roofs turned out. So let me go ahead and start working on that. I guess I can kind of show you how I made these roofs. So you have a slab overhanging one block on this side over here, like to the long side of the building. And then we're going to overhang this as well in the front. So bring a slab over, a slab out. There's a trap door that you can kind of see down there. That is at the same level as this bamboo block here. We're going to put a slab on top of that. Going to put some temporary blocks right there because we're going to have an upside down stair as the next block. Another trapdoor connected to that. Another stair, this time facing inwards. And then another trapdoor in the middle with a slab on top. So that should be the middle of the building. We just have to replicate that on the other side now. And just like that, the roof is in place. And once again, I'm going to pop into free cam, peel back a little bit, and I still like that shape. I think that looks good. I'm going to go ahead and fill this entirely in with jungle planks. We're going to kind of do the same thing I did with the walls. So I'm just going to use one block to start, and then I'll come back through and texture this. Now that the roof is in, let me come back through and destroy a few of these blocks so I can just throw in just some variation to texture it up a little bit. And the way I'm going to do that is by throwing in a little bit of oak wood. That'll act as like a little bit brighter, I guess. And then also, I'm going to throw in a little bit of mud bricks. That works really well as just a darker patch. Not going to lie, it is pretty subtle, especially from down here, but you can just see those like slight highlights of the oak wood and a little bit of the mud brick peeking through. I think it looks pretty cool. So now we have a fully enclosed textured box. The next part here is usually what takes me the longest. Now I want to start working on some extra details. So just things to make this build look a little bit more unique, especially with the shape. That's the main thing I'm going to be looking at now. So like over here, we have like a couple balconies put in, a couple of the windows and whatnot. That's what I'm going to start doing here with this build to make it just look less boring. First thing I'm going to do is bring some of these spruce signs in, and we're going to wrap this entire thing with a layer of these. I was going to use jungle wood for a lot of these like exterior accents, but I think I'm going to use spruce instead. I already started wrapping the building in spruce, and I like the way that looks. I just like how it is different from the roof. I think it'll make this building just pop a little bit more, so we're going to roll with this. I'm going to put a balcony in the front right up here, just because this face is so bland. It's very tall, very flat, not much going for it. So I think adding a balcony will add some much needed shape. So to do that, I'm going to take away some of the signs that I just put down. We're going to have some upside down stairs with a little bit of trapdoor action just right next to it. And then I'm going to connect this with some spruce slabs. And then now all I have to do is add a railing onto this, and this thing is pretty much done. It's a very basic balcony, but it doesn't have to be too complicated. The railing I'm going to put out of jungle wood. Get a little bit of contrast here. So let's do that with these jungle trapdoors. Get rid of these blocks, and then that is going to pretty much be the balcony. I will also put a small overhang above this, but I don't have the blocks on me. Hold on, let me grab some stuff. The overhang here for the balcony is also going to be very simple. So I'm just going to start with a jungle door, put a jungle stair above that, just to kind of give it a little bit more depth. Gonna put some mud brick walls just like that, and then some jungle fences below. Do I want to connect those? I think I might want to connect those. I think that looks pretty cool. But on top of the mud brick walls, gonna throw a little bit of spruce stair action. And then I'm gonna break my ankles. That's all part of the plan. But then from here, I'm just gonna put 2 slabs here, and then 2 slabs in the middle. And that'll be a little balcony on the front of the build. As you can see, it just adds a lot more interest to that front side. And I can also hang a lantern right there in the middle. Yeah, I think that looks really solid for the front. Now, I definitely want to add something to this left side as well, because it's another very, very flat wall. But just, you know, to avoid doing the same exact thing again, I want to actually extend this building out just a little bit more, because I want to add like a second kitchen or something on this left side. I got another comment last episode. This one's by KT Baggins 9445, and they're talking about how you know, like traditional Italian houses either have like a cantina on the lower floor, where they, you know, store like wine and oil barrels, or like a second kitchen for just big cooking jobs and stuff like that. And I feel like this is actually a really, really cool spot for one of those. I think we can do something pretty cool on this left side. So let me start working on that. Unfortunately, gonna have to carve away the ground just a little bit here. Nothing too crazy. That should probably be enough space for what I'm thinking about. So I'm gonna kind of just do the same exact thing that we did for the house to begin with. So gonna start with just stone. Gonna bring this up a couple blocks, maybe up to like there. I think that's a pretty good height. I don't want it to be too tall compared to the rest of the house. I'm actually out of regular stone, so let me start working in some moss. I can gather some of this back. Gonna kind of go with the same texturing techniques that I used over here. Yeah, so something just like that again, though I do think I'm probably gonna take away this entire front section because this is where I want the doorway to be. I don't know if I want a 2-wide doorway or a 3-wide doorway. I don't know. I don't have to decide that right now. I can wait a little bit. Now it's kind of all textured going all the way around. A lot of the moss, a lot of the stones, but I think that fits really well together. So let's come back through and work on this roof once again. This is going to be a different roof design for sure. I think I might just slant this one kind of like straight down. Now this is where I might start having a little bit of trouble here with this build. So let's say I want to have the roof end at this line right here. I think if I just go up by a slab each time, it might be a little bit too steep. So let's lengthen this out a little bit and see what that looks like. Is that too weird? I can't see him in the way. That doesn't look terrible, I don't think. That's actually not that bad. That's a pretty decent shape. I can maybe even help this a little bit more by potentially adding in... Do I have any stairs? I don't. Hold on. Okay, I put a stair right here. Also put another slab over there. Think that's starting to look better. I just think right here is a little bit too jagged. But I do have a solution for that. Actually, I have two solutions. Let's see which one I like better. The first one I'm thinking of is, let me try a trapdoor instead of this slab on the top, because I should be able to place a trapdoor right here. Actually quite like that. Okay, that's a good contender. Second option I'm thinking of. Oh, this one won't work though. Yeah, I was thinking I could put a stair, but I can't put a stair where I need it to go. Right? Yeah, because that'll be a little bit above. Okay, so this one actually won't work at all. Let's do the trapdoor option. Can also put a trapdoor right there to help out a little bit more with the shape. Yeah, okay. I think that looks good. I'm comfortable with this shape. Let's connect this all the way across now. And then much like the rest of the roof up there, we're going to come back through and work in a little bit of this oak and then just a small amount of the packed mud. And now let me take a step back and check out what that new addition looks like. Yeah, I like that a lot. I think that looks cool. And I think it really fits the vibe of the rest of the house. I do want to open this up quite a bit, but I kind of have to figure out how I'm going to go about doing that. So we can definitely have like a nice big window up here. Although I kind of have to keep that the way it is. That's fine though. I'm thinking of making at least the windows on this left side completely open. So let me grab a bunch of stone bits. We should be able to come through with just some like upside down stairs like this and act as just some large windows. Yeah, kind of like that to like air out the whole place. This does mean that mobs can kind of just walk in. But that shouldn't be an issue. Can I get a little bit of natural light peeking through too with that trapdoor being exposed just like that? And all I'm going to do now is just plop down these two jungle doors in the back. Just like that. And then just a couple trapdoors above. And there we go. We have a little offshoot to the left. Ooh, I really like that. Again, it's not super functional because mobs can so easily just walk in there. But that's all right. I don't really care that much. The top here is still a little bit bland. I'm also realizing that this is actually slightly asymmetrical. But I kind of like it. I sort of dig that because like there's 2 blocks here and then only 1 block there. I think I'm alright with it being asymmetrical. Screw it, man. Let's say that was planned, even though it definitely was not. We'll go ahead and stop these hooligans, though, from trying to kill Ghost. Get away from them. All right, now that that's taken care of, this wall up here is still very bland, and I don't want to throw another balcony. I don't really have the room for that, so I think I'm just going to put like a window or 2 up here, just to kind of look out at this beautiful view of an unfinished mountain. Not going to lie, I still have not completely decided on the window block itself, but I do think I want the window frames to be jungle wood. Just like that. So I'm going to put one right there, and then we're going to put one on the other side at the same spot. I don't know if this is going to be the final design, but I kind of want to see what this looks like. If I put these bookshelves here. I'm inside the mountain over here, but it's fine. I can still see. I think that looks pretty cool. I don't know. I'm going to do that for now. Gotta go make a couple more of these, but I'm going to do that for the time being. But this house is definitely coming along really well. I like the shape of it. I think it looks unique enough. I like the colors quite a bit. Just think I have to tackle this little section over here, and then I guess the back. I should probably do that, right? But I'm out of time in my recording session. I have to go eat dinner with my fiance. So, let's kick it to me tomorrow to continue working on this build. Hopefully I can think of something cool, and also hopefully I still like those bookshelves over there as the as the windows. My past self completely lied. Can't believe I would do this. This is 2 days from when I was last recording and not the next day. I can't believe I would deceive you all like that. Let me go bust out my ukulele so I can start my apology. Continuing working on the house here though, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and add a window down here and a window up there, probably in the same spot. Yeah, I think making it symmetrical would probably be my best move. And then as for the back, I've been going back and forth on if I want a balcony or a window back here. I'm leaning a window. I think we can just keep it pretty simple. I don't want to have a balcony in the front and the back, I don't think, so I think just 3 more windows and this exterior is, for the most part, done. These windows are going to remain super simple. So the ones on the second floor up here, gonna keep this little jungle design. And then down here, all I did was just round off the top with some stairs. So very simple window designs, but I think it fits. And for this window down here, I think I'm going to use fences for the actual window instead of the bookshelves. And then all we need to do is just surround these fences with some stone blocks or just, you know, other wall blocks. And that should look pretty good from the outside. Yeah, that looks solid. And then up top, I'm just going to use the bookcase design. Also, to change it up just a little bit, I'm going to make this back window bigger than the other ones. Yeah, something like that should be good. Also, since this window is a little bit bigger, I might just add a little bit more. Yeah, just something like that. And then we can probably put a couple fences, and then let me grab some mud brick walls here just to make it look like it's kind of supported. I could also throw a few lanterns on there too. Or you know what? I can actually throw a lantern down there on the moss, and I think I'm going to continue the fences going up to the roof. That should frame it out pretty well. Okay, I like it. I like it a lot. Now with all the windows in, the next thing I want to add is an entrance. So I just went ahead and put an actual door here. Gonna use a spruce door just to, you know, change things up. Some would say to spruce it up. And I would just like to work in just a very simple archway above this door. Honestly, it might just be something like this. Yeah, just like a smaller version of this archway. I think it looks good. But I do think that this building is in a good spot for now. At least, you know, to the point that I can probably build up the rest of these to match this level of decoration. And once I get all these buildings up to this level, I will come back through and just add the exterior decorations for everything. But I will go super in depth once I'm back again with the exterior decoration of this build here. Just so then, even if it is a little bit scrambled around in this video, you'll get my thought process throughout one of my builds in its entirety from, you know, start to finish. Anyway, though, let me cut it to a quick time lapse and let's build up these other 3 buildings over here. Honestly, I never actually thought I would use the cherry planks for, like, anything. But look at that, dude. I was able to work in a couple. And I think it works a little bit. I also used a cherry door right there and up there. I'm always very nervous. Like, I've talked about this plenty of times, but I'm always really nervous to, like, build something out of my comfort zone and use block pallets that I'm not used to. That's pretty much all of these block pallets here. I wasn't very comfortable with any of them, but honestly, I think the whole thing here turned out pretty well. But as you can see, everything is kind of built up to the same level as this, you know, first moss house that we built together. And I think it's shaping up to be a pretty cool entrance area kind of thing to this new village that we're building. I'll probably have to move the path over a little bit, but that won't be a problem. But now that everything is built up to kind of the same level, you know, for the most part, I do want to walk through the exterior decoration of this first house again. This one will be super in-depth once more, like I was mentioning earlier. Let me go ahead and take an empty shulker box back to my storage room with me, and then I can just load up on some exterior decoration blocks. Back at the build site now with all of these materials on me. I want to start here by just sprinkling in some leaves. Don't want to go too overkill with the leaves, but just every so often, little patches like that. I like putting them on corners of buildings. I think they kind of look the best in this sort of fashion. Looks like a little bush. So I'll either do something like that, or I'll actually like drape them down from the roof. I think that also looks really good. Don't know if I'm going to do that on this build here. I do know I'm going to work something like that over here though. So as you can see, there's a gap in the signs because I can't put a sign here and here at the same time. So to kind of combat that, I left it blank and I want to put a leaf block here. And I want these leaves to kind of cascade down the build. And then I might even take away a piece of the roof here and make it look like it is coming through the roof. So something like that. I think that looks pretty good. And that works. Like it makes it look like that's still, you know, a connected piece of spruce kind of going all the way around. You can't really tell that there's a gap there. Now, I don't think I have anywhere on this building to kind of get that same effect, so that's kind of what I wanted to use that section as an example, but that's the idea. I think that's good for the leaves, at least on the front side of the building here. Now, before I move on, I want to see some kind of a test. Okay, so I can hang this moss from there. Can I bone meal it? Oh, you can. Do I need shears to pick it up? You do. Or does silk touch work? Oh, silk touch works. That's cool. I wonder if this is going to keep growing. Like, I wonder if I have to put string to stop it. I do actually want to hang a little bit of this here. Honestly, that spot's pretty good. Let me have it hang down a little bit like that. Yeah, 2 blocks looks pretty cool. And then I'm going to hang a little bit down at the top, too. Yeah, I like the look of that. I think that looks cool. I'm not really sure what they could be. Some gray moss looks kind of strange, but I like it. I like the vibes. Now I want to work in just a small storage section over here. Using blocks like that. I think that looks pretty good. Maybe a chest in front, too. Yeah, that's solid. And then actually, I could put a campfire on top of here and put that out. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I would like to add a hanging pot. I just don't know where. Sort of running out of, like, space to hang things, because a lot of these are, like, at a slab level. I could hang it there, I suppose. I don't know if that's going to look weird. Make that 1 block. Yeah, that looks better. I like that. I want to show how I did that, actually, because I don't think I was really talking through that process. I just kind of did it and then backed up and it was done. But all you do is you take a chain, attach it to whatever you want, however you want this pot to hang down. You can place, like, actual pots like that. Like, they can levitate. They don't need to be on a block or anything. Like, they can just kind of chill there. So this guy's just levitating, and then a couple saplings work the best for this. Not every sapling, because you're going to kind of see that it's not connected if you have too small of a sapling. I like using the cherry ones, or I like using spruce. I think they both look really good. I'm going to opt for the cherry, but I just want to kind of show you that the spruce sort of works too. It's a little bit more of a gap in between the chain and the top of the spruce sapling, but it still does work, like, at a quick glance, you know? And that's kind of what all this is about. But I like the cherry sapling a lot. It makes it look like it's way more connected. So I think that looks really cool. I definitely would like a spot for a lantern down here because it's a little bit dark. So let's just put a beehive and put a lantern on top of it. Yeah, and that's looking really solid, honestly. Not gonna lie, the sides of the house here I probably won't decorate as much. I will throw a couple leaves in a few spots, but I likely won't be seeing the build all that much from this side, so I can go a little bit lighter with the decorations here. But this is actually a good spot back here, I think, to hang down some leaves. And then I'm gonna move this lantern, actually. Gonna put it right here instead. And then over here, I'm gonna put another potted plant, just another cherry sapling. I think cherry saplings look really, really good in pots. That might be my new favorite, like, thing to put in a pot. But I think that's good enough for the back side of the building. I don't normally decorate behind my buildings too much. I like to just keep it pretty light, pretty simple. I like a lot of the attention to be drawn to the front. But that's pretty much the main idea. I'm not great at these little exterior decorations. I am trying to get better. I do find myself just defaulting to the same sort of decorations just kind of over and over again. I did a little bit different with this one. Like with the pale hanging moss and the cherry sapling kind of hanging down. I don't normally use either of those. but I think that's a welcome addition to this build. Adds a little bit more color in terms of the cherry sapling, and then whatever this is, it just just kind of adds a little bit here. Ghost, do you like what I did to the place? I'm gonna take that as you like it. Thanks, man. I did my best. Whoa, who put these signs here? Wow. How long do I have to stare at these until you guys read them all? You think? This is probably long enough. Man, it's crazy. I wonder who did this. I'm gonna interact with this bottom one now. This is definitely still me in the sign at the same point. It's just somehow no longer raining, and I don't have the same items in my inventory. But yeah, look, wow, dude, look at that. That was a crazy cut. I don't think you guys noticed that at all. There's no way you did. But yeah, I got the whole thing decorated now. I actually did add a little bit more to this first house. I just went through and added some flowers. I kind of forgot about this aspect of the exterior decoration, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I just went through, added some grass, added some flowers in some spots. And the way I like to put flowers down on my builds is I like keeping like similar colored flowers together. I think it just makes it a little bit more appealing to the eye. Like if I just scattered a whole bunch of different ones over here, I feel like it would just look a little bit messy, you know? So like I have some lilacs over here. That's what these are called, right? I don't have them on me anymore. Hold on. Yeah, lilac. Wow, I'm so smart. I got some rose bushes over here as well. Some sunflowers, and actually the sunflowers face this way, which is massive. I love that, so you can actually look at them when we're looking at this build in its entirety. So super, super happy that it's oriented this way. A couple like orange flowers. Couple white flowers over here as well. Some lilies of the valley. Those are cool flowers. I like those quite a bit. But yeah, man, this is looking pretty cool. Pretty cool. A lot of like the same decorations as well on these other buildings, you know, that we kind of did on the first one. Whole thing looks a little bit more cohesive now. Also decided to throw in the main pathway design. This is the same exact pathway that we used up there last episode. Only difference actually is that I have these path blocks now leading to the doors. I actually meant to do that over there and just never did, so that's something I'll add later. But yeah, we have pathways now, connecting everything. I did have to shift the pathway over just a tad, but it's all good. And also I blended it into the pathway back here from the forest a little bit better, so now it kind of goes into some coarse dirt, into some mud, and then into like the granite and the brick and whatnot. And this build is, for the most part, done. But obviously, I still need to build the tree for the episode. And also, I want to build up one of these flower fields. Just going to go ahead and pop into FreeCam here, just for a brief moment, because it's just easier to kind of look at this whole area. I want to work on one of these. So, like, there's one right here, surrounded by the yellow terracotta. I'm leaning towards this one, just because it's closer to the build for today. But I think I want to make this very bare bones. Like, I want the flowers to do pretty much all of the decoration. I don't really know if there's going to be too much of a border. I think the pathway is going to act as the border. I think that's going to look a lot better if the flower field comes, like, just directly up to the pathway. And since I was talking about the sunflowers, let's go ahead and make a big sunflower field. I do want to mix in some other flowers of a similar color, kind of like what I was mentioning before. I feel like it all fits kind of together, and it just makes it look a little bit more interesting without you know, it being a little bit too busy. But the main flower block is going to be these sunflowers. Let me find wherever I put my bone meal. I think I brought some with me, didn't I? Here it is. Okay, we can get 60 more of these. I don't really think a stack in 14 is going to be enough. It's a pretty decent sized area over there. We'll go ahead and grab a little bit of short grass as well. I think that'll be a good complement to the area. And then maybe like a little coarse dirt pathway we can kind of have winding through the whole place. A little bit of dripstone potentially. Didn't really use any of this in the pathway, so I feel like this could be a good spot for it. I'm gonna grab some mud slabs as well, and we kind of use this as a small like walk-through area for this whole thing. Gonna take a nap first though, because it's getting a little dark. If I have a pathway going through this, I want to keep it very, very thin. So honestly, just like maybe dissecting it like this. Take a look at what that looks like. Yeah, I think that works out actually very well. Very thin pathway, but it should get the job done. Okay, I can add the pathway in last. I'm gonna start throwing down rows of these flowers. And my favorite way of making these big flower fields is really just putting these in rows, just like this, and filling up the whole area. Like, I don't want it to be every block here has a flower on it. Having a little bit of air in between actually helps a lot. And that is all of my sunflowers, and I only filled up about half. So let me go grab some more bone meal. All right, so I pretty much have all of the sunflowers in, just kind of using the different like stripe design. And that's looking really cool, man. Yeah, I like that a lot. That's a really cool pop of color back there. Now, I don't have many of these other flowers, so I really can't use that many of them. But in just a few different sections, I'm gonna work in just some of these other colors, just to add a little bit of variety. All right, so just a little bit more color in there, and that's looking so cool. Yeah, those flowers all work, I think, really, really well together. Maybe a little bit more up there. There's not much going on. So let me just use a couple more of these flowers in this area. Don't want to overdo it. Yeah, just something like that. Cool. Yeah, that's definitely looking really good. Okay, let's go ahead and start throwing in this pathway. Like I said, it's mainly just going to be 1 block wide. This pathway does not have to be too big. All right, and that works as just a small pathway. Gonna back up again. I'm using free cam a lot here, but I think it's kind of necessary for this sort of build. Yeah, dude, that pathway looks cool. There's honestly not too much more I would like to add to this. I do want to actually go ahead and grab a few more blocks, though, that I thought of when I was placing down the flowers. I want to put a couple, like, light posts in this. I think lighting it up would be wise, and I think it would also just look really good. So I'm gonna grab some of these mud brick walls and some of these spruce fence gates, and you know what? Maybe some oak fence gates as well. So I'm thinking in just, like, spots like this next to the pathway. Gonna go ahead and add one of these little things. Little doohickeys. I don't know what to call it, but little light post, I guess. Yeah, that's where I wanted to put that. Just added 4. Lights up the area pretty well. It makes walking through this not as scary at nighttime. Just about finished with this flower field. The last thing I'm gonna do is just take away all the terracotta surrounding it. And then I'm just gonna put a path going all the way around. This path will eventually be decorated in some capacity. I don't know if I'm going to use the same pathway design going all around this village. Like, I don't know if it's going to be only the granite and the bricks and whatnot, or if maybe around these areas, around the flower fields, maybe I'll incorporate more of a dirt path like this. Haven't completely decided yet, so that's kind of why I'm just going to throw down just path blocks for right now. And this is going to be the pathway shape that I'm settling on right now. This isn't completely finalized. Once I come back through and actually decorate this with whatever blocks I choose, I'll actually, you know, shape this out, make it look a little bit nicer. Looks a little bit janky in some spots, but it gets the overall kind of point across, and I think it looks really nice. It is very bare bones, though. There's not much border to this thing, but that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted the flower field to be just completely up against the pathway. I do keep thinking of small final details to add. I do want to put a little bit of grass in here. Don't really know how much it's going to do, but that little extra bit of detail kind of does go a long way. Pretty subtle difference, but I still do think it was worth it. I like the grass. Just adds a little bit more. Makes it look a little bit more full. And I think this thing looks pretty cool. I think once we get a couple more of these in this area, it's going to look honestly beautiful. It's going to look so cool. I love flower fields. It's not something I do too often, though, so I guess if you have any suggestions in the comments of how I could potentially improve this field or just, you know, future fields, let me know. Let me know what other blocks to add. Let me know what else can make it pop. But to finish off the episode, like always, let's go ahead and build the tree. The tree for this episode is going to be incredibly similar to the one we built last time, this one right over here, but I'm going to be kind of taking a design from Pinterest that Simply Night has sent me. I think this tree looks really good. It's pretty tiny, but I think it's going to really work in this area. I can probably kind of duplicate this, change it up a little bit, make them a little bit bigger, just kind of add these all around this area, and I definitely think it looks better than mine. Still gonna leave mine up though. I don't like altering my trees. I've mentioned this before, but I just like looking back and seeing my progress. You know, the whole spiel. But anyway, yeah, so Simply Night sent me this. It's a Pinterest link from The Gimmicky. I'll put the link in the description if you want to check it out yourself. I'll also throw a picture on the screen of the kind of design I'm gonna be looking at. I like the use of the glass panes. I'm still not ambitious enough to do that on my own tree designs. I did it once on the tree by the library. It looked pretty cool, I guess, but I don't know. It still scares me, man. It still scares me to put glass in a tree. It doesn't feel right. But nevertheless, let me go grab some of this glass. I just keep going back to my storage room. I wish I had prepared better, but you know me. Not very prepared for much at all. But I'm just going to go ahead and cut this to a quick time lapse. Let's build up, I'm going to say 2 or 3 of these trees. I'll decide once I start building. The trees are all built up. The shaders are now turned on. So let's take a look at this build one final time before I close out the video. Here's a look at the new addition to the Italian village. And I really like it. I think these trees turned out really nicely. These fit this area super nicely. I think they look pretty awesome. Not gonna lie, I don't know how they connected the glass panes to the leaves. I don't know if that's like some kind of like world edit thing or if I'm just missing something. So instead I just used way more moss to connect up the glass panes, but I don't think it looks bad. I still think it looks pretty good. And yeah, I like these trees a lot more than the one that I built last time. So huge upgrade over here. Really like how this village is turning out, man. Did a lot of work today. Got some netherite as well. I kind of forgot that I even did that. That was honestly so long ago for me. I apologize for the gap in episodes. Last couple weeks at work have just been a lot, so just haven't had as much time to play as I would have liked, but it's all good, man. It's all good. We're back. I'm gonna try to get a more consistent upload schedule here, hopefully, in the near future. I just gotta lock in one of these days and just really figure it out. But it's getting nighttime, so I think it's a good time to call it. Thank you all so much for watching this video. Really hope you guys enjoyed this one, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. What's up, Jonathan? What's up? How you doing? How you doing, Boris? Hopefully you guys are having a great day here with your kid, your unnamed kid. I honestly can't remember if I've already asked for a name suggestion for Boris and Jonathan's kid, but I'm gonna do so here. Leave a comment down below. What do you think I should name the offspring of these two sniffers over here? But welcome back. Welcome back to my survival world. Hope everyone's having a great day. I'm just gonna walk over to what we built up last time. Should probably take Ghost, but I'm already over here. I don't want to go back. In the last episode, as you will see, like just around the corner here, I built up another row of houses and also a couple different custom trees. We got 3 built up last time. Really happy with how this little village is turning out. I like the vibe so far. Once I build up some more of these houses, it's gonna start feeling a lot more full and it'll feel more immersive. It's gonna be great. I do want to continue working over here today, but instead of building up just another row of houses, I just want to make one sole building, and I want it to be like a flower shop. You know, this is supposed to be where I'm going to keep all my flower farms, probably where all my flower storage is going to be. There's going to be a bunch of flower fields around this area. You know, flowers are kind of the theme, so I feel like a flower shop would probably work very, very well somewhere. I'll have to figure out exactly where the build's going to go. My initial thought is like here. I feel like that's a pretty good spot, but I don't know. That's not final at all. I'll have to actually sit down and think about that, but that's kind of the plans for the episode. I think we can come up with something pretty cool. A nice lush shop, I think, fits this vibe incredibly well. But while I walk back to the house, we had a visitor. We had a visitor on the world, so let's take a look at what happened. Hey, man.
Wow, that rain is sideways. What's up, dude? Whoa, this is crazy rain. I get it. Ow, oh my god! I hit 2 hearts. How am I alive, actually?
I don't know, it's a netherite axe, I guess. I did a lot.
I almost died. I like sunflowers a lot. I wish I could, like, predict where they're going to be placed a little bit more, but it's alright.
I know they always face the same direction, but I just never know what direction it is. It's this way.
Yeah, for real.
If you're wondering. So if you ever need to remember, just remember that it's this way.
I'm sure, okay. I'm going to relate that to my world next time.
That mountain's over here.
I think Tram's Mountain was, like, in that area.
What if we just broke everyone's minds and it turned out that you and I were playing on the same world this whole
time? Somehow, we just, like, connected. Like, what, dude? How'd you get... I didn't know you were over here.
Anyway. That'd
be actually so funny.
Yeah, that'd be insane. Even we don't know, somehow?
Yeah, we somehow... if I find this world, I think about that. Like, are all the worlds just, like, connected? You just spawn in different places?
Yeah, just like a billion blocks away.
Yeah. I bet they just put you in a different spot every time. Oh, your head's creepy right now, dude.
Do you want to join me
your
over
head,
here?
like... Yeah.
What's up? What's up, guys?
I need to turn my head...
This looks
Is my arm in the way? Am I T-posing? Why am I T-posing?
On my screen, your arms are just straight down.
Oh, really? Mine are straight.
Do you have anything you'd like to say to the people watching right now?
I normally have a better mic. My face is in your face right now. I can't take this seriously.
All right, come on. Give us one. Don't turn. That makes it way worse.
Okay. Sorry.
Give us one weight loss tip. All right.
Weight loss tip?
Yep. Your biggest weight loss tip. What do you got? This is what the people are here for.
If you dip rice crackers into water and let them soak, you're basically you have to eat it. I forgot about that part. Don't forget to eat it. You have to.
You're just not eating it. You're just
you just soak the rice cracker in water and walk away. You actually lose 100 pounds overnight.
It's like if you're going to eat the rice crackers and you just ruin them all by dipping them in water.
You get so distracted. Like, why did I do that? You just go to bed,
and then you're not
no longer
anymore.
hungry. Yeah.
Wow.
Actually, perfect.
There we go.
Subscribe, please. All right, guy.
Oh, I don't even know.
Like the video.
That was probably Eat That. That wasn't me.
I went to the other side thinking, no way he put it on that one too.
Sir Shram, thank you for letting me be a part of your world. You have a great vision for this area. I'm excited to see where it takes you. Take care, my friend. Night. P.S. The secret formula, and then it gets cut off. So, I guess we'll never know what the secret formula is. He really left out the best part, man. I can't believe he'd do that. No, but thanks so much for Simply Night. You know, huge shout out to him. Thanks for coming back on the world to fill out your part of the book, the Visitors of the World. I'll leave his link in the description down below. Be sure to go check him out. Huge shout out to him once again. Something I've also been meaning to ask you guys is, what other creators would you like me to see if I can get on this world? So far, we've had Simply Night and Eat join and, you know, help me out with different builds. So let me know in the comments again. I'm sorry to ask for, you know, 2 comments like this pretty early on, but if there's anyone you would like me to try to get on the world, anyone you want me to reach out to, leave them down below. And if you see that somebody is already commented that you were going to comment, just thumbs it up. It's probably easier than me seeing a whole bunch of the same creator. Obviously, I can't guarantee that they'll join, but I'll do my best. I'll see what I can do to get any of the creators to join that you guys suggest. I mentioned it earlier, but I do want to make that flower shop here today, and I kind of want to start preparing for that kind of early on in the episode. One of the blocks I'm thinking about using is copper. I think a copper roof will look really nice. I'm kind of imagining like a sandstone sort of color palette as well. That might change, but I think I want to commit to the copper roof at least. And I don't really have too much copper. Is all I got. Takes a lot to actually get some of these blocks as well. But there is a very easy way to get a lot of copper. In one of the more recent Minecraft updates, they added trial chambers. There is a ton of copper in trial chambers. I've also been kind of meaning to loot one, so I feel like this is a good way to do both at the same time. The thing is, I've already found a trial chamber. I just did not write down the coordinates. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is just go trade with some of the villagers that we have and then level up a cartographer. How's it going, Roomba? Now I think I should have some villagers up here that don't have a job, or maybe I don't. Maybe they're all employed. I think they're actually all employed. I forgot I had this farmer. I'm gonna take Ghost for a quick ride to a nearby village. Oh, hey, a wandering trader. What do you have? Nothing too interesting. But I am in the new update now. I'm in 1.21.5. So, looks like the wandering trader rework is in this update. You can actually get emeralds from them now and you know, not just leads. So that's nice. That's a welcome addition. That also means I have all like the new variants of mobs and whatnot, and the new like bushes and leaves and stuff. And that feels like too many iron golems. Why is there 6 up there? 7, 8. There's 8, 9. 9 iron golems in this one village? How often does this village get attacked? Unfortunately, that was not enough emeralds. Looks like I need like 1 or 2 more trades. Let's go grab some paper back at home, and then that should be good enough. I am excited though to be in this new update finally. It's just taking me a while to update mods. I've talked about this before, but once the game updates to a new version, fixing all your mods and updating them all and everything like that is such a hassle. I usually procrastinate it very much so. The mods sometimes take a while to update as well, and then if it's a mod that's needed to make like 2 other mods work, it's just the whole thing. I probably could have done this a couple episodes back, but whatever, here we are now. I'm gonna need emeralds as well to buy the map. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I should have probably sold more stuff to my farmer before I came back here. I play this game very inefficiently if you haven't figured that out yet. I kind of just go with the flow. All right, what are we looking like here? It's 24. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. Please be enough. Okay, it was enough, and we have a taiga village map. Unfortunately, that is not what I need, but we do have a glass pane trade. That seems like a really good trade, actually. That's probably a decent way to get some emeralds. I wonder if I level this villager up again, if he'll offer me the map that I want. I suppose let's try it. Okay, you leveled up again. Trial Explorer map. Awesome. I don't have a compass. Alright, let's grab a Trial Explorer map. Cool, alright. How close is this? Oh, it's incredibly close. It's right over here. Sweet. Let me go prepare just a little bit. And then we can hit up that trial chamber. Also, yes, I didn't take Ghost back here again. Decided to fly. Ghost was tired, okay? Dude, zooming in when you fly, it looks horrible. But Ghost was tired, okay? Actually, you know what I could do? I could just zoom in over on me here in post-production and pretend I'm zooming in when I'm talking. Hello. It's me. I'm speaking. But let me go ahead and get my inventory in order and we can head to the trial chamber. Looks like the trial chamber is just right beneath here. So we can start digging down. I'm also just going to set my spawn here. I probably won't die, but you can never really be too careful. Didn't take too long. We're at -14 and we finally hit the trial chamber. So just kind of made this little staircase over here so we can get in and out pretty easily. And let's continue. Let's just kind of cut through the wall here. Just so I can keep like a nice and safe little exit area. And also so I can kind of remember where to exit from. All right, here we go. Our first spawners, and they're baby zombies. Of course they're baby zombies. I didn't bring a water bucket. This fire aspect sword is just gonna start getting annoying with these guys. I got burned by like every single zombie. This is gonna be so annoying. Also getting a ton of bricks. I'll actually use all these bricks too, so that's kind of nice. And I think this chest has a diamond in it. It does, and a cake, and an iron block. Cool. You know, it's probably easier actually just to break it like that so I don't just get a ton of bricks in my inventory. Yeah, I should probably be doing this. What are we gonna get out of our first little thing here? What are these called? I actually don't know. Just little loot things. Obviously none of this loot's gonna be too good because I didn't drink my potion yet. I think I'm actually just gonna go ahead and do that. I don't really feel like the loot is gonna be all that worth it if I don't. So let me just drink the bad omen potion that I brought. Though all these guys are gonna be kind of powerful. I'm probably dead actually. Oh, maybe not. Oh god. I'm probably dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Well, that's unfortunate. I probably won't die, but you can never really be too careful. Alright, I'm back in the trial chamber. I think my loot is just down this way. Yeah, okay, so I'm just gonna kind of fly down here for a second, just so I can grab all this back up again. And, okay, at least I got all my stuff back. Very unfortunate that I died, but I should be okay. Let me, actually make, like, a safe room in case that happens again. Alright, so I'm gonna put my bed here, set my spawn. Also just leave a shulker here, just with some extra armor and whatnot. And alright, we should be good to continue going. Unfortunately, I do need to find another bad omen potion. Oh, this room's annoying. But I need to find another bad omen potion, because my bad omen obviously wore off when I died. But I think these regular trials can give you one. I got one of the new armor trims. That's cool. Bolt armor trim. I'll take it. Hey, I got one of the new music discs, too. Cool. All newer music discs. Precipice, that's a cool one. So I think I'm just gonna have to return one of these days with another bad omen potion. Still very disappointed in myself that I actually died, but it's fine. At least this isn't hardcore, you know? Now though, let's just harvest up a whole bunch of copper. That is the main reason why I wanted to come here anyway. I just hoped I could get some loot too, but it's alright. So I'm gonna chill down here and gather this up for a while, and then I'll be back to let you know how many stacks of copper I ended up getting. This is a lot of copper, so this should keep me going for a long time. Now though, just, you know, before I forget any further, let's add the new YouTube members to the council hall. We have 2 more for today. And I think that next episode I will finally expand this place. But for today, we have Soul Reaper 336, and we also have GNC 3433. So welcome to the hall. Also, JBud Knows wants me to switch out his block to a piece of packed mud. So there you go. But yeah, we desperately need to expand this. I don't think I actually want the blocks on the pillars like this anymore. I don't think it looks good. So once we actually get expanding, I'll put all these ones on the wall. And I do want to change the color up kind of as we progress through this tunnel. I'm thinking about probably just like following like the rainbow. I think that would be kind of cool. So next we can get some orange in here and then just progress that way. Now that we gathered up all this copper though, let me see what other blocks I can kind of just like scavenge up from my storage room. It'd be nice if I don't actually have to go out and collect anything, but I guess I'll let you know if I have to. I was actually able to scavenge together quite a bit of stuff just from my storage room. So I actually don't think I'm gonna have to go ahead and gather anything else. But I guess we'll see, you know, kind of as I go through the process here. Let me head on over to the build site, and then I'll talk about the color palette a little bit more in depth. I know you probably just saw it when I was going through the shulker boxes, but I want to actually talk about it. Once again, I definitely forgot a lead. I always forget leads for Ghost. I don't know how, but I keep doing it. But just taking a look of the area here, I actually think back here is going to be the perfect spot. I was thinking about over here. I'm not actually sure if I mentioned this in the video, but I was thinking over here, that could still work, but just kind of looking over where I am now, I think this spot is just perfect for it. I think it's kind of calling for something like this. The pathway can kind of lead up very nicely to it. We can have some flower fields around it. Yeah, I think a nice flower shop right over here will be perfect. So I'm going to set up shop back here. This is still very much subject to change, but my idea for the building right now is to have two different wall colors. So one of the wall colors, I want to use mud, and then the other wall color, I want to use sandstone. The sandstone section, going to be really similar to a couple of my other builds pretty recently. Going to get a little bit darker here. Using like the birch planks, the stripped oak logs, and the mushroom block. That's going to be the darkest we get. And we can also get a little bit lighter in some cases, in some spots on the build, by getting all the way up to this bamboo block over here. I think this block palette looks really good together. That's the basic idea. And then this left side. I'm going to do something like this. It's a much more subtle, you know, highlight and shadow than it is on the right side over here, but I still think it works pretty well. Getting a little bit darker here with the brown concrete powder, and then I think the darkest we're gonna get is gonna be the coarse dirt. I could get darker than that, but I really like the coarse dirt. I think that's a nice touch, and it really does darken up that bottom left corner. And then we're gonna get a little bit brighter here, just using the jungle planks. And now to go over the roof, we're gonna have just a nice big copper roof on this entire building. And copper is an excellent block in the sense that you can make such a good gradient with only using copper. You don't have to use anything else. So obviously copper starts off looking like this and it oxidizes down all the way to this teal one. And there's, you know, 4 stages of copper. If you just kind of keep it consistent and make, you know, each subsequent stage touching each other, the gradient looks amazing. So I'm going to work this in a bunch of different patches on the roof. And it's going to look a little bit more weathered and just add some really cool shading onto the roof. And since this is going to be a flower shop, I'm probably going to have some kind of like greenhouse sort of section that's also connected. I think I'm going to keep this pretty simple, the decoration for this section. I'm going to have to actually like kind of troubleshoot this, but just thinking about having like a big glass box probably wrapped in like spruce signs or something like that. Could even throw in some like trapdoors every so often to do some other stuff. Like, I don't know. You can do a lot with just glass and then just like spruce trapdoors and whatnot. It can make it look pretty cool. So I'll have to come up with something. But I definitely think having a glass section is going to be really, really nice here. With the color palette down though, let me cut it away to a quick building time lapse. The exterior here of the new flower shop is now pretty much done. I say pretty much because the back, there's no decoration. I don't really think I'm going to be back here too much, but it's completely flat. Oh, I also need one more sign too. I like what this looks like so far though. I think it's turned out pretty well. I like the shape of the building. I really like the roof color. Using copper is amazing. There's a lot of people who don't like copper, and I kind of don't get it. Copper is one of the best blocks in the game, in my opinion. Just because you can do such cool things with it. Even before they added like the trapdoors and the doors and the other copper blocks, I still really just like the base copper. But as you can see, the exterior, very overgrown. Whole lot of bushes. Got a bunch of little flowers. Also have this little flower section off to the left side. A few different just, you know, flower beds. Maybe displaying some stuff that we're selling on the inside. I don't know. It might be too much. It might be too overgrown. But I kind of wanted it to be. I wanted this to be very, very leafy on the outside. Still a tad unsure about the greenhouse. I think it looks good. But I was kind of hoping to do a little bit more with this. I just don't know what else to do. So I'm just going to kind of leave it. I just feel like it looks a little bit basic. But it's definitely grown on me. I think the signs and the trapdoors kind of make a huge impact going all the way across. The only issue with using the signs is that if I view it from like back here, like back to the buildings that we made last time, if I view it over here, the signs don't render in. Hold on. At some point, they go away. There they go. So that's the only issue. I can get half of them to render in. That's weird. Anyway, that's like the main issue here, but it's okay. I do want to take on the interior, and I kind of want to do that on camera. You know, last episode, I kind of built up this entire greenhouse, like the whole exterior, completely on camera. And I kind of want to continue that trend of, you know, building with you guys. But I want to transfer to the interior of this building. I might just focus on, like, the top floor or something, because this interior is actually pretty big. We do have a lot of space. And there's also the greenhouse over there, of course. So I think I might focus on just the top floor and then the greenhouse. Because those are going to be like the two main attraction points. And to be honest, I'm really not great at making interiors. I am much more comfortable at making the outside of a building than I am the inside. First thing I'm going to do here is just throw in the floor. I'm definitely going to need more blocks because I don't think a stack in like 20-something oak slabs is going to be enough. I didn't have enough oak slabs to finish off the floor in here, but to kind of get past that, I'm just going to texture up this floor with a little bit of jungle as well. So this should give me the remaining slabs that I need to finish this off. I do want to come through now and finish off this wall. For whatever reason, I used one full block in the ceiling. No clue why. Anyway, I now have a like big enclosed box. And this is going to be where like the shop actually is. So if this is going to be a shop, we're going to need some kind of table somewhere for like, you know, customers to check out. Let's see some stairs and slabs and whatnot. I think I can do something pretty cool. So we're gonna have those little corner pieces and I can do that. And then we can have slab, trapdoor maybe? And then a trapdoor to get in and out. Yeah, that's cool. That works. Maybe put some lanterns on here. That's where you check out. Get rid of some of these torches now, probably all of them. Yeah, I can. Nice. And also, obviously, we need some, you know, places for the actual product to be, the flowers. And I'm going to do that by making some shelves. Maybe get, like, 3 lines of shelves? Is that going to be too cluttered? I don't know. I'm going to build these up and see if it is too cluttered or not. And then each of these, we're just going to kind of bring over some stairs, some slabs, and also some trapdoors. Something like this, and then I can also throw another lantern down there. It's a little tight back here, but I kind of don't mind it. I mean, you can still walk through everything, so I think it's fine. Then over here, I know I for sure want to make something like this. I want to put some leaves up there. And then maybe I'll put some signs around it too. Because I think that just would be a good touch next to the window over there. This looks like a good spot to me to have a little potted plant. Actually, I'll probably have 2 of those, maybe lining the entrance. That looks pretty good. And then I just want to have a couple little tables as well. Maybe a table there. Can have a table there. And then let's have one right here as well. Maybe a table like that. It's gonna be a little crammed in here, but I think that'll look really nice. And I'm just gonna have a couple flowers on these tables. And then last but not least, I want to put some shelves behind the register. I think that actually looks pretty good. Now I have to go grab all the product to actually stock these shelves with. And I also want to make sure some of the leaves are kind of just like falling down a little bit. I think that will definitely look the best. Oh, we might have some bees in here then too. That's fine. You know, in real life this might stink a little, but bees are friendly in Minecraft, so we're good. I do want to also put some pots over here and display some more flowers. I don't have room in my inventory for them right now, but I do want to put some more flowers over there. I do think that the rest of the empty patches on the shelves are going to be filled with barrels and chests. And I think this is where I'm going to actually store all of my flowers. If I do need more storage at any point, I mean, I have an entire basement that's empty, so I should have more than enough space. I also do have some paintings. What painting do I want to put here? Kind of like that skull one. Looks like there's some flowers in that, maybe. Oh, that one's way too big. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that skull one there, and then we'll throw one back here as well. Oh, that looks good, actually. I like that tiny one. On the far wall, I also threw a painting, and I think that looks really cool. Yeah, like through the shelves like that. Oh, that's nice. Now, I do have more flowers on me, so let me populate the rest of these pots. And also, question, can I put a small drip leaf in a pot? No, why can't you? And to just round off the top of the shelves, I just put some stairs, and then I also just kind of connected them up with some trapdoors and some slabs and whatnot, so now they look more full. But with that, I think this, like, ground level decoration is done. I do want to fix up the roof a little bit, because it looks a little bit awkward here. Some of the spots, like right here, we're not even connected to the wall. It's kind of hard to tell, but we're not. And I think I'm actually going to switch up the roof color for the inside. Instead of using the copper, again, I want to use some spruce wood. So we can kind of go like this around the window to still make it make sense. And then I could do, yeah, a slab like that. That should work. I will have to go home and actually grab some more spruce wood, but it's fine. For now, I'm just going to throw in a little bit of these packed mud stairs, or packed mud brick stairs, whatever they're called. I like what this looks like with some spruce. And it'll give me just a small amount back. I do also definitely want to hang some lanterns from the ceiling. And then in the middle here, I think I want to hang some flower pots down. I do need to go grab the appropriate saplings for that, because I don't have any more cherry blossom and I don't have any spruce saplings here, and in my opinion, those work the best. So when I'm at home grabbing up some more spruce stuff, let me just grab that too. I got the roof all completely filled in with the spruce and then a little bit of the, you know, mud brick stairs. Now I just want to put in 2 hanging plants, and then I think this interior is completely done. I'm just going to come over, let's do 5 blocks from each lantern. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right there? And I'll do the same on the other side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's hang these down by 2. And I just need a temporary block on either side. I can put the pot on top of that block and then put each sapling in the pot. And I think this interior is completely done. Like I said, I'm not the best at interiors, but they get the job done for me, so I'm happy with it. One more thing I want to do for this building, and then we can kind of call it done for now, is the greenhouse section. And I don't have like a way to get into here, so I'm just going to kind of bust my way through right here. I think I want to put the tree for the episode in here, if I have space for it. I'm going to see if I can make just some kind of tiny tree in there. I think that'll look pretty cool. I think I'm going to use these leaves as well, the cherry leaves. Don't know how much sense that would make, but I think it's going to look nice, so I kind of don't care if it doesn't make any sense. Not going to lie, I didn't really talk at all while I made this tree, but I think that looks pretty good, actually. Yeah, I don't mind this at all. I don't really know what kind of tree this is supposed to be. Yeah, I like that shape. I like that shape, at least. I do think I want to add a little bit more, like, leaf variation in here. So, let me grab these flowering azaleas and then the regular azaleas. Don't know if this is going to look too drastic, but I want to see if I can put some of these flowering azaleas in just small patches, because I mean there's a little bit of pink in there. It's a different color, and there's also a little bit of green in the cherry blossom trees, so like I do feel like it works a little bit. Might not work too well, but that's all right. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, honestly, just those 3. I like those 3 leaves. That works. There you go, bee. And here you go. Make a baby. I still stand by this. The baby bee is the best mob in the game. Look at him, man, dude. He's doing his best. Look at him go. He wants that so bad. Here you go, little man. Oh, well, now I have a hole in here. Obviously, though, I am not done with the interior of that greenhouse section. I do want to add just some more like planter boxes. I think that'll be nice. I am kind of placing these randomly. I did say in a recent episode that when I'm planting flowers, I do like them to kind of be you know, close to flowers of the same color. But that's more so for fields. I think when I'm doing something like this, I don't mind actually having them be sort of random. I feel like it kind of works a little bit here. I definitely don't want to overcrowd this area, but just a table here and there with like a potted flower in it, I think will look nice. And all right, it's looking good in here. I think the last thing I really need to add is just a little bit of, you know, leaves kind of draping down from the top. Now, this is kind of why I wanted to go light with the exterior decorations of the greenhouse, because, you know, since all the walls are glass for the most part, the interior kind of serves as some exterior decoration as well. I think if I overly decorated the outside, it would just look really cluttered with all this stuff on the inside too. Something that'll also help in here is some glow berries. And I think you can just put glow berries anywhere, right? I don't think they have to be put on like any specific block. Yeah, sweet. Okay. So I'm just gonna kind of put a couple of these around in some random spots. Then I don't really need as much lighting in here then, because once these grow in, they'll act as lighting. I do want to put some torches though. Or lanterns, not torches. I'm happy with what the interior of the greenhouse here looks like for now. I do have to kind of remember to come through and shear off these glow berries, otherwise they're gonna grow like all the way down to the floor. But I'll tackle that once they grow a little bit more. But yeah, dude, like, I think the inside of the greenhouse looks pretty awesome from out here. And it adds a lot more detail to this place. Yeah, that's nice. That's really nice. Okay, cool. The last thing I do have to do is just kind of change out the floor on the inside there. I'm gonna try some coarse dirt just for now. I don't know if this is gonna look right, just because I have, like, coarse dirt in the walls here. But I'm hoping it looks fine. I think the coarse dirt definitely works. Does clash a little bit with this side of the building, but I'm honestly not worried about it. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, I think this thing's done now. I think the building itself is finished. And there's a bat here. Hello, bat. Befriend the bees. Become one of them. I do want to kind of put in the rest of the pathway here connecting to the new building. Let me move these two shulker boxes out of the way. It does connect up now. And I'm just going to kind of detail this pathway a little bit. I'm just gonna throw in a little bit of the coarse dirt and like the mud bricks and stuff like that. I think that's the design I want to go for these areas over here. I don't think I want to make this entire village out of the granite and the bricks and whatnot. I think having a bit of like variety in the path is gonna be nice. So like as we're getting closer to the flower fields and to the flower shop, I think adding in a little bit more dirt is going to be beneficial. I do really like how they changed how loud it is when you break grass. Like, it's so much quieter now. You could probably hardly even hear it over the rain. It's nice. I do kind of want some, like, patches of coarse dirt in these flowers as well. Only annoying thing is gonna have to keep breaking the flowers to put them in, but it's fine. And with another one of those little light posts kind of planted down, it's the same thing that I did over here. So with one of those, I think this build is now done. I think this turned out really nicely. Gonna pop into free cam just so you can kind of see it from afar. I think this thing turned out nicely. I'm gonna throw on the shaders even though it is raining. You know, shaders in the rain kind of looked cool. I don't mind it. But yeah, there's the new build with some shaders on. I'm happy with this. I think this fits the area really well. We have a nice little interior to this building too. I don't normally build interiors. I'm sure you guys kind of know that by now. But slowly but surely, man. Slowly but surely, we're building up this little Italian village thing. Thank you all so much for watching this video. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one. And I'll talk to you soon. Bye. You know, our friend over here broke his crossbow a really long time ago. And I said that once he broke his crossbow, I would name him. So, welcome, villager. Welcome to the world. You're officially here now. I mean, you've been here this whole time, but now you're named. What's up, villager? I don't know where to put him. That's still kind of undecided. I mean, this house is completely empty. Villager can kind of patrol this house maybe, but kind of wanted villagers here at some point. But he's not really a threat to anyone anymore, so I could just kind of let him go. I just don't want him wandering off or like dying somehow. I don't know yet. I'm gonna keep him in the boat. Maybe we can make Villager a house at some point. Don't know if he really deserves it though, because he definitely tried to kill me. And he keeps calling his friends in to continue to try to kill me. So I don't actually know if he deserves it. But keeping on the name trend, we got Roomba now officially named. What's good? Our little vacuum cleaner that is built like a truck. And last but not least, I have to name this unnamed sniffer. It's this one. Your name is now Snork. I like that name. Thank you so much, Cap Haze, for the suggestion. I think Snork fits a sniffer very well. He's just a weird guy. And, you know, Snork's a very weird name. I did realize, though, I was just kind of like cleaning out my inventory and stuff between episodes, and all of the sniffers were just roaming around outside of the enclosure. Very confused for a little while until I realized an Enderman came through and placed a block like right here or something. Somewhere that allowed them to get out. So, honestly, I might need to download the data pack that gets rid of Enderman griefing. But, I mean, to be fair, these guys have all been in here for a very long time, and this is the first time they've ever gotten out, so I feel like the chances of that happening again are pretty unlikely. But I guess it's never zero. Anyway, welcome back to some more of my survival world. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day. I don't really have much planned for this one. I just kind of wanted to start recording, just, you know, start the episode. I have no idea what the main build's going to be just yet, but, you know, Future Shram will figure that one out. I love putting all my responsibilities on that guy. Future Shram's the best, though I don't think he likes me at all. Pretty sure he dislikes me a lot. Now, I may not know what the main build of the episode is going to be, but I do know that I have a friend waiting for me at spawn. Let me go grab him.
I gotta show you my emote.
Okay.
I don't. Wait, hold on. This is gonna. Yep. This is an anticlimax. I have to figure out the emote wheel.
Sure.
Thing.
We're all waiting. Drum roll.
This is gonna be a very long drum roll. Open emote wheel. What do I do? I'm gonna do my mouse button. Hold on. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's kind of worth the wait. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Look at you go.
Yeah, it's so funny. You could just like, yeah, you just exist. You can jump.
Can you, dude? You should do a surviving 100 days in that emote video. Or I'll just be in the background of your next video, just doing that.
You gotta buy the emote. It's like $2 or something.
Hey man, it's a tax write-off.
Why do I? Oh, hold on. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna need you to take that one back. This is a fan favorite on the channel. All right, you just devastated everybody.
That's fine.
Everybody, go unsubscribe from Wombat right now.
No.
Okay, so
Nice.
obviously this has been my little village I've been working on, right? You know, you're an avid viewer, you know.
Yes. Yes.
And obviously there's a mountain here that needs work. Right. So like, I kind of started building it up over here.
Yes.
I'm not gonna have you do the entire mountain, obviously, but I'm thinking you're very good. You're very good at terraforming. You're good at building like natural stuff, right? So what if you took like, I don't know, this corner up here and just like kind of terraformed it how you would?
Okay. Are we talking like texturing, like changing up the shape?
Yeah, I mean, you can do whatever you want. Texturing, whatever
right.
terraforming encompasses for you. And obviously we can go grab everything that you're going to need. But I'm thinking like,
right.
I don't have any blocks on me. But there's kind of like...
Are we going
it's kind of
wacky with it?
Do whatever you want, man. However you think this mountain should be. You can texture it with just regular stone. It is my world, so you don't actually have to suffer the consequences as much as I do. So...
Yeah, I'll just make it look awful.
Yeah, let's maybe not do that.
Dude, that'd be terrible. No. I think I do okay.
But I think it's probably about time that I finish this whole mountain. And, you know, whatever you end up doing over here, I can kind of, you know, extrapolate onto the rest and figure out whatever I want to do. You can do what you want, man. You can level it off. You could, I don't know the Wombat process. I'm just kind of here to spectate.
The Wombat process.
Yep.
Got to go into free cam. Hacks. As the comments say, because actually, I'm surprised nobody says free cam is a cheat, but like an auto clicker is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, free cam could be like very much easily used as actually cheating too.
Yeah, and I do that all the time. So like, why are outed?
Got him. Exposing Wombat. This is actually the video we're working on. You thought I brought you on to join the world. No, there's a hidden camera. It's a hidden camera right here. Look to your upper. Look to your upper right. A little bit. Nope. Down. Nope. Okay. Left. Right there. You see it? Hidden camera.
That's a piece of iron.
Oh, well, time. Okay.
Hold on. Now we got it. Emote.
Oh my god.
What is happening? I can't see.
You're dude, you're
got a
straight
free
up.
camera.
You're straight up and down on my screen.
This looks good. Where am I, dude?
I don't even know, man. Your head's in the ground.
The game doesn't know what to do.
I don't know. I was a wandering trader.
What does he got?
Let's see. Let's go beat him up.
Oh, there's a lead there for you. I think he might be hanging one of his llamas.
He's got to be.
Oh my god. Is he dead?
Wait. Okay, I see the lead. There's a llama here.
I think he died.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure
dude,
Mance is toast.
Look in the cave. Look in the cave.
Oh
He's
yeah.
dying
Yeah,
now.
he just died.
Go to the water.
That's
You
oh wait, he
idiot.
made it.
Oh my God.
I'll save you.
Save him.
No,
No.
my boy.
Oh, that was terrible.
That was
He on
tragic, man.
fire. How did he survive down there?
I don't know.
How did he get down there?
Oh, that's
what
tough.
happened? Did his llama push him down?
I don't know.
The one llama that was up
Is this
there,
other-
I think, committed.
This other llama's
And
dying
there's
now.
there's a
Dude.
patrol over here too.
That llama's dying and stuff. Llama, come here. I'm saving you.
I don't know. Like acacia almost has like a warm, like texture to it, even though it's like super gray. But
Yeah,
I think the dripstone blends in better with that than it does like the cobblestone. You know what I mean?
definitely. It's more of like one of those things. It's really nice from like far away, but with a mountain, you kind of want it that way. You're not gonna really be that up close and personal with a mountain too often.
Yeah, I would say that's a very good way of going about terraforming. Is don't worry about what it looks like from close up. Make sure you have free cam when you're building and doing any sort of terraforming. Just looking at something from a distance is, I think, how you get better at building too. Is just like a lot of stuff looks terrible up close, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, man. Anything else? Anything else you want to add?
Trying to think. I think anything that I would have idea-wise would take a while.
Hey, all good, man. I think you laid out a good blueprint.
Yeah, yeah.
I like it a lot. Before you go though, you do have to do something. You have to do two things. Get my pickaxe back.
Like and subscribe to my channel. Okay, got my money back. Dude, that'd be wait. I could just take your stuff, dude.
You really could. Other thing is you gotta come sign the book. But yeah. I mean, thanks for coming on. Anything else you gotta say? I was wondering how long
I was
we
gonna
could just
see how
stand
long-
there.
Yeah. Oh, that was so just like 10 minutes of the video. No, I don't know. I'm terrible at outros in my own videos, so I have no idea what to say right now.
Got it.
It was great being on here.
Is it okay if I cut you off mid-sentence then to like transition to the next part of the video?
No, that would be really, really mean, and I don't think I want you to do that.
The pink sheep agenda. Thou shalt not punish sheep. Thou shalt make the Wombat member block pink wool. And thou shalt sub to Wombat. Wise words. Wise words from the Wombat. Definitely go ahead and subscribe to him. I'll go change his block here very shortly. But yeah, huge shout out to Wombat. Thanks so much for coming onto the world and showing your terraforming expertise. I really like what he did with the area. That's way better than what I could have come up with. And, you know, I think it's going to look really, really cool once I kind of take what he did and expand it. So I'm very glad that he laid down the blueprint here for me for that area, because I was a little bit concerned with how that mountain was going to turn out. Didn't really think I had the terraforming capabilities to make it how I wanted. I do want to continue working on that mountain here in this episode still, but that's not going to be the next thing I do. Instead, I want to finally extend the membership hall. So I don't really feel like running all the way over there. So let me see if I can actually just peek in. Yeah, so as you can see, the membership hall stops at that stone right there. And I would like to change that. I want to continue it and just continue the tunnel going into the mountain. I have the need for it. I ran out of spots on the wall for some YouTube members, and I ended up putting a whole bunch on some of the pillars, like the supporting pillars. I want to move all the ones on the supporting pillars and actually have them on the wall like they're supposed to be. The next section of walls is going to be orange blocks. So the first section I have in there is all red, and I think I'm just going to kind of continue on as we get deeper into the tunnel, just continuing the colors of the rainbow. So next up we got orange, got a whole bunch of orange blocks in here, and probably going to keep the same floor and the same ceiling and everything, but the wall colors will be different, and I think it'll look pretty cool. I also do want to come up with a fountain design, and I want to dedicate that to one YouTube member in particular. So I think I'm going to get all this done in a time lapse here quickly. So let's cut it away to that. Here's a look now at the new and improved membership hall. We have a fountain now in the first room. It looks all right. It's not like my favorite thing, but it's fine. Used copper. I felt like that was a pretty good, just like different block to use to kind of make it stand out. I could have made this out of like quartz and other white blocks and stuff, but I kind of wanted to just get some variety in here. I think it looks pretty cool. I'm going to dedicate this fountain, though, to a YouTube member by the name of Dr. Throw. So Dr. Throw has been kind of a legend of the channel recently. They've donated a lot of YouTube members throughout my streams. They've just donated some money as well, so I wanted to kind of pay my respects here to the legend, Dr. Throw. I'll put a sign probably right here once I come back, because I have to go get some honey anyway. I didn't wax any of this copper just yet. But, you know, when I return with the wax, I'll return with a sign as well. And as for the rest of the membership hall, it now extends down here about, you know, twice as long as it was before. And I didn't bring any quartz with me when I was detailing this, but I did bring some calcite, so we changed up the walls a little bit. Really not a drastic change at all. I still think it looks pretty good, and it fits in with the rest. So we're chilling, and all the members are actually on the walls now. Speaking of members, though, I have to add 3 more to the wall. The first one, this one's gonna look weird because it's an axe, but it's Convex BC 5006. They actually sticks into the wall because of one of the data packs I have installed, so that looks interesting. Holden George 6946 wanted to be a weather skeleton skull. I only have one of those, so decided to use it on good old Holden George. And then, of course, we got Dingle. I decided to make Dingle an item frame. I feel like that's just fun, because all these walls already have item frames on them, and normally they're invisible, so now you can actually see an item frame in this world. Also, I should point out that Obnoxious Rex asked me to change their block to a sniffer egg, but they already are a sniffer egg. So here you go, Obnoxious Rex. Just wanted to make sure you were aware. I did gather another sniffer egg, though, in preparation for that. So I guess we can plant this. And then we'll have another sniffer. And I think I'll just take another name suggestion from the comments of last time. You know, last time I named Snork. Where's Snork? There you are. Hello, friend. So I'll just take another name suggestion from the comment section over there whenever that egg hatches. I think this llama's actually gonna die because it keeps attacking stuff. So let me bring the llama inside. I don't want this llama to die. Come here. You can stay right there, friend. This is your house. Anyway, though, the next thing I want to do in this video is just continue working on the terraforming here that Wombat started. So let me just take a nap here next to my new llama friend. And then once I wake up, somehow, magically, this whole mountain will be done. It'll be completely terraformed. Look at that. Look at that transition. All right, that transition was probably horrible, but to make up for it, here is a picture of my cats. Great time to guilt you guys into liking the video. But anyway, yeah, so I finished the rest of this mountain, except for this little thing over here. Still don't know what to do with that, so I'm just gonna kind of forget about it. But this whole thing is now textured in a very similar way to what, you know, Wombat kind of laid the foundation for. So Wombat did this little section right here. As you can tell, it still probably looks the best out of this whole area, but I kind of, you know, used his idea and, you know, moved it on to the rest of the mountain. I think it looks pretty good. I think it's a cool feature to this area. You may have noticed as well that there is this like entryway into the mountain here too. And it's already pretty hollowed out. It's still very dark though. A lot of mobs down here for sure. But I don't really know what to put in here. I was leaning towards like a storage room. I think I could benefit from having like a big like bulk storage room in this world. I am on day 1225 and my storage is still pretty small. I don't normally like having just one big storage room. I kind of like spreading my storage around, but even still, I think having like a room full of chests just for stuff I'm going to get a bunch of, I think that could still be useful to me. So maybe that's what I make that into. I don't really know. I think regardless of what I decide to throw in here, this is probably going to be a project for its own episode. I don't think I'm going to get to that here today. There's just a lot of work still to be done on the inside of there, and I think it's probably better suited for like a full-length episode. For the rest of this episode, though, I do want to continue working over here in this area, just on top of what we just did. And I think I want to build up some ruins, like build up the past a little bit to give this a little bit more lore. So obviously the area over here that we're working on, this is going to be nice and lively. It's going to be where all the villagers are if I actually ever decide to do that, but it's going to be where all the life is in this area. I think though, like having like a castle ruin up here would be just a really, really cool like backdrop, like set piece when you're walking through this village that we're building up. I've never built up like a ruined building or anything like that before, so this is going to be pretty new to me. I think I can come up with something pretty cool, and I also have a color palette in my mind. So let me go grab the blocks that I'm thinking about using. I can kind of go over what I think this area is going to look like. The main block I'm thinking about using for whatever, you know, ruins I decide to build up here is going to be these bricks. I think having the red blocks will be a good contrast to, like, you know, the rest of the mountain. It'll pop a little bit. I think it'll just look good. And then, of course, we have a little bit of granite that we can definitely work into that as well. I actually don't have any, like, full blocks of granite. I only have slabs, so I'm going to have to go collect some of that soon. I have some mud. Mud looks really good next to granite. I think we can kind of work that in, make it look like it's, you know, worn down, like it's kind of dirty, like ruins would be, you know. I have a little bit of this dripstone as well. And by a little bit, I mean I only have 5, and then I have 52 pointed dripstone. Really need to go grab some of this stuff. I'm hoping, though, this might be a little ambitious, but I'm hoping that I can transition this dripstone into tough and then into deep slate facing that way to be like a bunch of really dark patches. I think this type of gradient will actually work out really nicely. I'm not going to make just like a straight up gradient from the bottom to the top. I don't want to do anything like that. I want to make the majority of the build out of like these 3 blocks here probably, and then just work in small patches of this darker color palette over here. But I think these blocks work together like well enough if you kind of take a step back. Like these first 4 definitely. I think these 4 blocks work super well together. The tough and the deep slate might be a bit of a jump, but I think it works. I think the dripstone into the tough is close enough, and I'm probably mainly going to be viewing these ruins from down there. So if it's not perfect, it honestly shouldn't matter too much. I actually got the inspiration for this color palette from a real life building that I saw when I was leaving work the other day. It was this big like red brick building that had just like these dark black patches just every so often. And I kind of figured it would be decently easy to translate that into the game here. And I think it's going to look really nice. So let me go gather up all the materials that I think I'm going to need, and then I'll be back to actually start building. Been a little busy building up some of these ruins here, and I have a little bit of an update of what I've built so far. So, as of right now, I have, you know, a little bit laid out, and I've also built up, like, 2 of these towers. And I think they look really cool. I'm a huge fan of the shading at the moment. I just like the color palette. I think it blends really well together. These dark patches, I think, look really good, especially, like, the more you back away. And I'm going to use free cam here for a second, just so you can kind of get the full vibe of it, but, like, I think this thing's starting to look pretty solid. I don't think these towers are completely done. There's probably way more detail that I can actually do. Probably add that in at some point. Hey, look, an emerald. I don't know if I'm ever going to mine that. We'll see. But just going off the shading here again, like this spot right there, if you look at it from this view, I think that looks so good. Those colors blend in really well together, and it just really looks like just a dark patch on the wall. I like what I'm doing so far. I really do. I'm not trying to go too big with this. I don't want it to be like a massive castle. I think just these 4 towers should be enough. And, you know, over here, I'm probably going to do the exact same thing I did right here. We're going to change up the heights and everything, of course, but I want like a smaller tower, a slightly bigger tower, and then like a bridge connecting them that is like broken down. So I want this exact vibe over here again. But, you know, I just wanted to kind of pop in, show off what I've done so far, talk about my thought process a little bit. But yeah, let's continue building and let's finish this off. What just happened on this world, to me, is so annoying. So, long story short, I'm going to tell the long story actually anyway, so that was kind of redundant for me to say that, but my audio isn't here, my live commentary audio. When I record my audio on this game, I use Audacity. That's what I'm using right now to record this segment. I've been using Audacity for years, and I have always had a separate video and audio file, just because I think it makes editing a little bit easier. You can edit the audio individually, whatever. It doesn't really matter, but I always separate those two. But there was one time recently where I accidentally forgot to export my audio from Audacity, and then I didn't have any audio to go with the video then. So what I decided to do is on my OBS recording, like the actual gameplay recording, I decided to also record audio there. I could just delete the file in post-production then, and then, you know, slide in the Audacity file in the spot that it's supposed to be. I could still edit the audio as much as I want separately from the video, all that fun stuff, but then I have like a fail-safe, you know, in case that happened again. I would actually at least have some audio to use in the video. I'm aware that you guys probably don't really care about this, but I want to vent about what just happened. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe if you make content yourself, this can kind of help you out to, you know, make sure you don't make the same mistake. But anyway, that's how I've recorded for a while. Audacity will record my audio, and then just in case I accidentally didn't export it out properly, OBS would also have my audio. It would be tracking that too. That exact thing happened. I forgot to export my audio out of Audacity. I closed out of it, couldn't get the original file back. Then when I went over to my OBS recording, there was also no audio. Somehow my microphone changed in my OBS settings to the regular microphone that I use, and it connected to like my controller microphone that I use to play other games with. I don't know why that would have happened, but none of my audio was actually picked up. So there's no beautiful commentary audio to go with this recording that you guys are watching right now. But yeah, anyway, you know, the ruins are done. Look at them, dude. They're cool. I think they look great. It's a nice little aesthetic piece to this village. Add some lore, add some personality to the area. I really like it. On top of the brand new like cliff mountain thing that we built today, I think this area got upgraded pretty nicely. This mountain looks so much better than it did at the start of the video. So I'm a pretty big fan of this project. But of course, I still need to build the tree for the episode. And what I decided to do is just build up kind of the same trees that I've been building in this area, these like Italian style trees. I got these from, well, Simply Night. My friend Simply Night sent me a screenshot of like a Pinterest post or something like that from someone else who had this really cool tree design for these exact type of trees. So I've been using this tree design in this area for a little bit now, and I feel like just adding another one makes sense. And I really liked this spot right in front of the build from last episode, the flower shop. It just felt like it was a little empty, just needed something, some kind of vegetation there. So just felt like a really good, you know, really good spot to have this new tree. But with that tree being built, that's actually going to do it for this episode. A bit of an anticlimactic ending because I'm not here live to kind of talk about my thought process of everything, but whatever, dude, we rally, we're all good. I hope you guys really enjoyed this one. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you have a great day. Bye. Silly Billy Patrick had a great idea. He said to put Villager in my pond, make it look like he's fishing, maybe use a chest boat. It's exactly what I'm gonna do. Villager, you have a new purpose in life, okay? You're gonna patrol this pond, and you're gonna fish, or something. If I destroy this, what are the chances you could just go right in this one? Oh, there we go. Nice. He won't hold a fishing rod, will he? I have a couple spare enchanted fishing rods. Take that. Nope, I just picked it back up again. Will you pick it up? Villager will not pick it up. Hey, it's all good. At least it's in the pond. Why are you looking away from me, Villager? Are you upset with me? Do you not like your new purpose in life? Why are you just staring over here? What are you looking at? Maybe he's just longing to be free. We'll never know. That's a complex man right there. No idea what's going on behind those eyes. Anyway, welcome back to some more of my survival world. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day. I think I've said that in the last, like, 15 episodes of this series. Like, I feel like that's been my exact intro to the survival world, and, like, I guess that's just my thing that I say now. I never, like, had a you know, set intro for for this world before. I kind of just gravitated towards that, but, you know, I'll take it. I do hope you guys are all having a good day, so, you know, I don't mind saying it every time. Last time, I continued working in this area over here, in our new Italian-style village, and we built up this mountain, like, cliffside thing, along with the ruins that are sitting on top of it. Also, I had some help from my man Wombat with the cliffside. He designed, like, this section right here. So, huge shout out to him. He was a huge reason as to why this whole thing got finished, because... And, you know, without his help, I probably would not have done this. I'm not going to lie. He's a great mind for terraforming, so wanted to bring him on to help me out with this. And, you know, he did a great job, so thanks so much. But yeah, we have ruins now on top of this little, you know, cliffside, building up a little bit of the past of this world, a little bit of the lore of this area. I think it looks cool. There isn't actually anything up there. It's completely empty. Even, like, the interior here, like, the inside of all these towers, there's nothing here either. But I think it looks cool. It's a cool vibe. Looks good from a distance. I'm not really going to be up here too much, I guess, except for, like, you know, right now. But once I land back on the ground, I probably won't really be up inside the ruins much more in this world, if I'm being honest. Unless I decide to actually put something up there, but who knows? Who knows? As I'm walking back, I'm going to take a quick pit stop into the council hall over here. This is also something that I worked on last time. I put in this fountain. There's also a new wall color here, so now it goes red to orange. I think it's looking pretty nice. But we have a new YouTube member, Blue Venom. Let's go ahead and add Blue Venom to the Shramley. There we go, up on the wall, a blue piece of wool. That's what they wanted. I have also not forgotten about these 3 YouTube members over here. I do still plan on getting your blocks, don't worry, it'll happen. Because a few episodes back, I did get some of these tadpoles. So I do have everything that I need to actually go ahead and get this. I've just been a little lazy, I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry, Reese. I apologize, you're my man. This netherite block is still gonna be a minute, I'm not gonna lie, so don't really have too much of a timeline for that one, Dr. Throw, but I did just build you a fountain. That fountain in there is dedicated to you, but I will get you that netherite block at some point as well. And then I just have to, like, fly around for a while to find mycelium, or maybe a wandering trader can sell it. That's probably the better option there, if I'm being honest, because mushroom islands are pretty rare. This is a large biome world, making, like, rare biomes even more rare. So it might be a long time until I find one of those. It's all right, though, okay? I promise I haven't forgotten about you guys. I almost forgot, but I have to go ahead and name the new sniffer that's in this area. Where are you? It's you, right here. Unnamed sniffer, who is unnamed no longer. Your name is now Bonkers. Thank you so much, Alexandria Bennett M4D, for the name suggestion. I like Bonkers. He's just a goofy little guy, so I think that works. Now, though, over the last few episodes, you know, I've been working primarily in this area over there, beyond the trees. I think it's been, like, the past 3 or 4 episodes that I've dedicated to that area, so today I want to move back here. I want to do some work in the starter area. For starters, I want to add some more crop fields to the area, because as of right now, I only have 3. I have this 1 carrot field, this 1 wheat field, and then there's a potato field tucked in the back here. This area is in desperate need of more crops. I love planting crop fields. I can't believe I've only planted 3 in this entire world. I've also always thought that the landscape, like, surrounding the pathway here has been very, very boring. For the most part, it's just, like, bone mealed grass, a couple spots of, like, hand-placed grass, a few spots of, like, leaves, but for the most part, it's, you know, very boring. There's not too much going on. I think the areas that are, like, the boundary to the path are going to be perfect for these new crop fields. So I'm going to fly up really quickly with some rockets. Let's not use free cam. Why not? But I'm thinking, like, right here we can have a nice big one. Over here as well. And it's going to kind of just go to the landscape. I don't really think I'm going to do too much terraforming. I think, honestly, the landscape's pretty decent for some crop fields. And then I'm thinking about having a pretty big one back here as well. I don't know if they're all going to be the same crop. I really like what wheat looks like. I think wheat is the best looking crop in a big field like that. Might be a bit of a basic opinion, but dude, this wheat looks so good when it's fully grown. But also, I can add a pop of color, have some beetroot in here potentially. Like, I never plant beetroot, so maybe I finally will. I don't know. I don't know just yet. But what I do know is that I'm going to time-lapse this because, in my opinion, dude, farming time-lapses, very satisfying to watch. So let me cut it to a quick time-lapse, and let's get all these fields planted. So as you all saw in the time lapse, the crop fields are now in place. So we have this huge wheat one that spans all the way pretty much from my starter house to like the start of the little spruce forest that we built. And then also this one over here I made into beetroot, just because kind of like what I was saying before, I never plant beetroot. I feel like this is just a good opportunity to actually go through and plant some. And it adds just a little bit of color here to the area, a little bit of red. I'm not a huge fan, honestly, of what it looks like just all in one field. But it's cool. It's cool enough for now, I guess. I've just always thought that the crops that like aren't wheat just look too neon. You know, like the top of the crops, they're just like too green for my liking. This is why I just kind of like the wheat fields for the most part. I just like the pale yellow. I think that looks really good. But regardless, I still think this is an upgrade over what it looked like before. You might have also noticed that while I was planting this beetroot field, I put in this pathway, kind of splitting it into two smaller fields, and then the pathway kind of just ends right here. I want to actually put something at the end of this pathway, and that's going to kind of be the main build for the episode. So for a really long time in this world, I've had a handful of pets, right? We got Phantom, we got Mangrove, we got Ishigaki, we got my boy Walter down here. And then, of course, we can't forget about Felix chilling in the barn. All of these pets, aside from Felix, have been chilling outside pretty much since they've become my pet. They've just been hanging out, just, you know, getting rained on, you know, going through thunderstorms and whatnot. So I think it's definitely overdue that I build them a house. And I think that just making them like a little farmhouse over here would be adorable. This area needs a little bit more work done to it, though. There's like this weird hill kind of sitting here. I think I kind of want to carve everything down to maybe like this level here that I'm standing on. Just get one big, just flat platform on that level, and then we can kind of put the house there and then terraform around it where needed. Just kind of trying to carve out the dimensions. I'm going to pop into free cam just so you can see this a lot easier. I think I'm going to take out this entire middle section right here, so you can kind of see the boundary that I carved away right here. So I'm going to go through, just kind of delete this middle chunk, and then that should be enough space for a decently big farmhouse. I don't really want this thing to be like massive. I'm not trying to go huge with this, but my animals deserve at least a pretty big house, right? I'm gonna go ahead though and grab up a couple shulker boxes to put all these materials in, and then I can get digging. I have cleared out the entire area, and I have also thrown down a little bit of like a blueprint of this house. Possibly a little bit bigger than I wanted, but I think it's fine. Going a little bit bigger for the animals, I don't really think that's a problem. They deserve the best. Just a quick like explanation of my thought process here when I was throwing down these blocks. I knew I wanted like some overhang section out towards the front to kind of like overlook the area, look at the forest. Maybe if the dogs were feeling adventurous, they could go look out. I don't know. They're all going to be sitting in here, so they're not actually going to be able to move, but use your imagination. But yeah, I want this section over here. I don't really think this is going to be like completely enclosed. I'm imagining it'll just be like a few pillars sticking out on these corner blocks that connects up to a balcony on like the second floor or something. So that was kind of my idea here with this like section that's kind of shooting out of the front. I just have like a main rectangle in here, nothing too crazy going on in the middle. The doorway is pushed back a block just because I feel like if I put it on this level, it's just a little bit too crowded. And adding just that bit of depth just allows you to breathe a little bit more kind of as you're walking out and walking in. So I think pushing the doorway back is the correct move. I could even throw like another section of the building over here. That might look cool. That might be like a final addition though. I think I'm just going to rock with the original game plan for now. Now, as for like the style, as for the color palette, I'm leaning towards like a similar color palette to what I used here in this cabin. I feel like that'll tie it together a little bit better too. Also, like the YouTube member hall has a lot of gray blocks into it, has a lot of spruce in there too, so I feel like making this out of like a similar color palette will work really well. So I think that's going to be the plan. I'm going to use a lot of gray blocks, probably some deep slate. This is going to be a much bigger build than the cabin, so I think I can work in some more texture variation there too, just to make it work a little bit better. I'll probably change up the roof just slightly. I don't know if I'll just use straight spruce wood. Probably not. I'm sure I'm going to texture that up too. Let me see what I have though in my storage system. I feel like I should have most of these blocks just readily available, but I guess I'll come back and let you know if I have to go gather anything. Man, it probably doesn't feel like it for you guys at all, but the time difference between the last clip and right now is probably like a month. Pretty sure I released 2 videos in between recording sessions here. Those 2 videos are from a new series of mine. I started a hardcore series on the channel, so if you want to check that out, obviously feel free. But of course, I'm back here to start building up the pet's house. And I was thinking about this for a little while. I think my original plan was to make the house incredibly similar to the barn over here. But I've been thinking, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to kind of mesh that build and the rest of the style over here together. And my idea is that I'll make the walls all out of like stone blocks, probably have a very similar texturing pattern to the cabin here. I'm going to work in more regular stone, I think, just because I'm going to have way more space over here. So I can do a lot more with the shadows and the texturing and stuff. So anyway, I'm going to keep the walls mostly stone. The roof is still going to be spruce wood. We're probably going to have like similar looking windows. I don't know if I'll default to scaffolding or if it'll be something else, but I think a lot of the aspects of this house are going to be kind of transferred over to here. The only thing I'm going to take from the rest of the area is the roof shape. I think I'm going to make this roof very tall, very fantasy style, and I think it's going to look pretty cool. I think that'll be a good way of blending the 2 areas together. That's at least my thought, anyway. For right now, though, I'm just going to start placing in some regular stone, just so I can get the shape of the building completely where I want it to be. I've been building a lot more like this recently, where I just put down only 1 block and then worry about the texturing later. And I think it's improved a lot of my builds recently, so I'm going to keep going with this tactic here. I also sort of want to toy with the idea of making this build 2 different heights. I just got to figure out where I actually want to drop this in. Maybe like here. So I'm thinking this left side over here can be a little bit taller than the right side. So just taking a look here in free cam, I like the height difference, but I think the left section over here, I think this needs to come out a couple more blocks. That might mess up the entrance, but I can always kind of reconfigure the entrance a little bit later. I think this shape is a bit more important. Yeah, I feel like that makes a little bit more sense. And honestly, the entrance being there might not be too bad. Once I put the roof on, it could look okay. And this is probably going to be pretty much the exact same roof I've put on most of the buildings in this area. And you guys have definitely seen me throw on this roof plenty of times by now. So let me put this entire thing on with just spruce wood, and then I'll be right back. The roof is now completely in, and I really like the height difference. I think that was a good choice. I'm just now realizing I never gathered basalt. Ooh, hopefully I have some. Oh, yeah, I have a day counter mod now installed. As you can see down there, we're on day 1273 in this world. I downloaded it recently for something else, and I've just kind of kept it on. I like the day counter mod, just kind of chilling on the screen. I don't think it takes up too much of the screen. I don't think it's too distracting either. I don't even notice it half the time. And it looks like I am out of basalt. I could cry. I could shed a tear. I'm not going to, though. I'm just not going to use basalt. I did have some polished basalt in that chest. I probably should have checked if I could use that to craft the basalt I need, but I'm already over here. I don't want to turn around. But yeah, the day counter mod now. Hopefully it's not too distracting for you guys. I just like having it on screen. It's cool to see what day it is. Like, I always look for that in other videos and stuff. I always pause it whenever they hit F3 just because I'm curious. So I like displaying it. But now let's begin texturing. I have done this so many times, but I'm still going to show it. I really do enjoy texturing. I think this is one of my favorite parts of just building in general, especially with moss. Like, texturing with moss is so easy, and it always looks great, in my opinion. So we're going to plop down a whole bunch of moss. Going to get a bunch of mossy cobblestone connected to that. And then this is where some of the pale moss is going to seep in, because I really like what pale moss with mossy cobblestone looks like. And I think I'm just going to have this mainly towards the top up here, just to kind of darken up the section that's under this little covering. It's not a huge difference, but I think it's enough to darken up that section. Like, you can see it does get just a tinge darker underneath the roof there. I really like this new moss block. I think this works so well with the color palettes that I'm already used to building with, so huge W in my book for Mojang. Probably going to work in a little bit of tuff connected to that. Is that too many blocks? I don't think that's too many blocks. This is definitely a big enough build where I can get away with using this many blocks, so honestly I think this is fine. One of the other texturing techniques I'm going to use is another one that I've used plenty. So this time I'm going to darken up here again, but it's going to be even more significant. And the block I'm going to use to darken this is deep slate, but with this texture showing. I think this is very easily becoming one of my new favorite block combinations, because if I just take a step back And just look at that left corner. That's just, it's so like perfectly darkened. Gonna put a little bit more deep slate down here by the entrance. I feel like darkening up that corner probably makes some sense. Yeah, I think this texturing is off to a pretty good start. Another thing that you guys know that I love to do is add just little patches of mud into the regular stone. It is just a very simple way to just add that little extra touch to your stone builds. And honestly, just those 2 bits of mud, I think, make a pretty big difference. Makes the building look just a little bit more lived in to me. But yeah, this texturing is looking really good for the walls. Next up, I want to move up to the roof and texture that. And of course, like the genius that I am, I only brought jungle stairs. I need jungle planks. Because if you haven't noticed, there's no stairs in that roof. I honestly don't think there has ever been a build of mine that I've completed without having to go back to my storage room at some point. I literally never prepare enough. I completely forgot about this wall. Well, I already have all the roof texturing blocks on me, so hopefully I remember to do this later. But the roof texturing here is going to be far more simple than the walls. I'm only going to be using 2 additional blocks to the spruce here. I'm going to be blending the spruce into the mud bricks and then into the jungle wood. So the jungle wood is going to be the brightest part of the roof. Like I said, it is really simple, but I think this looks really good together. I think from a distance like this, you can really see the strength of that texturing pattern over there. I think it looks really, really nice from back here. Like the closer you get, the weirder it does look, but that's not a problem since it's the roof. I'm not really going to be up here looking directly at the roof that much. The only time I'm really going to be doing this is right now when I'm building it. Like when I'm just wandering around, you're not even gonna really realize that these blocks don't work perfectly together. And then once I do this everywhere on the roof, it's going to look a lot better. Let me knock that out quickly and then I'll be back with a progress update. The roof is now for the most part detailed. I might still add a little bit more to it. I'm kind of going back and forth on if I want to have like big windows up on the roof. But if I decide to do that, it'll probably be one of the last few things that I actually add. For now, I want to start working on some of the extra stuff I'm going to add to the outside. So like the balcony that I'm going to put up front here. And then also I'll probably come up with a few window designs to add to this just to make it look a little bit better. Right now, it's all obviously just very flat, but once I think we get past this stage, it'll look a ton better. I'm starting to regret deciding to put a balcony on this building, and like I could just scrap that idea entirely. I could edit around it so I don't ever actually say it in the video. Like I didn't actually commit to anything yet. None of this has been uploaded. You guys don't know about this. I could just scrap it, but no, I'm gonna persevere. Okay, so I'm working on the balcony. This is what I got. I don't think it's the best thing I've ever done, but it's probably not the worst. Somewhere in the middle, some kind of happy medium there. I think I could probably make this better though. First things first, let me grab some of these mud bricks. Gonna make them into mud brick walls. Yeah, let's get 2 of those. That's probably enough. And then I need some spruce fences. Those are buttons. Woo! And it starts raining, and I don't have the particle rain mod installed right now. Man, this video is in shambles. Anyway, let's come up here, put a mud brick wall right there on either side, and then let's connect this up to the top. But there's going to be a little gap here, which is fine. Right? I think? Maybe? Yeah, it's fine. We can work around this. Let me put a slab on either side of here to fill in that gap. I feel like I actually want to put slabs along the entire bottom here, and then put a row of trapdoors going all the way across. Maybe actually 2 rows of trapdoors. Let's double this one up. And I actually think I'm going to switch out the trapdoors on the top. Just for more slabs. I think that'll give it a better, like, gradual decline. I think I might have done something cool. You're going to have to let me know. Okay, so this is what I came up with for the balcony. I think it looks good in general, but the thing that I'm talking about that might look cool is this window right here. So, as you can see, there's scaffolding in the back to kind of act as the windows. But I have these spruce trapdoors to act as like the window shutters, whatever the things you close on the outside. And I have one that's closed and then one that's open. And I'm hoping it gives that effect, right? That just one of them is closed. I feel like it kind of does. Maybe not from far away. This might be something that actually does look better close up, which is not normally what I go for. But I kind of like it. I kind of like it enough to keep for now. I think that's cool. But anyway, that's what the balcony is going to end up looking like. I think that's good. I think that's a good feature. It definitely helps the shape of that front section a little bit more. Just adds a lot more interest now to this big flat wall. So very happy with this balcony. And then I think as for just the window design, gonna keep it very simple and just use scaffolding. I think scaffolding looks really good on buildings like this, like with this color palette with the stone. And I think it just gives a nice like farm aesthetic, so I'm gonna go with it. And I guess if you guys are trying to figure out how to do that that shutter design that I came up with, all you do is place 3 blocks like this next to the window, put some trapdoors on all of those on the inside of the blocks, get rid of the blocks, and then put signs on the back. I'm electing for spruce and jungle, but I feel like this looks good with most like trapdoor and sign combinations. And then I'm also just putting a spruce stair on top just to kind of round the whole thing off. I think that's a good window design. I like that for this build. I'm gonna stick with the bamboo theme here for the front door. This is also the same exact door design that I did on the balcony up there, but also in case you're looking to kind of figure out how to do that, put some upside down bamboo stairs just like this, line the rest of the walls with bamboo trapdoors. Then you put the doors on the inside, just like that. Actually, this left one's not gonna open properly. Hold on, let me replace that. There we go. So now both knobs are in the middle, so that's what that should look like. And then all we need is the trapdoors for the rest of the area. So just like that, it gets rounded off all nicely and looks like a big bamboo door. I do feel like this section over here needs something else. Because, like, the roof looks a little bit weird since it goes in another block. But I think I can cook something up here. Alright, a pretty simple design here, but I think this looks way better than it did before. So we framed out the door a little bit better, connected it up to the roof too. I like that. I think that's good. Over on this side here, I'm just going to start working on a little outdoor area. Just a little covered section where I can maybe have like storage or something like that. I love putting these on my builds. You probably have realized that by now. I do this everywhere, but I think this always looks good. I know I want this ending with 2 trapdoors. Just like that. And then now I just need to get this connected up to the wall with a slope that I like. That looks a little funky, but I can dig it. Maybe a trapdoor there too. Yeah, that's what we needed. That's good. Okay, cool. That's gonna be the slope. And this thing is shaping out to be a pretty cool house. Honestly, I might have to move in here with my animals. I have sort of grown out of my house. I mean, look how small it is compared to this one. So this would be a nice upgrade for me, that's for sure. One of my favorite things to do, at least lately, is just add a whole bunch of signs to my builds. I just like putting a row of signs like near the top and near the bottom. To me, it makes the building look a little bit more supported without needing a whole bunch of like spruce support beams and the upside down stairs and the trapdoors and whatnot. I think this is just a much simpler way of just adding support to the building. So yeah, you can kind of see it's a pretty minor detail. Like you can't even really notice the signs unless you are unless you're really looking for them, but I definitely think it's a welcome addition. I think this building is in a really good spot. I now just have to run around and add in just like the final details all over the outside. And since I've been talking for a little while now, I think it's probably about time to turn the music up just a little bit and we can kick it to a quick time lapse. The gang is all here. They're kind of hiding in the wheat field, though. Felix is around here somewhere. There he is. But what do you guys think of your brand new house? I think that was a sign of approval from one of the cats. I hope you guys like it. I built it just for you. I will have to say though, the interior is empty. It's completely empty, but it's sectioned off. You guys got rooms. That's pretty cool, and at least you're out of the weather now. I will definitely tackle this interior at some point. But that time is not now. With the animals now all completely in the building, though, it is time to work on the tree for the episode. And I have left this little piece of land over here specifically for this tree. I think that's going to look really cool right here. I think I'm just going to make a pretty traditional looking oak tree. I plan on making this oak tree a little bit different from my typical oak trees. I feel like when I normally make these types of trees, I just have the branches just go pretty much straight out from the trunk. Whereas in real life, I feel like the branches of these trees, they kind of grow upwards and outwards at the same time. I feel like I'm not really getting like the upwards growth whenever I make these kind of trees. So I'm gonna see if I can emphasize that here. I mean, this tree is not too big, so I might not honestly have the most room for this, but let's see what I can do. I can't tell if I'm cooking or not. I don't know if this is good. It looks kind of weird because there's a lot of the mud brick walls all over the place. I'll probably touch this up a little bit more. I'm kind of just going for the shape here, but I don't hate it right now. I think we just need like a little bit more extension on like this mid-level right here. Like you can see the branches at the top get pretty tall and they mainly go straight up, and then these ones at the bottom are pretty much straight out. And I kind of want the branches to keep going more towards the top as you go up the tree, if that makes sense. I want to keep tweaking this until I get a shape that I'm comfortable with, and then I will kind of be back to talk about what I did. This tree looks like a complete mess right now, but I think I've decided on the kind of design, or at least the kind of idea that I'm going to go for this tree. So if you just kind of focus on this left side, we have three distinguished branches, right? There's one at the bottom here that is flat for the most part. It has a very slight amount of elevation. There's a medium branch in the middle that is a little bit more elevation. It just, you know, goes up a little bit more than the bottom one does. And then there's this one in the back that is very steep. I want to work this idea of having different elevations for my branches around the entire tree. So I'm going to do exactly what I did on the left side here, all the way around. And then I can start working on throwing in the leaves. Even though the branches aren't, you know, connected, like there's a bunch of floating fences and stuff, I think these branches look really cool. I kind of just repeated that the pattern that I was talking about before, just all the way around. I was trying to do it where, like, wherever you're looking at the tree from, you can kind of always see at least one branch that's going kind of straight up. There's a middle branch too, kind of close to it, and then one at the bottom that's more flat. I kind of just did that all the way around, and I think this looks really cool. So I'm definitely at a good spot to start throwing leaves on the tree, but let me get rid of these guys first. Sorry for the use of free cam so much. It's just so useful when you're making trees. But the first level of leaves are on, and it looks really weird, but it's okay. It's all part of the process. I think we can get a pretty nice rounded shape kind of going here. I hope I brought the branches out far enough. I'm worried that it might not be round enough at the top, but honestly, I think we're okay. They come out pretty far. As long as I can shape it out correctly, I think we should be good. I really don't know the best way to go about this, so I'm just gonna start spamming down some leaves. And then I'll just periodically just take a step back and kind of see what it looks like and take down whatever I don't like and just kind of keep repeating that process. The leaves definitely are not perfect, but I think they're in a pretty good spot right now. Now, like I've done with pretty much every other tree that I've made in this world, I'm going to incorporate some birch leaves here towards the bottom. And also just like kind of closer to the trunk, just leaves that would probably be shadowed. All right, I think I got all the birch leaves in. So now I'm just going to work in a little bit of acacia. This honestly is not going to do probably anything noticeable, if I'm being real, because these acacia leaves are like the exact same color as the oak leaves. It's just like a slightly different texture. So this is probably pointless, but I'm just gonna do it. And then finally, with the leaves, one of my favorite things to do here when making trees is just to incorporate a little bit of moss with some short grass on top of it. And there's not too much more I want to do. I kind of just have to fix up the bottom of the tree a little bit, and then maybe just add in some final details, like some fence gates, and maybe texture up the wood a little bit here. Normally all I do here at the bottom of my trees is just throw down some extra spruce logs and then just some spruce slabs and spruce trapdoors every so often as well, just to kind of look like some roots. And I think it gives a pretty cool effect and makes the tree look a little bit more realistic in my opinion. And just to change up the texture a little bit here at the bottom of the tree, just gonna work in a couple of these jungle logs. It's not a huge difference, but I think it still looks pretty cool. The last thing I'm gonna add is just a lantern over there, and I'll throw one on this side of the tree as well. And I think with that, the tree should be done. I'm gonna pop into free cam one final time. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good looking tree. But that's not going to be it for the episode. As you can see over here, the landscape looks terrible. So I need to work this build into the landscape much better than this. I kind of just cleared out an area to actually start building, and I figured I would, you know, decide on the landscape later. It is now later, so I actually have to do this. So I'll be right back, and once I am, this build will be completely finished for this episode. You know, I feel like it's been a little while since I've done a walkthrough of the area with shaders on, so let's just take a quick look at the brand new build with the beautiful shaders on. And of course, the new farmland that we have too. I really like all the progress I made in this episode. In this area, I think this area very badly needed to be renovated, so I think this is so much nicer than it was before. And of course, most importantly, right, we got the animals a new home. A pretty good looking home too. Way better than my house, by the way. Like, I've definitely said that already in this video, but this is so much nicer than my house. But it's all good, man. But it's all good. I would let my cat drive my car if she could, you know? So I don't really care. Thank you so much though for watching this video. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. I've just been on Ghost here for a little while, just kind of riding around my area, and I don't know what it is, but there's still something missing. Like, I think this area looks really good. Oh, my keyboard died. We good? I'm still going forward without... Okay, Ghost is not obeying me anymore. I'm not pressing anything. We're just going forward. All right, this is what we're gonna do, I guess. Anyway, though, like I was saying, my area here, like, I feel like I'm missing something. I don't really know what it is. These pathways look a little bit too bare to me still. Like, I don't know. If you guys have any ideas of, like, what I could add to the pathways to make them come a little bit more alive, please let me know, because I'm kind of at a loss. This is like the extent of my path making abilities. Maybe I can stream something here in the future where I work on these. I don't know. But anyway, welcome back to some more of my survival world. Hope everyone's having a great day. Can my keyboard connect again, finally? Like, okay, so my keyboard's connected. It's just, like, always holding down W. I can hold S to stop. That's what S stands for, by the way. Stands for stop. I can hold that, and then Ghost will stop moving, but, like, stop moving forward, man. I quit out of my world and loaded back in, and Ghost still has a mind of his own, so I guess we're just gonna roll with this for the time being. You might also notice that it says day 0 at the bottom, and that's because this is my backup world. And the reason I'm on my backup is because I don't want to spoil the build that me and someone else just built up here in the world. Of course, though, before I can show any of that build, I gotta actually go get the person from spawn. So let me go get him. What's up, man?
What's up, dude? How are you?
I'm great. I am great. Can't believe I have a melon over here, dude.
I know, dude. Thanks for shooting me an invite. I don't really know how I got here, but
yeah, dude.
Oh, not
something
horror.
there.
This is like
yeah, it's your guy, dude. There you
wow. Heck yeah, dude.
He's a little slow. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I never would kill a horse for being slow.
Oh yeah, never.
That's not something I would ever do.
It's getting a little crowded back here, but there's a little horse stable. Every
Oh
other
my
horse,
gosh,
every
yeah.
other horse has been put back here.
Here, let me in here. Perfect. Oh no, dude, this is perfect.
Now, whenever I invite a creator onto this world, I pretty much let them dictate, like, everything. I don't really give them any direction, nothing like that. I just kind of tell them that you can build literally whatever you want. I'll stand there to help if you want, or I can just spectate. It's kind of like entirely up to them. So as Brock and I were just looking through my storage system, looking at different blocks and whatnot, he came up with what he wanted to build for his section of the video.
Yeah, so I think I want to build just a very simple, like, fishing pond. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I haven't, or sorry, a fishing hut around a pond. Rather.
Sure.
That seems like a fun thing to do.
Definitely down for that. You can take a look at the area, find the best spot. Like I said, I have 2 ponds. You can, but if you don't like either of those ponds, we can always build another one.
Oh, I'm sure I'll like your ponds. I'm sure your ponds are great.
My ponds are amazing.
I'm gonna send you my vision for this too, so we can both.
Okay.
Like, do you help me with this, or how does this work? Do I just build?
Yeah,
this?
I mean, it's like
Okay.
like I said, I kind of leave it like really open ended. So like, if you want me to help,
Okay,
I'll help.
okay.
I'll also just kind of sit
I
there
think
and
it'd be
watch.
fun. I think it'd be fun if we just tag team this together, and whatever comes of it comes of it. I think that'd be a lot
definitely,
of fun.
dude. I'm down. I'm down.
We can just chat while I do. So I will send you. I made like the most simple little mood board ever.
Okay.
just like 20 minutes ago. It's literally 2 images, so don't expect much. But this is kind of the vibe that I'm going for.
Okay.
If you want to, you can even flash this on screen in the final edit if you want to. But
Oh,
I just sent it to you in
man.
Discord.
Now I have to.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to. He doesn't have to do it. I didn't say he had to.
You guys heard him. He's making me. All right. I like it. Okay, so like over the water. Like you want it mainly
Yeah,
over
kind
the
of
water.
like maybe not floating like the one, you know.
Sure.
But like overhanging over the water. Ironically, they're both blue. They
Okay.
don't have to be blue. Although warped wood might be kind of a cool accent color though, potentially if you have any. And then maybe just like dark oak and spruce for like some of the main foundations. I
Okay,
think they
so-
could be.
Yeah, this hidden chest back here is warped wood, so we have a decent amount of that to
Oh,
use.
Oh, we're
And
chilling then.
If you need to grab,
we're
I'm
chilling.
kind of short on spruce logs, but we can grab more of those.
Dude, let's just get going. I'll grab like I'll grab some dirt too, and then we can maybe get like a little bit of an outline or a little bit, just a bit of like a foundation.
Sure.
Get our thoughts together, and then we can start like actually going. So
Sure. All right. So okay, there's 2 ponds to choose from. I feel like for the vision you have, this one on the left might be a little better. Oh, there's a little spot back here. Like I don't know how big you're trying to go, but next to the tree.
no, I'm trying to go really small to be honest with you. I want it to be like very very quaint. I don't want to like build anything too massive, but I feel like right here we could kind of do something. Do you think that we should raise it up even like a block out of the water, or do you think level?
I think we should have it out of the water. I think that looks
I think-
the
I
best.
think that
'cause then
is-
then it
I
looks
think
supported.
that's kind of the vibe.
Yeah, then we could
Okay.
do the thing where like the if you have wood here for these pillars, the wood under the water is like darker. You can have like
So
dark
we'll
oak
do
and then
like
spruce above
we'll
it
do
or
like the
something.
dark oak here, and then
Yeah, that always looks good.
okay, we're already on the same page.
Now, is that normally how you
What did I
build? Like, do you normally have like a dirt outline? Or are you like a creative builder first? What's your process kind of like there?
Dude, it changes so much. Like I've gone through so many different like processes.
Yeah.
So for a while I was exclusively a survival builder.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was doing it that way, I pretty much had to. I would use dirt or like usually it was moss actually that I would outline with because it's like a really easy block to like tear down. And like that was how I would get all the shapes. I've also seen people use like resin recently, resin
Oh, really?
blocks for
Okay,
doing
okay.
that because it's an insta break with your fist.
Ooh.
So it's like really great for like tearing down quickly. But yeah, so I did that for a while. Lately, I've been messing around in creative mode. Thank you.
Yep.
With like trying to do creative building like first, and then like using Lightmatica and stuff, which
Yeah.
is like definitely my preferred way to do it. But it's a bit harder to do from a content creation standpoint, like incorporating like the whole like Lightmatica stuff into like a video. If
Yeah.
that makes sense.
No, I agree with you. I think like at least like thinking like with like time lapses and everything, I kind of always prefer the more natural looking time lapse than like whenever you build a Lightmatic, it looks like you're like 3D printing it, like on the screen. I almost feel like I prefer like the building up all the pillars and then tearing it down and kind of all that kind of stuff. I don't know.
That's valid. No, I feel that, and that definitely is like part of the process. Yeah, it's because there's a level of like authenticity that I think can be lost when it's like, here's a build that I have, and I know exactly what it's gonna look like down to the block. And
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah, exactly.
It's very like premeditated. So
Yeah.
I don't fully have an answer because I'm still trying to figure out that balance myself, and it's constantly changing. If that makes sense, but
I get
yeah,
that.
that's kind of like the current vibe. What about you? How do you do things?
So like let me think. How do I want to word this? Pretty much exclusively, almost exclusively it's survival building. Like all this stuff was built
Okay.
exactly one time. And it was in here.
Mm-hmm.
I have used Lightmatica before. I used it on like a castle I built a little while back. And like because there's no way I was building that in survival. That would have just it would have looked I built a castle in survival and it was not it. So then I was like, I need to actually try on another one. So then I used Lightmatica for that. That ended up working well. But I don't know. Like I like the survival building aspect. I almost feel like it makes me a little bit better in some regards, but then it also makes me not really evolve, if that makes sense. Like a lot of these buildings look kind of the same. I feel like I could definitely differentiate a little bit more, and I would have if I built in creative. So I think I got to start doing that, but I don't know. I've also been trying to like I want to use building mods a little bit more too. I've never used Axiom or anything like that, and I kind of want to get better at it.
Oh really? Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, yeah. That's also why I'm that's another reason why I'm starting to get into like using Light Matica is because Axiom is just so much fun. It is so much fun to learn that.
Yeah.
And I've like barely even scratched like the surface of like actual Axiom.
Right.
Like I like the 3D rendering part of it. I just use like the way you know like have you like the stack commands or like the clone like kind of like the upgraded vanilla commands essentially.
Yeah. Like okay, so if this is we don't have to use this block, but if this is like the floor up there, I feel like this is like high enough up where like you could pretty comfortably fish and like it makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. And then the dock can be like the dock itself can be even raised up one or even like flush with the water, and I think either one would be cool. I think this is a good height though.
Okay.
So for the floor, yeah, I do think like some sort of just deep slate and the pale oak wood would look pretty nice. So
okay,
you don't have a ton of this, but I think we can just like use whatever you do have for the
use it
foundation.
sparingly. Sure.
Yeah. So if you want to like get working on like putting in deep slate, I can go through and texture in some of the pale oak logs, and I think that'd be a good start here. Do you have any mangrove wood? Because I found it my new favorite block combo is regular mangrove wood and stripped dark oak logs.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That looks good too. And
they work really well together.
Unfortunately, I have one mangrove log. Oh, no.
Okay, no, that's fine. Do not chop a tree down for me. I will not I will not let you. Do not do that.
Dude, hey, if you want mangrove later, I'll do it. Whenever you're done building, I'll just chop it down. I'll switch some out.
I think we make this work for now.
I respect that because it's the worst.
No, it's actually awful. I wouldn't subject that on my worst enemy.
And of course, we got to use this one mangrove, by the way. So.
Okay. Yep.
Got to use it somewhere, you know.
I feel like we're onto something already. This is good.
Definitely.
Isn't it crazy how much getting a foundation in can like really just like kind of get you going in a build?
Dude, it's so important.
Like it's the easiest way to like turn nothing into something, you know?
No, absolutely. It's so important.
I'm happy to work on the actual like hut. Do you want to work on the docks?
Sure.
And then we can kind of just like either bounce ideas off of each other while we do so, or like meet in the middle and kind of go from there.
Sure, that works for me. Do you want the docks out of spruce, or what are you thinking?
Spruce could be good. We could go a bit lighter with like oak and or jungle. There might be a lot of clashing. You know, I'm gonna build the majority of the hut out of like the warped wood, so that's like the blue tones. So like potentially, you know, like a jungle wouldn't be terrible because it like I feel like it would contrast well.
Yeah, I think
is that how color theory works?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that, man.
I don't really know. I've seen so many Minecraft color theory videos, dude, and I like watch it and I'm like, oh, that makes sense. And then I go to like try and look at a color wheel to design my builds, and I'm like, what? Like, what do I do? Like,
they're like, yeah, spruce wood and tough. They have the same like saturation or something, so they're good together. And I'm like, yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
Yeah, like obviously, yeah.
It feels like whenever I find a nice block combination, it's like I just like stumbled onto it by accident, you know? And I'm like, oh my gosh, I got so lucky. Like, let's go. Yeah. That's how I feel, dude.
Now, throughout the build process here with Brock, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like forgot I was recording, if that makes sense. It just kind of felt like I was playing just on an SMP, just building something with a friend. It didn't really feel like I was recording a video, so I feel like I didn't ask like the normal questions that I typically would whenever I have a guest on. I just kind of got lost just in the build process. Like, this is the most involved I think I've ever been building something with another creator. So the conversation might seem a little random at times, but we kind of just talked about a bunch of stuff, like mainly, you know, building techniques and different creators and stuff like that. So I'm going to piece together what I can to make it coherent. I think it's going to work out even if it is a little random, just because hopefully it gives that vibe of just kind of like a laid back, just chill building with a friend type thing. I don't even know if I actually had to pop in here to say anything, but all about video flow and continuity. Yeah.
I feel like gradients have become, I mean, they're very popular now, obviously, but like, even like a couple of years ago, like they were still, people weren't using them a ton, at least it felt like, but like they've really like changed building a ton.
Dude, it's such an easy way to just like make it look infinitely better. Like I use a lot of gradients as well. Like I know people use like let's say they're building a castle or something. They'll make the whole castle wall just a big gradient, which I think looks really good. but I almost prefer to do it like in little patches. So like in
I agree.
the library roof I have here, like it's just little patches getting a little bit lighter as you go in, rather than it being like the whole roof is getting lighter as you go up entirely, you know?
That makes sense. One thing I like to do is I will I like build like an entire like flat wall of like just one block, and then I'll just randomly like pick a darker block.
Yep.
I'll randomly pick like a darker block and like a lighter block, and like just do random splotches of like them, and like create like little mini gradients just to like simulate like weathering almost.
Yeah. That's exactly what I do, man. It's the best.
I think it's great.
I feel like I actually got a little bit inspired from one of your videos to do that. I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh really? Do you know which one? I honestly.
It was one of your old hardcore worlds. You made like a really like huge just house with like 25 floors in it, and I feel like you had like sandstone. You had like sandstone in the wall, but then you used like oak wood to get a little darker, and then even like spruce even after that. I can't remember the exact combination, but I remember it was like a huge tower you made.
It was like obscurely, like it looked like 10 houses like stacked.
Yeah,
almost.
Exactly. It was like huge, like a fantasy style type thing, and I was like, man, that looks really good. I was like, I feel like I could do that. But then that awakened me. Okay, I don't really know what I'm doing back here, but
No, you're cooking.
I sort of have an idea, right? So like, what if we have 2 different levels to the dock?
I'm in free cam right now, getting a good look, and I think we're looking really good so far. Go on though.
I was just gonna say, like, I think we can have like, I don't know if it's gonna come out even more, but so I'm thinking it could be a little wonky, right? I'm trying to not have a super symmetrical dock. I think that looks better with like a, you know, the roof you have is a little bit slanted down. I feel like having like a weird wonky like fishing dock would work too. So I think we should bring this one down. I don't know if I'm gonna bring it out anymore, but I think like having this a little bit of elevation difference will just make it look really cool.
I think that's perfect. Yeah. I like it a lot. So one thing that I'm gonna do, I think, so like you see how like with the slabbed roof, like the cobbled deep slate, like it has to almost like leach into the warp wood a little bit, but I'm thinking I might do some darker tones up at the top to stimulate like a little bit of shadowing or weathering. I don't know, something. We'll see.
I will say, obviously you can change this, but you could also do this.
Oh wow, yeah.
To kind of get that effect.
I actually like that a lot. That it adds a little bit of shaping too.
Yeah, I like using stairs.
That's kind of sick. Okay. See, it's good. I'm learning new things.
All right, now what is your if you had to pick one block right now, what's your favorite block to build with?
Strip dark oak. It's my favorite block of all time.
Okay.
Like that's my comfort block is strip dark oak wood. I don't know what it is. So like I feel like strip spruce is like way more common, you know? But
yeah,
it's taken me like 8 years to I've been a strip spruce hater until like a year and a half ago.
You're just like, no, it's dark oak. Dark oak is better. What? You guys are all wrong.
Yeah, like genuinely, like I don't know what it is, why I've always just liked dark oak better. I like spruce wood, like planks and all trapdoor. I like all that better. But for the actual stripped log, I've always been like, no, we gotta go dark oak. I don't know what it is. So yeah, that's like my comfort block, I guess.
I respect it.
What about you?
So I feel like the basic answer is probably like a spruce trapdoors or something like that. But I honestly think it's slowly becoming moss. I use moss in everything.
That's valid, yeah. I'm really excited to get into using pale moss too.
Yeah, pale moss looks really good with like just a stone color palette.
Yeah, like I feel like that and tough, right? They almost like match each other.
It's like perfect. They're like such a similar color. It just changes up like the texture a little bit, and it works so well.
This is funny. You'll like this. When we scheduled our call last weekend or over the weekend, I don't have a good calendar system, so I just put it in my fiance and I's like. We have a shared like iPhone calendar.
Okay.
So I put like call with Shrammy. I didn't really tell her about it. But then randomly today, before she leaves, she's like, oh, don't forget, you have a call with Scrummy today?
Scrummy, that's me.
Scrummy or something. And I was like, well, that's close enough. Sure, that's close enough.
Now, I gotta be honest, it's actually been a really long time since I have just built something with another person in Minecraft. I typically just kind of spectate whenever I have a creator on, but Brock wanted this to be more hands-on for me, so I ended up building up pretty much the entire dock while Brock worked on the rest of the building. And I think this thing actually turned out really, really well for not having any kind of a plan and just kind of working together. And sort of poetically, it started to rain right as we finished up the dock, making it a perfect opportunity to actually be used. So Brock and I just decided to fish for the entire night. After fishing, I decided to walk Brock through some of my older builds where I actually almost forgot something really important. Oh, wait. This reminds me. You need to...
Oh, I have to fill something out.
You need to write something in that book.
Is this always awkward when people are typing and you're just waiting?
It can be, but normally not.
You like draw your sword, like say
what?
something nice.
Yeah, what are you doing, man? Shrummy, thank you for inviting me to your world. It was so much fun to take a tour and see all the progress you've made. I hope the fishing hut will give you a little joy every time you walk around the pond. Brock. Obviously, a massive, massive shout out to Brock for joining me on the world. If you guys somehow don't know who he is, definitely go ahead and check him out. I will leave his link in the description below. He also just recently started a new Minecraft world that's pretty hype, so definitely go ahead and check that out. Give it some love. I am a huge fan of how this fishing hut turned out. I think it is a perfect addition to the pond. This pond was very, very undecorated for a while. It just only really had this tree for the longest time, and now it has another structure. So this is a huge, huge plus in my books. I'm just going to fly around in free cam just because I think it works a little bit better here with this build. But yeah, man, I think this is a perfect little fishing hut for us. So now whenever I come fish in this world, I have a dedicated spot to do so. You always love to see that. Now, I've been really trying to figure out exactly what I wanted to make the main build for the episode. You know, it's a little bit late into the episode at this point. I already edited together the footage with me and Brock, and I know it's like 18, 19 minutes or something like that. So it's a while, man. We yapped for a minute, but I wanted to include a lot of it because I just felt like it was pretty organic, pretty, authentic. So I wanted to include a lot of the conversation. I think I'm just going to kind of finish the episode here by doing something pretty small. It's actually not that small. It's a pretty big improvement to me, but I want to go get some more ancient debris. As of right now, we have a netherite axe and a netherite pickaxe. I want to at least cover myself in netherite armor. I also want to deck it out with some cooler armor trims and some other materials. Right now I only have amethyst as my armor trim detail material. I want to actually change it to some other stuff. So I want to make a full set of just brand new netherite armor that we're going to work on enchanting today. And if I'm feeling up to it, I will grab enough ancient debris for the rest of my tools and my weapons and stuff. The main reason I want to make this change now is I want to go back into the ancient city that we last explored ages ago. It was a really long time. I died in there to the warden. Will I die? Yep, I'm dead. I don't know where I am. I'm completely underground. Okay, yeah, I'm dead. I don't know if I'm gonna go ahead and kill the warden. That might be above my pay grade, but I do definitely want to at least explore it again. And if I'm in full netherite armor, really shouldn't die. I mean, it's still very easy to die to the warden, and I'm pretty bad at this game, but still, I feel like I shouldn't die. I'm going to work on preparing to go netherite mining, and I'm going to do so by just bringing as many beds as possible. I sort of have to go with the bed method for right now. I don't have unlimited gunpowder in this world, so I can't make unlimited TNT, how I normally would do this. The bed method is definitely powerful enough to get what I need. And if I run out of beds, I don't mind just mining around. Honestly, you could usually repair your pickaxe enough with just quartz to just pretty much go forever, as long as you have mending. And how did you get out? Pushing you back in. No, you're not getting out. I have somehow let out 3. Honestly, you guys can live. You made it. You've bested me. I'm pretty sure I'm all ready to head to the Nether to start actually mining for the ancient debris. I have an entire shulker box filled with beds. Pretty sure I'm going to need 32 pieces of ancient debris to finish everything that I want today. I normally like to mine for ancient debris in soul sand valleys, but I think I'm just going to make this staircase just directly next to my portal. Oh, we found some while digging down. Wait, that's amazing. Let's go ahead and grab up the first 2 pieces of ancient debris. Sick. Set up a little base of operations down at Y level 15 in the Nether. I did explode 2 beds. Didn't find any ancient debris through it, and also unearthed this huge wall of lava. There's also way more lava back this way. So I'm gonna continue blowing up beds in this direction. And hopefully there's just far less lava. I've run out of beds. That entire shulker box is now gone. So this is going to be the point in the world where netherrack shoots up to #1 as my most mined thing. Currently, I have mined 3,611 netherrack. Let's see if this can actually overtake stone up here at 28,000. I've now broken 23,731 pieces of netherrack, so didn't completely dethrone stone, but moves up to 3rd place, right behind grass blocks. So, I mean, that's a pretty big jump. That's like, what was it, like down here? It's like 3,000 something? Like 13th or 14th place all the way up to 3rd in just like an hour and a half. It's a pretty big jump. But I do have 33 pieces of ancient debris, so let's load these in to my super smelter. And while I actually wait for that to smelt, let me go craft an armor stand, because like I was saying before, I'm gonna make an entirely new set of armor for this netherite armor. The current diamond armor I'm wearing, I just want to display it somewhere. This armor has treated me very, very well for such a long time in this world, but it does feel good to finally retire it. Let's go ahead and craft up 8 netherite ingots, so we have 1 piece of netherite scrap to spare as well. I'm also just realizing that I left my ender chest in the nether, for sure, and I do not have another ender pearl to make another one. Well, that's not important right now. I'll work on that later. I got myself an entirely fresh set of diamond armor. So, let's convert this to netherite one by one. We're gonna get that challenge, cover me in debris. That always feels good to get. And then I still have 4 netherite ingots just kind of chilling around. I'm not sure if I'm going to just convert my current tools to netherite or if I'm going to make new ones. I feel like I'll probably lean towards just converting my current ones, but I want to give myself the option, so I'm just going to work on the armor for right now. And then I'll decide on what to do with the tools just once I get my armor where I want it to be. And just to make my life a little bit easier, let me go ahead and put an enchanting table down where my zombie spawner is. This is probably very long overdue, but I want to do that just so I don't have to go back and forth from my enchanting tower all the way down to the zombie spawner when I'm going through and enchanting this netherite armor. That'll get me to level 30. I do want to put a different block in the ceiling. Also, don't mind the noise. There's so many drowned over there now. I don't know what's going on. One of them got stuck, I think, in the water stream, and it's kind of messing up the whole thing. Anyway, I want to put something else in the ceiling. I kind of think some, like, skulk or something like that would look really cool. I just don't have enough. So maybe we'll grab a little bit of that later. But for now, it is functional. So I'm just going to grind out down here for a long time, just until I get the enchantments that I want on all of this netherite armor. And let me actually clear out my inventory a little bit, maybe give the zombies a bit of time to like refresh, because I have no idea what's happening down there. Do you guys think I have enough rotten flesh in this world? Did you think that was it? There's still 2 more double chests, and then pretty much a 3rd. I have a lot of rotten flesh in this world. We also have so many different pieces of armor. I just keep keeping them all. I don't really know why. But some of these are actually pretty sick. Like Feather Falling 3, Unbreaking 2, Golden Boots are actually pretty cool. There's some pretty cool leather boots here. Feather Falling 4, Protection 3. Like, I kind of want those to be my snow boots. You know what I'm saying? There's a bunch of cool stuff in there. I kind of want to eventually go through all that armor and actually make like a really good set of armor of each type. I feel like that'd be kind of fun. But I do have my netherite armor all enchanted, and it's pretty good. It's not completely perfect. Like, I'm still missing a handful of enchantments, but we'll get those down the line as well, just kind of as we progress here. The helmet, Protection 4, Respiration 3, Mending. I would still need Aqua Affinity on that. And I think that's it. Is that it? I don't know. But Aqua Affinity can definitely go on that. The chest piece has Blast Protection 4, Unbreaking 3, Mending. I like having Blast Protection on my chest piece. You know, a creeper exploding next to you, even in full netherite, I'm pretty sure it can still kill you. So it's nice to have some form of blast protection on my armor. I just like it being on the chest piece there. My pants, Protection 4, Unbreaking 3, Mending. We can still get Swift Sneak on those. Hopefully we can even get that here in a second because, spoiler alert, I'm going to go into the Ancient City right now. Hopefully we can add to this enchantment just in a couple minutes here. And then the boots, we don't have Feather Falling. We definitely need those. Depth Strider is pretty cool too, but really just looking for the Feather Falling. I'll probably have to just get a Feather Falling villager, unless I can get really lucky with like a book enchant or something like that. As for the armor trim, I'm gonna use a rib for right now. I might mix in some snout. Might just kind of check out to see what that looks like. I want to eventually make this the silence armor trim, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the most rare armor trim in the game. It also does look the coolest, so I kind of want to use that. But I want to make this armor look a little bit better now, just for the Ancient City, just to kind of show off to the Warden, you know? I went ahead and duplicated the armor trims a little bit more, so we still have one of the rib and the snout remaining. Now let me go ahead and throw these armor trims on my armor. I'm still going to keep the amethyst. I think the purple just looks really, really cool. So let's use that for the helmet. Let's switch it up and use snout for the chest piece, maybe? Yeah, that looks pretty dope. I think the snout one looks pretty cool there on the side. Gonna use the rib armor trim on my pants with diamond for the material. And then the boots, I'm back and forth between green or red. I just made them green. Okay, well, I guess we're going with that. Now you can barely see the purple on the helmet, but I still think it looks pretty cool. I have also decided to convert the rest of my tools and my sword to netherite as well, but I do need a couple more diamonds in order to duplicate the netherite template. I do have 23 deep slate diamond ore, so let me just mine all these up. All right, so let's make my fortune pickaxe netherite. Let's make the sword netherite. Of course, the hoe and the shovel. That also gives us serious dedication for making a netherite hoe. Love to see that. Man, just look at us, dude. Look at us. This is the same guy who fell off his barn and died in like episode 2. Watch this. Here it is. Just gonna jump off and do it perfectly. Well, did you ever think I would get here? Probably not. Also, a small thing, I put smite on my axe. I feel like that'll actually be pretty useful. I forgot that you can even do this. I think you can get smite 5. I feel like that's a thing. So if I find another smite 4 book, I can just put it on this axe too and get the smite 5. All right, I think I am completely ready to tackle the Ancient City here for a second time. Let's head up this mountain. I think I remember where it is. All right, I had to go back and watch my video, but apparently it's like right around here. Yeah, there's my pillar. Okay, so that goes all the way down. Oh, there is water down there now, so I should be able to just drop down. I'm gonna bring my elytra out, I guess, just in case. So I can just kind of like hover all the way down. Okay, what are the chances this won't set anything off? Okay, okay, very good. Very good chances it won't set anything off. Let me just land. And we're in. Okay, we are in the Ancient City. We've been here before. Let's conquer it this time. Come on, man. 2 more strikes. 2 more strikes. I'll be okay. Okay, we got Swift Sneak 2 and an enchanted golden apple. We got 2 enchanted golden apples. We also got the ward armor trim. That is the one that is less rare. I'm actually going to keep these enchanted golden apples probably on me somewhere. Probably where my shovel is. I don't really need my shovel right now. But Swift Sneak 2 is not bad. Got multi-shot, and we got Luck of the Sea 3. I don't think I actually need any of those. We did get Other Side, though, which is an amazing music disc. Also a really good pair of iron leggings. I think I'm safe to open this. I'm completely safe to open that. Unbreaking 3 and Mending on the leggings. We have another Swift Sneak 2 book, so that means we can get Swift Sneak 3 right there. Hell yeah. And then I should be able to open this one. Definitely. Awesome. Looting 1. Not what I need at all. Bottle of Enchanting's pretty cool. I think we already have Cat a couple times. So I'm not going to worry about that. I still want that skeleton head, though. I'm going to risk it. I think we'll be okay. I got it. We're good. Alright, let's keep going. I want to loot a couple more chests. And I feel like I should be quite safe up here, right? I'm very safe up here. Cool. Unfortunately, nothing too great in that chest. Unbreaking 3, Mending, diamond leggings. Again, not bad, but I don't really need them. I guess I'll take them, though. Second chest. Swift Sneak 3. Hell yeah. And 2 name tags. I do want to get this skeleton skull again, though. And we're good. I think I'm going to start getting out of here. I do see a torch up there that I guess I placed a while ago. This might have been where I came in. So unfortunately, no silence. But I got 2 enchanted golden apples and a Swift Sneak book. So I honestly can't complain. I have 3 rockets. Is that going to be enough to get me out? Ah, not quite. It's all good. We are pretty close. Can I just find, like, a water source down here? That would be ideal. I have a bucket of water in my ender chest. Wow, I am a genius. Awesome. Let's get out of here. I thought I was done killing zombies, but I need 5 more levels to put Swift Sneak on my leggings. While I'm down here, though, I can finally put Skulk on the ceiling. That looks pretty cool. Also going to display both of these skeleton skulls. Right there. Yeah, then this enchanting setup's looking pretty cool now. I still need a couple more levels in order to put Swift Sneak on my leggings, and obviously I still have to build the tree for the episode, so I'll get to that shortly after upgrading the leggings. But, you know, while I'm just waiting for the zombies to pile up down here, let's take a listen to the new music disc that we just got, Other Side. This is one of my favorites. You know, I think that might be my new favorite tree that I've made so far in this world. Just went with a simple birch tree, but I really like the shape of it. At least from this angle over here, I think it looks really good. I decided to put it next to the fishing hut that Brock and I built earlier. And I feel like this area is actually looking really good, man. Like with the sniffer enclosure, with the little farmhouse over there for the animals. I feel like this spot has just a cool vibe to it, especially with the crop fields kind of rolling. Let me back up a little bit more. Let's go to the Nether portal. and hit a quick turn. Yeah, it looks really good, man. A lot of custom trees. Pretty much every tree you can see from here is custom. So I am super happy with how this area is turning out. That is going to do it, though, for this episode. No huge main build for the video, but sometimes you kind of need episodes like that. It is nice just doing smaller stuff and just making some more progression in the game. We did get fully kitted out with Netherite armor. That looks beautiful. And also Swift Sneak is just one of the best things in the world. It's, I'm pretty sure, walking speed, right? When you crouch, this is so much better than before. Anyway, though, thank you so much for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one. And I will talk to you soon. Bye. Now, we've been away from the Italian village for a couple episodes now, so I feel like it's definitely time that we return today to build something new. And I kind of have an ambitious idea. I want this village to have some sort of, like, main attraction. And I was contemplating for a while what I wanted that to be, and I think I've finally decided that I want it to be an art museum. I think, like, an Italian-inspired art museum would be sick, like, right here. We're gonna have to clear out a lot of those trees and probably level off the terrain to make it make sense, but I feel like that's just a really good picture. And with this art museum, I actually want to populate it with art from you guys. A few of you have made fan art for this world so far, and many of you just share art in my Discord in general, so I want to actually put those pieces of art in the museum just on paintings. I'm pretty sure there's a mod out there where I can change paintings to whatever PNG I want. Or something along those lines. I don't know. I'll figure it out. That's not important. What is important is that if you want to have any of your art featured in this art museum, please let me know in the comments or reach out to me on Discord. However you want to contact me, it doesn't really matter to me. Just please let me know, and I would love to feature it. I'll get a few of the pieces in there today that I've already been granted access to use, but I'm sure I won't have enough to fill out an entire art museum, so I'm gonna need more. And it doesn't have to do with me at all. It doesn't have to be fan art. It could just be anything, honestly, just any piece of art that you've worked on. So that's the plan for the episode. Like I said, it's gonna be an ambitious one because this thing is going to be huge. I'll talk more about it here in a second, but let me go introduce the new YouTube members. I realized I didn't do this last episode, and I felt so bad. So let me make sure I do it as early as possible here. All right, first things first. We have 2 YouTube members who are already up on the wall, but I have finally gotten their blocks. Dr. Throw is a netherite block. Yes, I actually got a netherite block. If you look at how many times I've mined netherrack now, it's at 48,852. I grinded for like 2 hours, but we finally got it. We got ourselves a netherite block here for Dr. Throw. And then also, Reese Denton, my man, has been super patient. Finally got him his pearlescent froglight. I'm sorry that took so long. Frogs are just such a pain to deal with, dude. They take like 20 minutes to grow up, and then you have to make sure they don't die in the nether, and you gotta find a magma cube. It's just a project, and whatever. We finally did it. Anyway, for the rest of the YouTube members, these guys are all new. We got John T. We have Ben Bob 2626. We have Paul C. We have the shipping cargo. We have Cano P Tech B. Is that how you say that? Let me see again. Hold on. Canop Tech B 312. I don't know where the pronunciation's supposed to be, but there you go, man. We have Goobmeister as well. He's gonna round off the list. So everyone, welcome all of the new members of the Shramily onto the membership hall. And now let me go clear out my inventory because I have a bunch of random junk on me. And then I can start talking about this build in a little bit more detail. Alright, so full disclosure with this build, this is the first time in this world that I have already kind of built something before. I was messing around with Simply Night in the backup I have for this world, just trying to come up with a cool design for this build because I knew I wanted to make it huge. And I didn't think I was going to be able to freehand that so well. I think I'm pretty comfortable at freehanding like medium-sized builds. Like pretty much everything we have on the world so far. We have a couple small builds too, yeah, but like the biggest I get, I would say, is a medium-sized build. And I'm comfortable freehanding those. But when it comes to like actually huge buildings, I don't think I'm able to freehand them. So what we did is just mess around for a little while, mainly just figuring out the shape and the scale of this thing. That's the area that I would definitely struggle with if I tried to freehand this. I think I'd be able to detail it pretty easily, like the gradients and the color palette and windows and stuff like that. I don't think would be too difficult to actually accomplish. It's mainly just the scale. I think if I just tried to freehand it, I wouldn't go large enough. So I feel like in this instance, it makes sense to... Hold on, why is there a hole here? Anyway, though, like I was saying, the size and like the proportions of everything, that would have been where I struggled if I tried to freehand this build, and that's why I think I actually needed to map this out in creative first. The build isn't super detailed in the creative world. I'm going to come back through and do that like freehand with you guys. But I just wanted to set some expectations for this video. This is the first time that I've actually built something in creative first. I think I'll even talk a little bit more about this while I'm gathering up some materials, but that's pretty much the gist of it. Now, speaking of materials, let me run and grab a couple, and I can go over the color palette here with you guys. Once we get like the base shape built up, I'll have to go back out and gather some materials to texture with. I don't actually know what those are going to be just yet. I'll have to figure that out just down the line. But in terms of like the base color palette for the builds, the walls are going to mainly be out of stripped birchwood. I'm also going to have like an oak wood trim kind of at the top. So I'm just going to put these upside down stairs to signify that. And then the roof block that I'm going to use is going to be out of these teal blocks. So we're going to pop in some copper, probably some warped wood as well. That's a pretty easy texturing block when it comes to this type of color. Maybe some like mossy stones as well. Kind of like this color palette there on the library, if you want to think about that. But it's mainly going to be copper. And doesn't that just look fantastic? That's it. That's the whole thing. This is what Simply Knight and I came up with. This is what we spent 4 hours building the one day. It was just this. Anyway, additionally to this, we're going to have these sandstone pillars throughout the entire build as well. So this looks really stupid right now, I'm aware. But once it's extrapolated, I say that word too often. I gotta stop. Once I get this thing built up to the scale that it's supposed to be, this is gonna look a lot better. But these are the main blocks that I'm gonna have to go gather in bulk right now. And like I mentioned before, I will have to gather up probably a whole bunch of additional blocks later once we get like the shape built up to texture this thing with. But for now, I'm just going to focus on these main blocks here. And you know what I could do is, since I'm probably going to have to use Lightmatica in this video just to, you know, copy over the schematic that we already built, I could go ahead and see how many of each of these blocks I'm going to need, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep this aspect free-handed, all right? I'm just going to go gather a bunch of stuff until I feel like it's enough. I'm not going to get enough of something, I already know, and then I'm going to be really annoyed with myself, but that's part of the game, man. The block that I'm going to need the most of right now is definitely stripped birchwood. So I'm going to fly around for a little bit and try to find a birch forest. And while I'm doing this, I actually want to talk a little bit about my thoughts on building in creative first and planning out your builds and using Axiom and Lightmatica and stuff like that. I've talked about this a lot, but my opinions have slightly changed. Now, this is something that you don't really care about. I will leave a timestamp on screen now that you can just go ahead and skip if you want, and it'll get back to the rest of the video. Like I was saying a little bit earlier, when it comes to like medium to small scale builds, I will probably never use Axiom or a Creative World for something like that. I am very comfortable freehanding those builds, and I very much enjoy freehanding those builds. So that's something that I don't really want to take away from. And honestly, I thought that was going to be like the extent of my builds. I thought I was never really going to be the type of person who builds something huge, because I never really had time to build anything too large. You know, working full time and still trying to get these videos out as routinely as possible, it made it really difficult to build anything too big. If I went too large, the video would just take forever to come out, and then it was just a hassle. And that's also why I never really tried Axiom or to build in a creative world first, because since I had such limited time, I kind of figured if I was going to build this thing at all, I might as well just build it only once in the survival world and save myself from having to build it again. But recently, YouTube has become my full-time job. So now I don't have another job to worry about. I can spend all of my time working on these videos, and that has caused me to want to build bigger things, because now I actually have the time to do it. Recently, I built my biggest thing ever in my hardcore world. If you haven't seen that video, please check it out. This is my full-time job now. I need views. But no, yeah, so that's the biggest thing I've ever made by a mile. And it was only possible because of Axiom and a creative world. I didn't build the entire thing in Axiom first and then just replicate it directly into the hardcore world. I kind of did what I'm going to do here. I just built up the shape first, and then I just went through and detailed in the hardcore world firsthand. So now that I'm building bigger things every so often, I think my opinions on Axiom and creative planning have completely changed. I still think there's aspects of Axiom that I will just quite literally never use because I just don't want to, but the features of just making a giant box and being able to like move it to wherever you want is just super, super useful. That aspect saves me so much time. And also, I don't want you to be concerned that all my builds are going to be like mega bases now, because they most certainly will not. I will be building small scale things all the time still, and like medium scale things. Just every so often, I want to sprinkle in just a huge build that I'm really proud of. Anyway, that's my rant. I appreciate those of you who actually stuck around and listened to that. Thank you so much. I am really excited that this is now my full-time job and I can commit like all of my time to doing this. I feel like I've noticed my videos go up in quality a little bit, and I think it's because of this full-time commitment now. So I hope you guys have noticed as well. But now, with that out of the way, let me find a birch forest. Dude, this is taking forever. Wait, hold on. Enchanted golden apple. This is more important than the birch wood. A Smite 5 golden sword. That's pretty cool. But I've been flying for almost a day now, and I don't really think I'm gonna find a birch forest. There is my enchanted golden apple in this chest, though, actually. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. It's actually right here. I don't care how long I have to do that bit for. I'm gonna get one. It's gonna happen once. And I'm gonna be the happiest guy ever whenever it happens. I'm just gonna park down in this forest here and just chop down every birch tree that I can find, pretty much. So let me sleep away the night so I don't get bothered, and then we can start chopping. I actually only ended up gathering like just under 2 stacks of stripped birch logs in this initial forest, before I realized that I have actually found a woodland mansion in this world. So that means I know where a dark oak forest is exactly, and birch forests usually spawn close to those. So I ended up just heading towards the woodland mansion, and sure enough, I found a birch forest. That made my life so much easier. I'm so happy I was able to find this birch forest, because I now have a shulker box of birch wood and a little extra, along with a bunch of stacks of saplings. So if I need more birch wood later, I could pretty easily grow some at my base. And honestly, more importantly... Hold on a second, where is he? There he is. I found this guy. He's chilling, dude. Just a naturally spawning pink sheep. Look at him go. Now I want to fly off to the desert and collect up a whole bunch of sandstone. And I should probably replant these birch saplings that I'm just collecting now, but kind of don't want to. I think I'm just going to take them with me. Negative 3035, 4840. Negative 3035, 4840. All right, let's head off to the desert, and let's go get a shulker box of sandstone. I shouldn't need more than that. I made it to the desert, but I made it on my last rocket, and my elytra was also not looking good, so I'm gonna have to spend some time killing some creepers here so I can make up a couple more rockets. But let me grab up a lot of this sandstone, and this looks like actually a really healthy chunk of it that I should be able to insta-mine very easily. Cool. I love gathering sandstone. That was like the fastest almost shulker box I've ever gathered in my life. My pickaxe is very close to dying though, so I think I'm gonna stop the sandstone collection for now, and we can head back home. I think that should be enough if we couple that with what I have at my house. Let me go ahead then and just kill a couple creepers so we can get home easily. I should have more than enough gunpowder for now. Yeah, I have 32 on me. So let's go ahead and make 57 more rockets. Not bad at all. While I'm still in the area over here, I'm going to keep flying to see if I can find desert chunks that haven't been loaded yet. Yes, because I want this new grass block right here. What is this called? Oh, that almost was bad if that was a if that was like a deep cave. What is this called? Tall dry grass. I'm assuming you need shears, right? You do. Sick. And I think you can bone meal this stuff. Oh, that's short dry grass. Okay, there's different kinds. I'm so happy that I finally got this block, man. It's been way too long. All right, I think that should be everything that I need from the desert. So let me head back home, and then I can probably start terraforming, because there's going to be a decent amount of work that has to be done before we can start building. And I think I should have pretty much all the materials that I'm going to need to at least begin here. So I think terraforming is the logical next step. Back home now, just in the experience farm, I'm going to heal up my pickaxe, my axe, and my shovel before I do any kind of terraforming at all. And I wonder if I should eventually make another experience farm. This has been my experience farm for so long. I don't know, man. I don't know. One thing I do know is that I need to get some villagers to take some of this rotten flesh off my hands. I just have way too much of it. But that's something we'll figure out later. The area is now prepped for the build. We have all the build materials over here. They've all been moved over, and I have a big bowl of Chinese food. So honestly, I don't think I've ever been more prepared to start building. Just to kind of show you guys the scale of this thing, this is the first layer of the schematic. It's pretty big. It's quite beefy. And if you're not familiar with how Lightmatica works, none of these blocks are actually here. I do have to go and manually place all of these. There's a couple additional blocks that I'm gonna have to go get. I don't think I grabbed any of these mossy cobblestone walls. So there's a couple random things that I'll have to get at the end, but we should be able to at least get most of the shape down. And then I'll have to kind of reconvene, see what kind of blocks I'm still missing, and then add those in afterwards. Oh, and also it goes up to there. It's pretty tall. So I'm gonna continue eating up my Chinese food, and I'm gonna queue up like a 2.5 hour long video and get this thing built. All right, the first stage of building is now completed. It's very bare, but we at least have a shape, and this thing is huge. But I think it still fits with the area. Like, it's massive, it's easily the biggest thing here, but I don't think it's, like, out of scale. These, like, Italian art museums and other buildings that we were kind of looking up are massive, like, compared to everything else. So I feel like this fits. I'm really happy with this. I think this is an awesome looking building. And honestly, I can't wait to decorate this thing more. But that's a job for me tomorrow, dude. It's late. I won't go to bed. So I'll see you guys in the morning. It's now the morning. And by morning, I mean 12:19 p.m. So definitely not. Also, my internet is not working. I don't know why it's down. But because of that, this is my skin now. What's up? Yeah, so let's start detailing the rest of this build, I guess. What do I want to do first? I think first I want to add a couple extra details like up top here. So if I pop into free cam once more, you'll see that I have these copper bars and mossy cobblestone walls going all the way across here. There are a few other things that I would like to add up here, and that's going to require gathering a little bit of materials. And I definitely have some of the materials that I'm going to need. I'm going to need a little bit of this warped wood. I'll bring actually just all the warped wood I have. Why not? And I am also going to need some candles, but these need to be cyan candles. And I got 10 cyan dye. Is that just going to allow me to make 10 cyan candles? It is. Okay, I'm probably going to need a little bit more than that, but I only have 1 cactus left. All right, well, I guess I'm just going to grow this over by the art museum. And in the meantime, I guess I'll just use the 10 candles that I have now. Other thing that I'm going to need is a couple pumpkins. Where have I been keeping my pumpkins? Are they not here? They're probably in my storage room. I'll just harvest a couple of these. Shouldn't need too many of these pumpkins. 16 should be plenty. We're back here by the museum. First things first, let me get this cactus planted. That's going to take a little bit to actually grow, but let's at least get started on that. I also grabbed a whole bunch of other random stuff as well that I think I'm going to need in the future. But as for this top section here, I'm going to need to craft up a couple of these warped fences. 9 honestly might be enough. No, it's definitely not enough. What am I saying? So with these warped fences and these cyan candles, I'm just going to alternate these along the top. So these copper bars are eventually going to oxidize all the way down. I don't want them being this color. I want them to be fully oxidized. So I'm going to put these cyan candles on top of all of these bars. And then the warped fences are going to go on top of the mossy cobblestone walls. And it's going to look kind of like that. But obviously just imagine that the bars are also cyan colored, so it'll blend in a lot better. But I think that looks really cool, going all the way around. And I want to put even more stuff up there, but we need to make a little friend first. And of course those friends are going to be copper golems. I honestly don't know how these guys work, like, at all, but I know that you could get like a copper golem statue. Like these guys. Okay, so they already stopped moving. Can I just pick them up? I can. Okay, so these guys should all stop moving probably shortly, right? Dude, I love these guys. These guys are adorable. Look at them go, man. They're just trying to do their jobs. While those guys keep working a little bit, let me throw on the first few up here so you can kind of get the idea. So I want these guys to just kind of line the top here. Not every block, though. Probably almost every other block. And I think you can make them change what they're doing. You can. Okay, cool. So the 2 guys on the end, they're just going to be sitting down. These guys are going to be doing like a little jumping jack type thing. And then the ones in the middle, I think, are just going to be standing. Yeah, something like that. Okay. And now, I'm just going to hide right here and peel back. Dude, look at them, man. Look at them up there. They look so cool. It's a pretty small detail, but I love it. And then, can I do that? Oh, I can. Okay, so we can even change the oxidation on these guys. Okay, I'll probably have to mess with that and then wax them at some point, but I think these little guys are sick. I don't have enough on me right now. I still have to wait for the rest of those guys to turn into statues. But I was thinking we can also throw a couple all the way at the top here. And I also made this discovery recently. If you make them sitting down, you can put a candle at the top and it kind of fits. Wait, I don't have a flint and steel on me. Hold on, let me go light it. Boop. And then it's a lit up candle. Look at them, dude. I love that. Can you even see that from all the way back here? You probably can't. You definitely cannot tell that that candle's lit. But I know it's lit, alright? And that's all that matters. Alright, the rest of these guys turned into statues. So I can complete the top ring up there. Dude, it's such a subtle addition, but I'm so happy with it. Okay. So that's going to be the top of the building done, I think. All right, so while I wait for the cactus to grow, they grew a flower. That's not really what I wanted. But while I wait for this cactus to grow, let me, I guess, work on the windows. So we have a whole bunch of window spots. We have, I think, 12 out front. And I need to come up with some design to make this look good. So I want to make this out of oak wood. Just so it's a little bit darker from the birch in the walls. And we're going to go ahead and use a couple of these new shelves. I love this new block as well, along with a couple trapdoors to really frame that out. Down here, let's throw in a couple of these mud brick walls. And I think a couple fence gates to connect out front. And then I need some I need some fences. 1 second. So I have 30 oak fences now. Let's put these a couple high, probably like 3. And then let me throw in a couple of these stairs. And this might be too simple, but maybe just that. Yeah, that looks good enough to me. All these windows are the same. They're the same dimensions, I think. Right? They look weird to me right now, but I'm pretty sure they're all the same dimensions. So I should be able to replicate this design everywhere else out front. And then, like, you know, we have these sides here that don't have anything on them. I don't know if these are ever going to have anything on them. Because realistically, I'm not going to be over here too much, like, ever. I don't want to be one of those people who doesn't, like, complete the back of the build. But, I mean, at least there's a wall there. You know? I could have made it a lot worse. I don't know. I'm going to work on the front face here to make this look as good as it can be. And then if I feel up to it, I'll do the rest. I really don't know if I'm going to feel up to it. I got to be honest. Oh, man. And I don't have internet still, so I can't even put up a video on my second monitor while I do this. I have to actually just only play Minecraft. Oh, man. My attention span can't take it. Now all of the windows are in on the front of the building. And I think I kind of decided what to do for the sides and the back. I think I'll probably end up putting like these pillars all the way around, but I'm just not going to design the windows. I think that makes the most sense to me because at least then it looks somewhat detailed on the sides. But yeah, I think just windows all the way around honestly would just be too many windows to begin with. And like I said before, I'm really not going to be viewing this build from the side too often, so I don't really think they're necessary. But yeah, the windows in the front are all done now, and this thing's looking pretty cool. I missed something. I knew I did. That window is supposed to have stuff going like that. Hold on, they're not done yet. All right, boom, 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 boom. Now they're done. I'll work on the pillars going all the way around, like closer to the end, if I can remember. I hope I do. Next up, I want to work underneath here. I did a little bit of decoration already, but it's not even close to being done. I didn't even complete the spruce trim over here. It's supposed to be stairs lining that. I have to go add those. But additionally, I want to put some flowers in here. I collected a couple of like the torch flowers and the pitcher pods, you know, from around my sniffers. I want to put those in here, probably along with a couple of the 2 tall flowers. I don't know which ones just yet, but we'll find something that looks good. And then these railings need to be decorated more than this. I guess this is probably a good time. The ground is also going to be completely switched out. This is not going to be grass. It's probably going to be like the path block that we have everywhere else in this village. So like that path over there with the bricks, the granite, the terracotta, the mud, all that kind of fun stuff. I'm going to put that same gradient here as well. But I don't think I actually have any bricks on me. But it's all right. I know I have some of the other blocks on me over here. Where are they? Yeah, I have some of the mud bricks. I have some brown mushroom stem. A little bit of coarse dirt, and I think I have some terracotta. Yeah, I have a bunch of stacks of that. So I can at least throw down some of the gradient. And some of the cactus finally grew. Oh, did I not bring more sand to plant more? I definitely didn't. Can you plant cactus on moss? Probably not. You cannot. Oh well, I guess I'll just smelt down the little bit of cactus that we have. Kind of wish I didn't just smelt that cactus now, because I do need a little bit more spruce wood, so I have to go back this way anyway. I could have just grabbed a couple more pieces of sand, but whatever. Oh, you could just barely see this build through the trees. Man, that looks so good from over here. I love this. I'm going to start here by putting down some coarse dirt closest to the building. And probably like mainly underneath this little flower bed is going to be coarse dirt as well. And probably around the pillars here too. And then from the coarse dirt, I'm going to break in a little bit of this mushroom block and the mud brick slabs. Just kind of alternating between these two. And then from there, I'm just going to fill the rest in with terracotta. And I don't really know exactly where this pathway is going to like hook up with the main pathway over here. Right here kind of seems like the most natural spot. So I'll probably have some type of staircase going like straight down this way. That might mean that we have to move this row of houses over, but it's fine. I have enough room for that. For now, though, this should be good. We at least have something that we can walk on here that's better looking than the grass. I'm also going to go through and add some coarse dirt kind of along the boundary in front of the building here. I really like what coarse dirt looks like just up against buildings. I think this kind of sets the building into the environment better than normal grass does. If that makes any sense. Just something like that. I don't know. It makes it feel like it's supposed to be here. I'm definitely going to come back through and add like a little bit of foliage out here too. But this is at least a good first step to make the front of the building look a little bit better. All right, so I think the ground is in a better spot. Let me put all the pathway materials back because my inventory is already so cluttered. All right, so I'm going to work on these railings next. And I'm going to go for this sort of design. And I'm going to open these two end trapdoors so we can put some signs on the front. And I think signs in the back as well is going to look nice. Oh, I wish these walls connected to the signs there. I would totally extend them out one further, but they don't. So it's fine. I think I can leave it like that. So that's going to be the railing design. I think that looks pretty cool. Oh, wait, actually, I forgot one more thing. I want to put some warp trap doors on top of this. And that doesn't perfectly connect up with the walls, but I think it's okay. All right, and now let me put in a couple flowers here. So I'm going to sprinkle in a couple of these pitcher pods, some of the torch flowers as well, and then just a bunch of other random flowers that I have. I have a couple of these peonies. I have a cactus flower. Why not? We have a white tulip, and I have 2 more spots for flowers. Hold on. Wait, my flower storage is right here. Let's grab a sunflower. Let's grab a lilac, and I think that's all I have space for. And with the sunflower and the lilac in, that's looking pretty cool. Just a weird assortment of flowers. I like it. And we even have a torch flower to spare. All right, I do want to kind of test out a potential candle design. I'm thinking something kind of like that for the front. Oh, that actually looks really cool. Wait, I just got a better idea. All right, so I put one of the decorated pots at the bottom. Can I put a flower pot on top of this? Oh, I can, but I don't think I can put candles in here now, right? Oh, I cannot. That's all right. I still think that looks pretty cool as like a candle holder. I do have an alternative. So instead of the pot at the bottom, we can do one of these mossy cobblestone walls. And then we could do a fence. Oh, that's going to connect to the wall, though. Maybe that's not so bad. Because these lightning rods now oxidize, right? So that's going to eventually turn like this color. So that'll look pretty nice going all the way up. And I can put the 4 candles on top of that. I think the left design looks a little bit better. I just don't like how it goes from the pot just to the lightning rod. Wait, I thought of something else. Boom. Oh, that looks a lot better. I still don't really like how it attaches. But that looks so much better, I think, than just the lightning rods. Oh, that's so cool. I like that a lot. I'm not gonna lie, I originally just wanted lanterns, like up top somewhere, but this is so much cooler. I think this is the perfect lighting in here. That's so much cooler than lanterns. I might actually try to use this design most of in here too. Maybe not. That seems excessive because I'm gonna have to get a lot of candles. Each of these requires 4. I know it's not necessary that I have 4, but I think they look the best this way. I don't know. I'll think about that whenever I do the interior, which is actually going to be today, by the way. Or at least part of it. I don't know if I'll design the entire interior, but I think I might make like a couple rooms to at least display some of the art that I have so far. And then once I get more art, we can kind of expand. But regardless, some of the interior is going to be done today. All right, so let me finish off the rest of this entrance. Doesn't need too much more work. I just need to kind of put some spruce stairs all along here. And then on the other side, I need to throw on a couple of the spruce shelves. I should probably also put some stairs to actually get in. I could just do like ordinary stairs. Like that looks pretty good. But I've been really vibing with this design lately. Just making it a little bit longer. I don't know why, but there's something about this that I just like. So I'm going to go with that instead. I should probably put some kind of archway here too. Do I want to connect that all the way down to the ground? Part of me feels like I want to. Yeah, I think I want to. It's actually the perfect number of shelves too. Wow. It's like I meant to do that. Now there is this bit right here that is not decorated at all yet. And I'm going to put something here. But full disclosure, Simply Night entirely designed this. I had like no say in this section here. I like the design he came up with, so I'm just gonna kind of copy that exactly. Okay, so that's the design that Simply Night came up with. I think it looks really cool. I wouldn't have been able to do this, man. He used dead bushes. He's a madman. I think it looks really cool though, so I'm happy to have it out front. Now, I'm gonna move up to this like little tower thing. It's not even really a tower, but I'm gonna move up top and we're gonna put a big window in the front there. Probably use like the same materials that I used for the other windows. But I fear this means I'm gonna have to gather a little bit more oak wood again, because I don't have too many of these oak shelves. Stand by 1 minute. Let me chop down like 2 trees. Okay, should be able to make 12 extra of those shelves. So we got 14. That should be plenty for at least 1 window. Do we have everything else? Okay, I got the fences. Do I have any fence gates? Of course I don't. Stand by. Once again, let me chop down like 1 tree this time. 16 fence gates. That's way more than enough for this 1 window. But let me head up here. And I'll probably have like a very similar design to this. But actually, wait. This is, I think, 6 blocks wide. Hold on, we can do something different. A little bit funky, but it's gonna look cool. This has been really weird for me lately, but I've actually been really enjoying building with even numbers. I never do that. I always say to build with odds. But evens allows you to get some really, really cool window designs. And let me put a free camera over here, just so I can kind of get the height down that I want. Cool. I think we're going to go up 1 more. Wait, maybe not, because there's like already a trim there. Though actually I can form that into the cover for the window really easily. So I think that actually is a good height. Okay. So what we're going to do here, I keep jumping down to grab the birch wood that I'm missing. All right, I found another one. All right, so what I'm going to do here is put stairs just like that in the corners, and then we're going to put 2 more stairs like so in the middle. Then we're going to put some shelves on top of all of these stairs. Going to reflect that pattern up here as well. And then in the middle, we're just going to have a little bit of trapdoor action. Same thing on the walls. And I'm 1 trapdoor short. And I'm 1 piece of oak plank short to make more trapdoors. You have to be kidding me. Why can't you just do this? Why can't you do that to get a oak plank back? Why? It should be allowed. You know what? Soon enough, I'm going to end up texturing this entire building anyway. And that includes these windows. So I'm just going to put some jungle trapdoors here for right now. I think jungle and oak look really nice together. So this is probably closer to the final window design anyway. So I'm okay with this. And then let's pop up here and figure out something for this. Yeah, that actually looks good. And it still kind of connects to like the rest of the trim over here. I could even make that connect a little bit better with 2 trapdoors like that. All right, and then from here, we're definitely going to put some mud brick walls. And this doesn't connect up perfectly to the stairs, but it's okay. It's going to look fine from a distance, and that's kind of mainly where this is going to be viewed from anyway. And then we'll have a couple fences just like that. I don't think I'm going to completely round this off. I mean, I guess let me see what that looks like if I were to do that. That's probably what I would do if I was fully rounding this off at the bottom. So let's peel back and see what that looks like. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I just love the shape of these windows with the shelf blocks. Like, if you look at either of these like ovals, they just look so cool in the game. Because you're just not used to seeing something like this in Minecraft. I'm going to put a tiny like trapdoor archway up here as well. I just think it was missing just something right here. The oak going directly into the birch kind of bothered me a little bit, but that breaks it up. So now let's peel back one more time. And you really can't even see that. But it does break it up just enough that I'm okay with it. And then I think this is a good spot for a couple lanterns. I don't know if I want the lanterns just next to each other like that. Oh, that actually looks okay from over here. Yeah, I'm good with that. Cool, that's going to be the window design for up here. And I'm contemplating if I want to put a window here as well. I think that's going to help a lot, actually, because I am going to see this build from, like, this angle a lot if I'm coming from my starter area. So I feel like we should have something over here. All right, so let me see what I can come up with. I'm going to start with some stairs in the corners. And let's grab a couple of these shelves again and put them like this. I have 1 oak trapdoor left, so we'll use that. And then the rest are just going to be jungle. And then in the middle, instead of the shelf and the trapdoor design, I think I can just get away with some mud brick walls, and some oak fences. Yeah, that looks good. That definitely works as a window. Let me go ahead and make a little trim for this. I'll do something really similar to what we have over there. I didn't think I was going to be able to come up with something for the corners, but I'm happy with that. All right, let me throw that in the other corner. And then I think we can probably start texturing this entire thing. That's going to be a pain, but it's going to definitely be worth it. I apologize for all the free cam in this video, but it's just way easier. I got to stop apologizing, I think, because I feel like you guys understand. I hope. I don't know. I've gotten a couple comments about people talking about me using free cam too much. Screw them. That was aggressive. But anyway, I put the windows up top now, so we have the two corner windows in, and I really like the design. That looks really nice, going all the way across. I do also have enough candles. I have 4 more cyan candles. So I think I can finish off the first thing I wanted to do. Finally. Boom. I did it. But like I alluded to earlier, I'm going to start texturing up this entire build now. I just going to have to figure out what additional blocks I want to add. I'm just going to break this build down into a couple different color palettes for like each section that's going to be textured. And then I'll make like a small version of them out front, just so I can more easily show off like the texturing techniques that I'm going to use. So let me grab up a whole bunch of stuff, and then I'll be back. I got a lot of random blocks here to try to texture with. I'm still not completely sure what I'm going to do. So I'm going to kind of trial some stuff, and we're going to decide together. And by that, I mean, it's only going to be me, but I'm just going to show you my thought process. I'm going to start with the walls, right? So all of these walls are stripped birchwood. I'm going to blend this stripped birchwood into oak wood, probably then into oak planks, into jungle wood, and then into mud. This should look really good across the entire building, especially like behind the windows, towards like the roof as well. We can kind of have some stuff broken in, so pretty comfortable with this color palette. Now for the sandstone section, I know I want to end at some white block. I just don't know which one. I can get a little bit darker than this sandstone, maybe towards the bottom if I break in a little bit of this birch. Only thing holding me back from that is it might blend in a little bit too much with the walls. So maybe if I actually do that, we can put some mud at the bottom for the walls to make it stand out. That could probably work. But anyway, that's an option. I could go to this block. I could also even extend it to this block as well, the stripped birch, but I kind of want to stay away from that since that is directly in the walls. Now getting to like the brightest white block is going to potentially be interesting. Probably going to have to try a few combinations. I feel like this stripped pale oak is a little bit brighter maybe than the calcite. It's kind of hard to tell. Like this is a little bit more white maybe in some spots, but this also has some darker patches, so I honestly don't know. But we also have this bone block, and I also have mushroom stem. There's some combination here that's going to work. I just know it. I don't think that's too bad. Yeah, that could probably work. I do also have these diorite walls. We can kind of switch out some of the sandstone for the diorite whenever we're getting closer to the lighter blocks. But I just don't know if that's really going to work. These diorite walls are interesting. They're a little bit too dark, I think, all the way around to really blend with the sandstone, but it could work, I guess. My question is, how is there not a quartz wall? That would have worked perfectly here. I might just have to kind of work with what I have, so I don't know. It might just end up being diorite. But I think that color palette at least looks pretty good. It's going to make these pillars look a little bit more interesting. I am now realizing that there's a lot of walls in these pillars, so we really can't even use the bone or the stripped pale oak too much. Whatever, this might actually work out because then I don't have to gather as many bone blocks. I really don't have many. I have 9, which is not a lot if you didn't know. So we'll work out something with this. I think this is going to look better than just the sandstone, so I think it'll be okay. The roof is also going to be a pretty easy gradient to accomplish because I used copper for the roof. You could just put these 4 blocks down and that works out. That makes a really nice gradient. It's the exact roof I have over here. But I am going to extend this a little bit by just adding a little bit of warped wood. So we have the stripped warped and then warped planks. So that's the darkest we're going to get, and I think that looks really, really nice. Copper alone, though, is just one of my favorite blocks in the game. I know a lot of people don't like copper. I don't know if their opinions have changed since the copper update, but Copper has always been one of my favorite blocks in this game just because of this aspect. It's so easy to make a gradient with. It just kind of takes all the thinking out of it. You just stick to this pattern. As long as you have the subsequent copper stages like next to each other, it's always going to look good. So these are going to be the gradients that I employ. The only annoying thing with a copper roof is that I do have to wax this, and I don't have a ton of honeycomb. I have almost 2 stacks. Thankfully, I don't have to wax these ones, but yeah, it's going to take a lot of honey, but it's all right. And after I go through and do all of this, I think this build is going to look 100 times better. So let me get working. This is going to take me a pretty long time, and I still don't have internet. It's some of the hermits uploaded. I was planning on watching all those videos while I did this. I'm still this person. What is happening? Anyway, let me just get started here, I guess. Going around and texturing like a big build like this is always so annoying, but the result is always worth it. I think this thing actually looks a ton better. I did change up a small aspect of the build though. I made these like window trims out of spruce now. And the reason being, with oak, it blended in with the gradient in the background a little bit too much. I just think this spruce pops a little bit better. It's a pretty minor change, but I definitely think it's welcome. And also, like, I was able to incorporate a little bit of these white blocks near the bottom. They look a bit weird up close, but when you kind of peel back, I think it actually adds a really nice effect. Looks a little bit like eroded there at the bottom. It's pretty cool. The tower in the middle, I really, really like now too. It's incredibly unfortunate that the copper golems don't stay spawned in. But it's fine, you know, they're there. We all know it. But yeah, this middle tower looks super good now. Really huge fan of the gradient in the walls. I also switched out these like pillars here for spruce, and I think it pops a little bit better. And the roof with this nice natural copper gradient. I have a few instances of the warped wood. I didn't pop it in too much, but a couple different splotches. I think it looks nice. And this thing is pretty much all textured. I mean, kind of like everything else here, I could probably go through and texture this thing like forever, but I gotta cut myself off at some point. The next thing I would like to work on is blending this building into the area better. Because as it stands now, looks like it's just kind of plopped here. The terraforming isn't great. I kind of just gave myself enough room to build this and figured I would kind of terraform again later. It's now later, so I have to do it. Also, this pathway, I actually want this to connect up to the pathway over there, so we can probably carve out some way to get up here. And then I want to add in a couple of these trees. I don't even know how many, maybe like 2 or 3 per side. I think that would look really nice. And I think that this will best be done in another time lapse. I'm sorry for having so many of these, but you know, with a build this size, it's kind of necessary sometimes. So let's cut it to another one. What do you think of the new build? No, not you. I want your opinion. Oh, the back? Really want to bring that up, dude? That's messed up. Yeah, dude, it's not done. It's not textured, okay? Have you ever built anything though? That's what I thought. You stay there. What do you have? Nothing. Useless. I was gonna... Should I? No. I was gonna spleef them, but kind of feel bad for the llamas. You could just chill there. And it's raining all the time. Always happens, without fail. I'm actually going to be moving inside here in a second, so the rain shouldn't bother me too much. I do want to go over what we just accomplished, but before I do that, let me remember to actually wax these guys, because I'm definitely going to forget. That one can stay a little bit oxidized. That looks cool. And these two are fully oxidized. Let's bring them both just fully down. That works. But popping into free cam again, the exterior is now pretty much 100% done. There's probably some more stuff I could add, but I think this is in a really, really good spot. We have 6 of these trees, the same trees that we have in a few other spots around the area too. And then I also did go around and put the sandstone pillars everywhere. There's just no windows on the sides or the back. But at least it is structurally sound. Maybe. That might be something we eventually fix, but I just don't really feel like doing that in this video. Maybe that's just down the line. We're not going to really be seeing this build too much from the back, so we're good. I also went ahead and added a few of these like little flower beds in the front. There's a couple other just miscellaneous bushes, a couple benches as well, some bone meal sprinkled in. Oh, and then the entrance. I actually didn't even talk about this. We have a staircase now going all the way up to this thing. I think this looks pretty cool. Kind of got weird with the staircase, but I like it. You could also even walk up this, which isn't really intended, but I guess it works. I don't know. And then for the windows, I decided to go with some white stained glass, and then on just a couple of them, I decided to put some birch trapdoors behind the glass. I think that just looks kind of cool. If I peel back again, it just kind of gives a cool effect. Maybe it looks like there's some shutters down on a couple of the windows. I'm gonna put some torches as well beneath the glass there, so to actually like light it up, and I think it looks really cool, especially like right there. That looks really good. So the exterior is in a spot that I'm very comfortable with. A couple of these things still need to like oxidize down or whatever. Like these trapdoors are gonna take forever, but it's fine. I have time. This is my forever world after all. Now, like I said, I'm gonna move on to the interior, and I think I'm only going to design a little bit of the inside here. I'm not gonna do this entire space right now. I think this is something that we just kind of keep building on as I get more artwork to fill up the space. I do think I want to use a different wall color on the inside than the exterior walls, so I'm not going to be using the stripped birch and that kind of gradient. I think I want to use some spruce, but I don't have too much on me over here. I might not have like any at all. I have a couple slabs, and my storage is completely out of control. I am aware. All right, don't talk about it. I got 4 stripped spruce logs. I'm gonna have to go gather a little bit of this before we actually start building. So let's go, Ghost. Let's take a journey back home again. I actually really don't think I'm going to use nearly as much spruce as I was originally thinking. I'm going to be using a lot of lime terracotta for the walls. I think that's going to look pretty good just to pop in a little bit of color here. I will be using some of this spruce though, probably on like the bottom of the walls, just to kind of act as a trim. I think that could look pretty nice. And also I'm going to be using this to kind of outline where the different rooms are going to go. We have this big box kind of sectioned off over here. I can probably even like cut this in half again. And I think I should probably make this 2 blocks thick. I could also just open this whole thing up and make it one giant room, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I think we'll have smaller like exhibits, and you can kind of access everywhere from each room. So like this wall won't be completely connected. We'll have an area there to walk out and an area here to walk in. And for today, I'm just going to work on the front room, this smaller one. And I unfortunately only have 20 more of this green terracotta. That won't even be able to allow me to finish this off. But I could probably break in some moss here. That's about the same color, and that would allow me to get some of that green terracotta back, so let's go do that. And I do think I am going to have to bring this wall over here, unfortunately. I just don't know what to do around this window on the inside. It looks kind of strange. But I am once again out of green terracotta. I don't need much more though, come on. Okay, I was able to make 8 more pieces of lime terracotta. I have a little bit of this green concrete powder that I could probably work in as well, because these are all like the same color. So I think I can make this work. Since when have you been able to shear your horse and take the armor off? There's not a chance that has always been a thing. What? You could take the saddle off too? Wait, since when? There is just simply no way that that has always been a thing. I refuse to believe it. All right, and that's gonna be the size of like the first little exhibit. I think this should work out kind of perfectly if we just kind of keep making rooms similar size to this. And I figured there would be like, you know, a main like central kind of walkway kind of going through the whole place. And we just have a bunch of these little rooms just kind of branching off to the sides. We could even go up another floor somewhere, because obviously there's a lot of room like vertically. I do want to go through and use these shelves on the bottom. The only thing is the corners are a little bit weird, because I can't put a shelf block on both of these corners, you know? I do kind of have an idea. This might take up too much space, but let me see. That's what I was thinking, is that I could put a couple mud brick walls in the corners on top of a couple pieces of stripped spruce wood. We can have a couple fences on top of those walls, maybe like 3. And then maybe another wall on top. And then we can make little archways kind of going across everywhere and then just kind of fill in the gaps with the rest of the ceiling. I feel like that could look kind of cool. But if I'm going to do this, I definitely want to move this over because I would want this doorway to be completely central. Yeah, something like that. That looks good. Let me actually just go ahead and put in the different doorways here just so I can kind of get a vibe of what that's going to look like. All right, so then, you know, this is how you would access the room. This is how you get into the next one. That works out pretty well. Now, let me just kind of get the roof in order. I think some pale oak here and some diorite, mushroom stem, those types of blocks, I feel like could look pretty cool for the ceiling in here. So I'm going to try to use those, but let me work on these little archways here that I was talking about. I'm going to have to use just 2 slabs on each of these instead of stairs so I can get the archways going in every direction. And then in the middle here will be these blocks. I want to use mainly pale oak, I think, but I just have a little bit of diorite because honestly I don't have too much pale oak. Actually, surprisingly enough, I do have enough to just kind of round that off. What does this look like from down here? Looks pretty good. I think it's a cool design on the roof. Yeah, this is a cozy room. I like this a lot. And then the paintings themselves will just go on these walls here, but of course I have to get the actual artwork in here. I have no idea how to do that. Let me go figure that out quick. I have figured it out, but unfortunately, all of the paintings are 4x3 paintings, which doesn't really fit with this room, but it's fine. I can definitely figure something out. This is actually so cool to see in the game. I have a 4x3 spot here now, so if I go ahead and put down a painting, it's gonna be one of the custom ones. And look at me, dude. Look at me go, man. That's so cool. This is in my world now. All right, and there's one of the other ones. But like I was saying, the 4x3 doesn't really fit with this wall. I think what I'm gonna do to make this right one feel a little bit better with the dimensions is just round it off like with 2 vanilla Minecraft paintings. I could eventually switch these out for some more custom paintings. But I think this looks a little bit better because now it's at least balanced on the wall. And I have one more painting that I need to put in here. I just gotta figure out where. I think the way I'm gonna accomplish this is by just moving the doorway over. So now the doorway is just going to be on the right side of this wall. I think that's okay. I'm running into a slight issue. I actually need to resize one of these paintings. I'm not able to import 3 4x3 paintings. So give me 1 second and let me resize one of these. I've come up with a solution, but I think it's going to be a temporary one. And the reason I say that is because the one painting now has to be oriented like this. I had to make this one a 3x4 painting. I still think it looks good, but I do want it to be oriented properly in the future. So I'll figure out some other fix for this, but I think this is good enough for now. And then we can actually plop in the last painting, which is this one of me running away from the warden. Obviously, though, massive shout out to the 2 artists who made these 3 paintings. We got Cola, who made these 2. The one of me fishing and the one of me escaping the warden. And then we have Fried Fish, who made this one. Both of them from my Discord, so massive shout out to them. Thank you so much. I'm so happy that these are in my world. It makes my world feel so much better. And don't worry, Fried Fish, I will figure out a way to get this one oriented properly. I'm sure there's a better mod or whatever I could have downloaded, but this works for now. And with this little bit of the interior finished, I think this build is completely done for this episode. So let me throw on some shaders really quickly. Wait, actually, hold on. Are these my spooky shaders? Or are these going to be my normal shaders? Okay, they're normal. Let me throw on some shaders, pop into some free cam, and let's take a look at this build. This thing is sick. I am so happy that I built this. I think this acts as just like a perfect focal point for my Italian-inspired village. Thank you all so much for watching this video. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one. Please feel free to send me any kind of artwork that you've done so I can actually put it into this building. And I will talk to you guys soon. Bye.